Affaires courantes.
Routine proceedings.
Dépôt de,
Tabling of documents.
dépôt de procédure.
Introduction of government bills.
Mr. Nandasangari, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Nandasangari, seconded by Ms. Tassi, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Sur ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member from Barrie Innisfil.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Federal Government's Use of Technological Tools Capable of Extracting Personal Data from Mobile Devices and Computers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate the Honourable Member for his French. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table, in both official languages, the 16th report from the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Reforming Transition from Military to Civilian Life.
9. The committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his English as well.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Johns, seconded by Mr. Green, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Health Act, Mental Addictions and Substance Use Health Services. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member from Courtenay, Alberta.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour and privilege to rise today to table this landmark legislation, the Mental Health and Substance Use Parity Act, today on World Mental Health Day. If passed, this bill would amend the Canada Health Act to expand the definition of insured services to include community-based mental health, addictions, and substance use services. Currently, provincial and territorial health plans are only required to cover mental health and substance use health services provided by physicians or in hospitals and deemed medically necessary. And as a result, many services like counselling or psychotherapy are not covered under public health insurance plans. Without public coverage, many Canadians don't get the care that they need. Again, this landmark legislation would begin to address the disparity between mental and physical health in our healthcare system by creating a federal requirement for provinces and territories to include coverage of community-based supports in their health insurance plans and to ensure timely, inclusive and accessible mental health and substance use care is enshrined into law. I want to thank the Canadian Alliance of Mental Illness and Mental Health and the Canadian Mental Health Association and all those advocating for mental health parity and spreading the message that mental health is health, including my NDP colleagues that are wholeheartedly behind this bill. And I want to thank my colleague and friend from Hamilton Centre for his important work in this area, for seconding this bill, and I hope all members will get behind this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Johns, appuie.
Mr. Johns, seconded by Mr. Green, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When will this bill be read a second time? Now, well, no, at the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Il y en a plusieurs. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting a petition signed by Canadians. It recognizes that the conflict in the Middle East has killed and displaced thousands of innocent Palestinians and now has expanded into Lebanon, resulting in deaths and displacement of innocent Lebanese. It calls on the Government of Canada to continue calling for an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon and across the region, and to continue to provide humanitarian aid through the United Nations, where Canada just committed $25 million. That the Government of Canada to continue supporting the evacuation of Canadian citizens and their families.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know this because you've ruled it on me in the past when I've been giving a speech on a topic that I care very much about and had a button or some kind of thing I've been wearing. There has to be equal enforcement of the rules, and since I've been an offender in the past, I think it's important that the rules be enforced for all members. That you can't wear props in the House.
Honourable member will have to take his button off. It's not allowed in the House unless it is agreed upon all members for certain things, so such as white ribbons or whatever. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
From the top?
Just continue on, yeah.
Okay. It said I love Lebanon, but that's fine. That the Government of Canada to continue supporting the evacuation of Canadian citizens and their families, and to create a temporary resident permit program for Lebanese citizens. Lastly, it calls on the Government of Canada to lead a peacekeeping mission to help maintain peace, rebuild the economy and infrastructure, and promote safety and security for the Lebanese people. Canada was a leading voice 67 years ago in advocating for actions, in the words of Lester Pearson, not only to end the fighting, but to make peace.
Clock there, and I just want to come back to that because I think that it's important for members, especially to really understand that you are not to say your point of view, and by wearing a button, it actually supports that point of view. So when it comes to petitions, you just table whatever the petitioners are asking for, and you can't indicate whether or not you support it or not. Okay, so presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise today to present a petition that was sponsored by a young woman, Emily Morasti, about service dogs in Manitoba. We know that service dogs that support people living with many neurodiverse conditions are becoming more common. And these dogs are highly trained animals doing very specific jobs to assist their handlers with daily living. These dogs assist their handlers to become contributing members of their communities, but currently there's no specific guidelines around public access for service dogs in Manitoba and several other Canadian provinces and territories. Currently, there is no licensing requirements for service dogs in Manitoba and several other Canadian provinces and territories. There are also many misconceptions, Madam Speaker, that result in limited access and harassment for service dogs and their handlers. Therefore, the petitioners request the Minister of Health to consult with their provincial counterparts, service dog trainers, and handlers regarding the need for guidelines on public access, to consult with provincial counterparts, service dog trainers, and handlers on licensing requirements for service dogs, consulting with provincial counterparts to develop guidelines for public access and licensing requirements for service dogs, and consult with their provincial counterparts, enter these guidelines and licensing requirements into federal and provincial legislation. Once again, I commend young Emily Morasti for her work and leadership putting this petition forward.
Petitions, présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Murray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise on behalf of a number of Canadians that have signed the following petition calling on the government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and hold a carbon tax election. I think it is absolutely something, and the petitioners have made it very clear their thoughts on this government after 9 years of the corruption they've seen from this NDP Liberal government, and so it is an honour to table this petition. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, today I rise to table a petition on behalf of firefighters across Canada to address an urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters. This is a petition that was sponsored by by Heather McPherson, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, and it calls for immediate action to ban per- and polyfluoral substances, PFASs, in firefighter gear and firefighting form. Madam Speaker, PFASs are man-made chemicals resistant to heat, water, and oil, but their durability comes at a significant cost. Scientific evidence links these substances to health risks, including cancer, and puts firefighters at significant risks just by doing their job. Research shows that PFASs can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues, and alarmingly, firefighters already face a higher rate of cancer than the general population. We must mitigate these risks by regulating what we can control within their working conditions. Several countries have already restricted PFAS use. Canada must follow suit. Our firefighters deserve gear that is free from toxic chemicals. We need to protect those who put their lives on the line for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
How about petitions?
Petition, sorry.
Speaker, it's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 49th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is alarmed by the extreme levels of crime caused by this Liberal government's soft-on-crime laws like Bill C-5 and C-75. C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back in our communities in the evening. And Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. It's no surprise that after 9 years of this Liberal government, Statistics Canada reports violent crime has risen by 50%. The people of Swan River see crime in their streets every day, and that's why they're calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. An important part of public service is presenting petitions on behalf of one's constituents, whether or not one agrees with them. I am tabling a petition without comment regarding my own personal perspective that asks the government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Petitioners of their own accord have observed that after 9 years it is clear that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Further, that this failed Prime Minister and his failed NDP Liberal government has increased the cost of everything and failed to take responsibility for their failures. Further, petitioners believe that crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are filling our streets due to the failed policies of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government. Therefore, petitioners are calling on the government to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Further, they would like to see an immediate non-confidence vote in order to replace this NDP Liberal government, to bring about a carbon tax election in which Canadians will be able to vote to end the carbon tax everywhere and for good. I thank the constituents for their public service and helping me bring this petition to the House today. The next petition that I'm tabling is in support of Bill C-257, a private member's bill that I've put forward in this House aimed at combating the pernicious phenomenon of political discrimination. Petitioners note that Canadians have a right to be protected against discrimination, and that Canadians can and do face political discrimination on the basis of their political views, and there is no reference to political belief or activity currently in the Canadian Human Rights Act as a prohibited grounds of discrimination. Bill C-257 would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination. Therefore, petitioners call on the House to support Bill C-257 and also to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions free from political discrimination. The next group of petitioners would like to bring to the attention of the House that killing children is always wrong, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of the level of development or dependency involved, that killing children is always wrong. Petitioners draw attention to a recommendation by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians recommending expansion of euthanasia to, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious syndromes. End of quote. Petitioners are opposed to this proposal, and frankly, they're horrified that someone would propose it in Canada's Parliament. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to block any attempts to allow the killing of children in Canada. The next petition draws attention to the human rights challenges in Eritrea, as well as foreign interference that is being caused by the Eritrean regime. At an introductory level, Eritrea has been called the North Korea of Africa. It has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for the last 30 years. It has no constitution, no elections, no parliament, no freedom of the press, no freedom of movement or associations. Eritreans continue to flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, political repression. Hundreds of thousands of Eritreans have fled to escape these severe human rights abuses, and these abuses have been documented by the UN Commission of Inquiry on Eritrea, and many who flee nonetheless still face intimidation and extortion from representatives of the regime. When they're abroad, they are worried about their families being harassed and forced to pay huge sums of money as a result of members of their family having sought refuge abroad. Petitioners highlight various instances of foreign interference that have happened in Canada and elsewhere. They also highlight the collaboration between the Eritrean dictator and Vladimir Putin. Therefore, petitioners call on the government to engage actively with Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups to challenge the Eritrean dictator's human rights abuses at home, his strategic collaboration with other authoritarian powers like the Russian government, and to do more to combat foreign interference here in Canada to ensure that we don't have refugee or other immigration applicants who are affiliated with the regime. Petitioners call for strengthened sanctions against human rights abusers in Ethiopia, and also they want to see the release of a number of imprisoned parliamentarians, as well as Swedish Eritrean journalist Dawit Isaak, who I believe is the longest imprisoned journalist in the world. Next, I am tabling a petition drawing attention to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners note that Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline. It consists of meditation exercises and moral teaching based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. That since the summer of 1999, the Chinese Communist Party has undertaken an intensive persecution campaign seeking to eradicate Falun Gong. That persecution has included forced labor, brainwashing centers in prisons, torture, and thousands of people have died as a result. It further highlights the history of forced organ harvesting and trafficking that we have combated in this House through a piece of legislation that finally passed in this Parliament. Petitioners call for further steps from the government, including passing a resolution to establish measures to stop the CCP's crime of systemically murdering Falun Gong practitioners, and to publicly call and regularly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong. Next, Madam Speaker, I have a petition from Canadians who are very concerned about the government's approach to natural health products. Their changes that are at best a solution in search of a problem, and at worst a pernicious attack on these products and on those who use them in order to stay healthy. Petitioners note changes that were made in the last Liberal omnibus budget that have had the effect of making it much more difficult to be in the business of producing natural health products, that have driven up the cost and have impacted the accessibility of these products to especially middle and low-income Canadians. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to reverse the changes made in the last Liberal budget regarding natural health products and to support the Conservative private member's bill that would do precisely that. Next, I'd like to table a petition regarding the human rights situation in Hong Kong as it relates to immigration, as it relates to potential immigration to Canada. Petitioners note that the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act renders foreign nationals inadmissible to Canada if they have committed or been convicted of an offence abroad. Petitioners note, though, that many people in Hong Kong have been arbitrarily charged and convicted simply because of their involvement with the pro-democracy movement. That includes national security law-related offences, but it also includes cases where people have been arbitrarily charged and convicted because of their involvement in the pro-democracy movement under other statutes, not the national security law. So petitioners want the government to create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with pro-democracy related convictions may provide an explanation for such convictions, and on that basis the government can grant exemptions to Hong Kong people who would otherwise be deemed admissible based on this criminality determination. Petitioners also want to see our government work with other like-minded governments on a fair and reasonable mechanism to achieve this end. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government Health Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration on a privilege motion on a failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the amendment standing in the name of Monsieur Berton.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Fort McMurray Cold Lake has 6 minutes remaining in the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to come in here and finish my speech from earlier today. As has been described, effectively what's happened after 9 years of this NDP little government, they've completely lost the plot. There's been scandal after scandal after scandal, and the Auditor General of Canada has continually found that there have been all kinds of misgivings in terms of spending and any kind of compliance. In fact, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, turned into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. And we've been hearing from a variety of different whistleblowers of just how bad this is. In fact, one SDTC whistleblower said, and I quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement in SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization." Another whistleblower, and I quote, "The true failure of this situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up the findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year." These are exceptionally troubling. And this isn't the first time this Parliament has had to have conversations that are very serious in nature over this government trying to cover up scandal. And one of the parts that I actually am quite frustrated with when it comes to this particular piece is the number of conflicts of interest where it was Liberal insiders that were getting money. And in fact, the Minister of Environment, who prior to joining Cabinet served as a strategic advisor for a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital from 2009 to 2018. So it wasn't a short period of time that he was this strategic advisor. This same person who is now the Minister of Environment, the person that the Prime Minister has entrusted to handle Parks Canada, which we've seen being an absolute failure in terms of what's happened in Jasper, where they were either completely incompetent or negligent, and let 30% of the homes in that community burn as a direct result of their mismanagement. But he still has shares in this Cycle Capital company, which is kind of interesting, and this exact company actually got money from this green slush fund. So it just continues showing the number of conflicts of interest, and this is where this becomes a serious problem. We have Canadians that are struggling to make ends meet. We have Canadians that are struggling to put food on their table. We're approaching Thanksgiving, and yet there are Canadians in Jasper. There are people in Jasper, 30% of the people in Jasper, their homes are gone. And this government, this NDP Liberal government, sat on their hands for the last 9 years having forest mismanagement because they failed to accept that the pine beetle was a real threat. There are emails, there is correspondence that went back and forth as to whether they should consider the political optics of prescribed burns. They completely neglected forest management. And then to add insult to injury, they turned away fire trucks, they turned away firefighters that were there ready, willing to help. They also, interestingly enough, decided to install fire hydrants in the town site of Jasper that actually weren't compatible with the majority of the fire trucks, actually the fire trucks that are in Alberta and British Columbia, which seems like a total miss, because that basically means that you are very limited in the amount of outside help you can actually even get. And that's because Parks Canada doesn't actually understand the Western Canadian perspective. But I digress here. And this is the problem, is that this government has completely lost the plot. They continue to funnel money into the Liberal insiders, giving them almost a blank check to mismanage Canadian funds, and yet put real people at risk day in, day out. And Madam Speaker, it is exceptionally clear that Canadians have had enough. Every single weekend when I go home to my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake, I hear from people that tell me, we just need an election. When are we going to have an election? We can't handle the pressure any longer of the mismanagement from this NDP Liberal government, their waste, their corruption, their chaos. They see crime rising at an ever-increasing rate as a direct result of the catch and release bail policies this government pats themselves on the back for bringing forward. They are currently fighting this and preventing documents from going to the RCMP because they are afraid of what's in the documents. They make arguments that this is about charter rights, ignoring the fact that the Parliament of Canada has the right to have these. The Speaker has ruled very clearly that these documents were not to be redacted, and yet what we received was redacted documents. And so, Madam Speaker, it is very clear that this has to go to the RCMP. These documents have to go completely unredacted to the RCMP. Canadians deserve it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is beyond me how Conservative member after Conservative member can stand in their place and mislead Canadians on the reality of what it is that was happening on this issue. Number one, this is to be going to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, and the Conservatives are filibustering. And they're using the excuse of, well, who cares if Stephen Harper never did it? We have a new position that we're applying to this particular government, and even though it counters what the RCMP and what the National Auditor General are saying. And they are saying that this tactic that is used by the Conservatives with respect to the information being unredacted puts into jeopardy the issues, whether it's charter violations or others. Yet the Conservatives close their eyes, put their head in the sand, and ignore that. The question is, why do they ignore the RCMP and the Auditor General?
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is actually quite lovely to be able to address my colleague from Winnipeg North. I hold in my hand...
Sorry, the Honourable Member can't reference a document she may be wanting to speak about. So, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. the member from Winnipeg North can't help himself. He has gotten up to speak at every single possible opportunity he has had on this bill, filibustering it to the tune of, as of last night, 10,151 words, which is over an hour of speaking time. If he had no problem with this, he would simply stop speaking and allow the documents to go unredacted. But they have something to hide. That is precisely why the member from Winnipeg North continues to get up on his feet, filibuster, preventing Canadians from getting to the bottom and getting to the truth. We are simply asking for the government, to allow these documents to go to the RCMP. If they have nothing to hide, why do they continue getting on his feet and talking about this bill?
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. With this whole SDTC saga, what really strikes me is that this government is justifying itself based on very lofty principles. But really, all that's being asked for here is for documents to be produced, because Parliament has the right to ask the government for documents, and it's the government's duty to provide them. What does my colleague think?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's rare that I agree with the Bloc Québécois about something, but this is an area where we completely agree, because she's right. The House of Commons has the right to ask for documents. The Speaker himself produced a ruling asking for those documents, and that's why we're now debating a matter of privilege. That's fairly unusual overall in this Parliament. And yet, with 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, we more and more frequently have questions of privilege and conflicts of interest, simply because this Liberal government doesn't want to tell Canadians the truth. The RCMP needs to be able to carry out an exhaustive inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for their comments. And, you know, certainly I don't think anybody's disagrees that, you know, the Liberals need to produce the documents. What I find bizarre, though, is the Conservatives have filibustered any sort of movement in the House by filibustering their own motion. You know what they're filibustering? A bill that the Survivor Circle is trying to put on record, to a bill they're trying to table to ban forced sterilization of Indigenous women. The only thing that's blocking the tabling of this bill, a bill that apparently the Conservatives have said they support, is the Conservatives blocking their own motion. What does that mean? It means Indigenous women are still at risk of experiencing forced sterilization in this country. Why? Because the Conservatives use this place as a game. When lives are on the line, when there's serious matters that we need to deal with. So my question is, why is the member actively participating through you, Madam Speaker, in blocking their own motion? Thank you.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The wonderful people of Fort McMurray Cold Lake elected me to bring their voice to Parliament. They elected me to stand up for what is right and to stand up against corruption, against chaos, against all of the challenges we are seeing that have happened after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. The only person that is in here filibustering on this bill is the member from Winnipeg North, who, as I said earlier, has spoke, as of last night, over 10,000 words on this piece alone, over an hour, because he cannot help himself. He is so concerned about having these documents go unredacted to the RCMP that he gets up on his feet at every single opportunity. So, Madam Speaker, if the NDP have a problem, perhaps they should talk to the person from Winnipeg North.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her great speech on this. One of the things that we continue to hear from the Liberals is around the charter rights. Now, I would love to, I didn't hear anything in the speech around the charter rights that the Liberals have been talking about. So I was wondering if the member could just mention a little bit about that. My understanding of the Charter is the Charter protects individual Canadians from overreaches of the government. It doesn't protect the government from having to disclose documents. They also talk about the police having to do having their own independence. But Madam Chair, my understanding is that if you see a crime or if you're concerned that somebody has stolen from you, you call the police and you provide them with the evidence that you think proves your case. In this case, we are asking for the documents so the House of Commons can pass that information over to the RCMP. What is the member's comments about this? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find it truly bizarre that the government, who has changed their tune as to why they can't release these documents unredacted, to be perfectly honest. And they did release some of the documents. They just redacted. They used a big black marker to cross out wide swaths of information because they don't want it to be seen. But the interesting piece here is now the most recent argument as to why these documents can't be released is supposedly charter rights. But they're failing to accept the privilege of Parliament and where we're at. The Speaker yourself, you have made a ruling on this. You have ruled in a case of privilege, something that is exceptionally rare, or at least it was prior to the last 9 years of this Liberal government, who thinks that their job is to decide what Canadians do and don't get to see and what is best for Canadians. And frankly, I'm going to stand up for Canadians each and every day because they deserve better than this.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. There we go.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask, the ruling from the Speaker was that these documents were going to go to PROC. I'm wondering why you're saying the ruling was for them to go to the RCMP through you.
Questions and comments through the chair.
To my colleague across the way. It was clear the ruling was that these documents were going to PROC. We are in agreement with that. The ruling is clear. I am wondering why the member opposite is filibustering their party and refusing to let these documents go to PROC, where this question can be studied. Because these documents are not only government documents, they are signed with another party. It is that party that is protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And we have heard from the RCMP, we have heard from the Auditor General that they're uncomfortable with this precedent. So could you please tell me why you're not doing what the order said, which was that these should go to PROC? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, again, that's not addressing it to the Speaker directly, or should I say, to address it through the Speaker, but not directly to the member. The honourable for Fort McMurray Cold Lake has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's actually quite wonderful. I think this is one of the first questions I've had that isn't from the member from Winnipeg North, and perhaps this is the first time any of my colleagues have actually received a question that's not from the member from Winnipeg North on this. And this is one of the big challenges we face. The Liberals are so afraid of the truth that they refuse to allow these documents to go unredacted to the RCMP. If they had a space where they weren't concerned, they would turn over these documents to the RCMP because, frankly, if wrongdoing happened, the RCMP deserve to have that information. If there is no wrongdoing, then there is no risk in sending it to the RCMP. So the fact that they're continuing to fight on this really should tell all Canadians about the level of corruption in this government when it comes to this Green Slush Fund and just about every activity they do.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on the motion number 63 to concur in the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motions be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que
all those who oppose to the member moving the motion will please say nay.
In terms of the motion, all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Resuming debate, the honourable for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Dauphin Swan River for the enthusiastic response to a fellow member by the same first name. You know, it's always an honor to rise in this House on behalf of the hardworking people of Flamborough-Glanbrook, and they are indeed hardworking people who work hard for the tax dollars that they send to every level of government, and they expect that those tax dollars will be respected and spent wisely. And so that's why it is unfortunate that we're here today to talk about growing concerns of this Liberal government's corruption and incompetence. And so I rise to speak on yet another scandal, this time involving the $400 million of taxpayers' money funneled into a cesspool of corruption under the guise of Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund. And it's not just a singular incident of scandal. It's the latest in a long, disturbing pattern of Liberal ethical violations. The STTC scandal isn't about some missing dollars here or there. It's about systemic failure of this government to uphold the most basic values of transparency and accountability. It's a gross breach of trust, one that has eroded Canadians' confidence in their government institutions, and Conservatives warned about this. We've consistently called for transparency. We've called for the documents to be sent unredacted from the Green Slush Fund scandal and handed over to the RCMP, and that was the will of Parliament. And what was the response from the Liberal government? A refusal to comply. And when they ignored the will of Parliament, they're ignoring the will of Canadians, because we are here to represent the will of Canadians. So let's be clear, Madam Speaker, when parliamentarians demand these documents, we have the legal and democratic authority to do so. And yet this government violated the privileges of parliamentarians by refusing to release the requested documents related to this latest scandal. The Speaker of this House has ruled that parliamentary privilege has indeed been violated, and that we must pause the work that we're doing until this corruption can be properly addressed. It's because, as my colleague from Fort McMurray-Cold Lake said, Canadians deserve better. They deserve to know that their hard-working tax dollars deserve to know where their hard-earned tax dollars are going, because they do work hard for the money that they pay each installment of their paycheck on taxes. But with this Liberal government, every year we see a new scandal and a new abuse of trust. And we've seen it before with the We Charity scandal, the SNC-Lavalin affair, the Winnipeg Lab cover-up, Arrive scam, the infamous Other Randy, and of course now the SDTC scandal. And this is just the latest chapter in a Liberal government that has been defined by corruption and secrecy. So enough is enough. Madam Speaker, let's first examine the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund and what it was supposed to be. SDTC was created with a noble goal in mind, to promote innovation in green technology. And the fund was supposed to support small and medium-sized businesses, foster collaborations among sectors, enable the development of cutting-edge sustainable technologies that would benefit Canadians. But it's clear, Madam Speaker, that this vision has been utterly betrayed. Instead of serving as a driver for innovation and progress, the SDC fund has been turned into a Liberal slush fund, a vehicle for funneling millions of taxpayer dollars to the pockets of insiders and Liberal-connected businesses. Instead of supporting Canadians, it has supported the Liberal Party's friends and allies. The Auditor General investigation found that there were 186 cases of conflict of interest involving some $400 million paid out. That's $400 million. That's a lot of money. That's money that could have been spent helping small businesses that are struggling. That's money that could have been spent, for example, purchasing over 400 MRI machines. That's money that could have been spent on proper equipment for our military so they don't have to buy their own helmets. Or as we recently saw, the $34 million spent on sleeping bags that didn't work in Canadian winters, that didn't work when it was less than 5 degrees Celsius, which of course is a good portion of the time in parts of Canada. And so imagine that. We could have bought 10 times the number of proper sleeping bags for our military with the amount of money that has been funneled to Liberal friends. And what kind of oversight was allowed to happen? Madam Speaker, there was no oversight. The Auditor General made that clear. The blame for this scandal falls with the Minister of Science, of Innovation, Science and Industry. He quote, did not sufficiently monitor, according to the Auditor General, the contracts that were being handed out to the Liberal insiders. And I would suggest that this wasn't an accident, and that there wasn't oversight. There was negligence. Negligence at the highest levels of government and a misuse of public funds. And the Auditor General's investigation revealed that an astounding 186 conflicts of interest existed. So that's 186 instances where taxpayer money could have gone to real innovation, to families struggling with the cost of living, to helping businesses stay afloat, but was instead funneled to companies with ties to senior Liberal officials. What kind of government allows this? How can Canadians trust this government when they behave like this? And so the SDTC fund overall was $1 billion in federal funding. And yet $400 million of that was funneled into ineligible projects. These are projects that by all measures should never have received a single dollar of public funding. The promises made by these applications were overstated or exaggerated or in some cases non-existent. So this was willful negligence. These insiders had projects rubber stamped, knowing full well that they didn't meet the criteria, and a blind eye was turned so that the gravy train could keep flowing. And Canadians deserve answers on this. The people of Flamborough-Glanbrook who send their hard-earned tax dollars here want to know where that money went. But what did this government do when we, as their elected representatives, demanded transparency? They violated parliamentary privilege by refusing to hand over critical documents related to this scandal. The Speaker made it clear that Parliament has the right, actually the duty, to demand these documents, unredacted, to the RCMP, as was the motion of this Parliament. And we're here to hold the government accountable to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly and in the best interest of Canadians. And I'm here specifically on behalf of the people of Flamborough-Glanbrook to watch over their taxpayer dollars. And, you know, the Liberals have thumbed their nose at Parliament and at the Speaker and at the Canadian people. And their excuse is that they claim that handing over these documents would blur the line between Parliament and the judiciary. And Madam Speaker, it's not about blurring lines, it's about protecting their friends and hiding their corruption. It's about a government that is so entrenched in scandal, so determined to shield its insiders, that it's willing to trample on the very principles of transparency that underpin our democracy. And so, Madam Speaker, as we stand here discussing yet another glaring example of Liberal mismanagement, it's impossible not to draw comparisons to perhaps another scandal that took place, which was mentioned by one of my colleagues earlier this week in debate, and that was the ad scam scandal. And we know at that time, this was a scandal where Liberal government had used public funds for private gain. And when we think about that, that was in the early 2000s, and that involved $40 million of public dollars that were funneled through advertising agencies for work that that was never done or grossly overpaid. So that's $40 million, which is no small sum.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'm anticipating that there might be a quorum calling. Can the Speaker indicate how many Conservatives have to actually be in the chamber, if in fact they have to be in the chamber as a part of the quorum call itself?
I'm sorry. So, c'est 22. Je pense que c'est 20. C'est combien? There has to be at least 20 members of Parliament in the chamber in order to call quorum. The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore also has a point of order.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah, no, you know, yeah, there's over 20 in the chamber and online between who is in the chamber and online. The honourable member for Glanbrook has a point of order. Resuming the debate. Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a Conservative filibuster. There's only one Conservative in the House.
I'm sorry, the honourable member is not able to indicate how many people are in the House, but I would just ask members to please be. Another point of order, the honourable official opposition. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my memory here. The honourable official opposition, House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to know if you could clarify. I believe the rules about pointing out absences or presences are about specific members themselves. I would also point out to the NDP House Leader that there are several Conservative members here ready and willing to hold.
I think this is. Sorry. I think the whole. So again, another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
The Opposition House Leader just said that there are many Conservatives here. Where are they hiding?
Sorry. Now this is becoming. This is becoming a debate just on who's here and who's not. Again, I just want to remind members, we do have quorum, and I think that was the main question. I'm sure that the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook is wishing to continue his speech. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you. So, you know, the $40 million in ad scam was certainly no small sum, but that's 1/10 the amount of money we're talking about with this current scandal. And, you know, when we look at the current scandal, we've got a government that's refusing to turn over the documents, as is the will of Parliament, to the RCMP. Back then, with ad scam, it was a scandal that actually brought down the government. There was the Gomery Commission, which was set up to investigate. It didn't just question lower-level bureaucrats or party functionaries. It questioned high-profile individuals, the very heart of the Liberal government of that time, to explain their roles in the misuse of public money. Political operatives, heads of agencies, senior ministers, even the Prime Minister of that time, were dragged in front of an inquiry. And, you know, that scandal actually brought down that Liberal government of that time. So Madam Speaker, we find ourselves here today talking about, on a motion of privilege, about a scandal that has 10 times the financial impact of what we saw back then. And what do we see from this current Liberal government? Stonewalling. The Liberals refuse to hand over the documents that this House has ordered. And so why, we have to ask? What do they have to hide? How bad are the SDTC documents that they would require Parliament to grind to a halt rather than face the consequences of handing over these documents unredacted? The Gomery Commission exposed a culture of corruption within the Liberal Party that was deeply rooted at that time, and this culture seems to have permeated to the current government, where personal gain is put over the interests of Canadians. And now with the SDTC scandal, we see the same playbook. And so Liberal insiders are benefiting from the misuse of taxpayer dollars, while this government does everything it can to avoid accountability. Canadians deserve that transparency, deserve that accountability, and they deserve the leadership that understands the value of every taxpayer dollar. The government of the day in the early 2000s at the time of AdScam was held accountable for their misdeeds and faced the electorate, who sent a very clear message about the need for transparency. And just as the AdScam marked the end of an era for that Liberal government, we certainly hope that that is the beginning of the end for this current government, so that we can have a new type of government to lead this great country. And Madam Speaker, let's not forget about another more recent example of Liberal rampant misuse of taxpayer money, the Arrive Scam scandal, which was an app that arguably could have been developed with a case of beer and a few techie people in the basement of someone's house over the weekend, was going to cost taxpayers $80 grand, but in the end ballooned to $60 million, and that's what we know about so far. And there was, of course, as we know, GC Strategies at the center of that scandal, which was a two-person IT firm that actually didn't do any of the work themselves, but rather were simply a middleman brokering contracts. And even those subcontractors didn't actually perform a lot of the work, or an app that actually worked properly. So just again another example, and the reason I raise this is because it speaks to a pattern, and taxpayers deserve answers about what is happening here with this Liberal government and this particular green slush fund scandal. So how can Canadians trust this government when it refuses to follow these basic principles of transparency and hand over the documents as requested by Parliament to the RCMP? And how can we believe that this government has repeatedly, in the interest of its ministers, insiders, friends, and put those above the interests of Canadians? The SDTC scandal is just the latest in a long line, as has been mentioned, of breaches, cover-ups, and corrupt behavior. The Liberal government has shown us time and time again that they will do whatever it takes to protect themselves and their friends. And we saw that in terms of proroguing Parliament, back with the We Charity scandal, but also refusing to release documents, as we saw with the Winnipeg Lab scandal, and other cover-ups that we've seen. And so there is a very clear pattern. And so this government chooses secrecy over transparency, corruption over accountability, greed over public good. And so let me be clear, Madam Speaker, the cost of this corruption isn't just the billions of dollars of mismanagement funds, it's actually an erosion of public trust. The Canadians are struggling right now, and they're seeing $400 million going to line the pockets of Liberal insiders, while small businesses are fighting to stay open, while mortgage holders are renewing their mortgages and facing a whopping increase in their mortgage payments, why seniors are going to the grocery store, and we've seen a 36% increase in grocery prices in Canada ahead of what we've seen in the US, so grocery inflation is worse here. All of these things are happening, and our communities are struggling with money that's wasted, with the carbon tax, and what do we see from the Liberal government is we see hard-earned tax dollars wasted, but going to the pockets of Liberal insiders. And so the government has focused on protecting its friends rather than helping Canadians, and Canadians see this. And so, Madam Speaker, every dollar of that misused money by this government, every dollar funneled to the friends and insiders, is a dollar that could have went to that family to help put food on the table. It could have went to the small businesses struggling. It could have went to communities that are struggling with various issues. It's a dollar that could have gone to defending our North, but instead it's gone to the pockets of Liberal insiders. So Canadians have had enough, and they're tired of the excuses, they're tired of the corruption, they're tired of a government that refuses to be held accountable. The Conservative Party is committed to restoring that accountability, and we believe taxpayers' money should be respected and should be spent responsibly on projects that actually benefit Canadians and not enriching the pockets of insiders. The taxpayer dollars need to be monitored properly and conflicts of interest eliminated. And we've seen, again, the Auditor General comment on the 186 cases of conflict of interest. Safeguards need to be put in place. And so, Madam Speaker, it's time for a change. Only a Conservative government will make the change necessary to restore accountability and put Canadians first, ensuring that taxpayer dollars are respected and spent on projects that are actually making a difference. We will fight for that transparency. We will fight for that accountability. And that's why we are asking that the will of Parliament be respected and that the documents be turned over unredacted to the RCMP. And before I close, I would like to move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Regina Capel, that the amendment be amended by adding, after proposed subparagraph A, II, the following. II-1, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, who respected the order of the House and deposited unredacted documents. II-2, Paul McKinnon, the former Deputy Secretary of the Cabinet Governance, who was briefed by the Privy Council office in the context of the Winnipeg Lab documents that, quote, in the event that parliamentarians press for the release of confidential information, the appropriate minister or ministers should take responsibility for the decision to provide or to withhold the information, unquote, and who, in turn, advise the government House leader that, quote, consistent with the principles of responsible government, the ultimate accountability for deciding what information to withhold from or release to parliamentarians resides with the responsible minister, unquote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The questions and comments. The honourable for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you to a Conservative colleague across the way, you've been referencing, or he has been referencing the waste of taxpayer dollars. And I agree, and filibustering in this House is certainly a waste of taxpayers' dollars. I'm just wondering, we had a ruling from the Speaker that said that this matter should be going to PROC. The sub-amendment that was just put forward, in fact, is something that could be considered by PROC rather than extending this filibuster further. There are important matters, Madam Speaker, that taxpayers and my constituents expect us to be dealing with. Will this member agree to put this to PROC, as has been ruled by the Speaker, and end this filibuster? Thank you.
The member for Glanborough, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're talking about $400 million. The Auditor General has identified 186 cases of conflict of interest. There has been a motion of this Parliament to produce the documents. So the simple answer for the government is to produce the documents unredacted to the RCMP. And if you have someone break into your home and steal something, do you send that to a committee or do you call the police? And what I suggest we're saying here is turn over the documents, if there's nothing to hide, to the RCMP.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Well, I get a kick out of listening to the Conservatives. It's sort of like, you know, it's like a crocodile knocking on your door and offering to babysit your children. Say, trust me on transparency. If you have no sense of history, it might sound like a great idea to let the crocodile in the house. But we do have a sense of history. And the blatant hypocrisy of them talking about accountability on documents when Stephen Harper was found in contempt of Parliament, shut down Parliament for 3 months, that was found to be threatening the very Constitution. And what was that over? That was over the issue of torture of people in Afghanistan, letting down Canada's standards around the world, suppressing evidence that parliamentarians had a right to. Stephen Harper didn't care at all about transparency, and neither did the Conservatives, because they shut down Parliament, refused to get us to work. So when I hear the Conservatives talking about transparency and accountability, I say, yeah, Tony Clement and his $50 million slush fund. I say Nigel Wright and the secret $90,000 check. I say Brian Mulrooney and the money in a brown paper bag paid in a hotel room. That's conservative accountability and transparency in a nutshell.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, while the NDP, the coalition partners of the Liberals, will try and deflect from the matter at hand, which is the turnover of documents, the production of documents to the RCMP. You know, I can tell you what people remember about the Harper government, because I now will be doing the 8th Fair and Festival this coming weekend, and I can tell you what constituents are saying. Here's what they remember about the Harper government. The lowest inflation in 40 years, the best performing economy in the G7, the cost of your mortgage was half, the cost of your rent was half of what it is now. Those were good times, and that's what people remember, and that's what we're fighting, is to get back to, where Canadians can actually afford to live again in this country.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am able to sit on the Transport Committee with the colleague who just made his speech, and what I was able to note under my experience, every time they say the word document, there's a panic on the government side every time. Everything becomes unclear. Everything has to stop, shut down. There's kind of a hysteria that sets in. And then we see this rather a lot when there's a filibuster. They try to discourage committee members from asking for documents. And now we're asking for documents. Well, they were asked for last June, and they're still not here. So how do we explain the fact that the Liberals, who were boasting about how transparent they are, do just do the opposite? And most of the time they just block when we ask to have documents. They block things, even though it's relevant for all Canadians and Quebecers to have a government transparency and knowledge of these documents.
Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Sorry. Thank you to my colleague from the Transport Committee for his excellent question, and he's exactly correct. The answer is quite simple: to produce the documents. If there's nothing to hide, why would it be so difficult to produce the documents and turn them over to the RCMP? And so he raises an excellent point, whether on behalf of Quebecers, on behalf of all Canadians, that has been the will of this Parliament. We want to see the documents turned over to the RCMP, who have an investigation into this slush fund. And let me just add as well, congratulations to the member for the concurrence of the report from our committee, the Transport Committee, on shoreline erosion, which Conservatives worked together with him on the committee, and it was interesting that when it came to debate of that a couple of days ago, earlier this week, the member for Winnipeg North, I'm sure had not read the report, but had a very flowery speech, many words, as my colleague from Fort McMurray Cold Lake had pointed out, but not a lot of substance.
Then comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask my colleague, really, what is at the base of all of this debate that's taking place? I believe it's the fact that the majority of this House, ordered the government, the Prime Minister, which is the head of, ordered them to produce these documents. Is that not really the root of this whole debate? Is that this government, this Prime Minister, is defying the will of 338 elected members, or at least the members of opposition parties?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you to my colleague from Okanagan-Shuswap for an excellent question, because he distills this down to the essence of what this is actually about, which is the will of this Parliament to produce the documents, unredacted, turn them over to the RCMP, and if there's nothing to hide, why would that be so difficult? Why is there this stonewalling by this Prime Minister and this government to turn over these documents in the STTC scandal to the RCMP?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me provide a bit of an answer for the member opposite. The RCMP and the Auditor General have been very clear in their comments in regards to this Conservative tactic, and they are very uncomfortable with what it is that the Conservative Party is doing. And unlike, this newfound faith that they seem to have, it was never applied when Stephen Harper provided redacted documents. What adds insult to the issue is the Conservative Party is not saying, let's get the information and give it to MPs. They're saying, let's get unredacted information and hand it directly over to the RCMP, even though the RCMP are objecting to the manner in which the Conservatives are suggesting it. Why should we listen to the Conservative Party over the RCMP?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, we're talking about $400 million. The Auditor General has said there's 186 cases of conflict of interest. And so we trust the Auditor General that where there's smoke, there's fire. And that is why the will of this Parliament, 338 MPs, sent here to speak on behalf of our constituents, to watch out for how their taxpayer dollars are spent, and to ensure that that money is respected, and to ensure that that money is spent wisely. That's why we're asking for these documents sent over to the RCMP, who have an investigation going on. If there's nothing to hide, why is this so difficult? There must, where there's smoke, there must be fire. And so that is what the point we've been trying to make throughout this privilege debate, is that these documents could simply be turned over to the RCMP, as was the will of Parliament, as was the motion, that be done within a certain period of time, and it wasn't done by the government.
So on the sub-amendment, I will come back to the House with it. I'm still going over to make sure that it is receivable. And just give me 1 second here. So I understand that the honourable member will reread his sub-amendment. I've taken it into consideration. He will reread his sub-amendment to make sure that it is in its proper format, and I'll be able to better determine from there. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will move, seconded by the member for Regina Capel, that the amendment be amended by adding, after the proposed paragraph A, to the following. 2.1, the privacy of the Commissioner of Canada, who respected the order of the House and deposited unredacted documents. 2.2, Paul McKinnon, the former Deputy Secretary of the Cabinet Governance. All right, we'll do this again.
So that is, so it, okay. Appreciate the clarification on that. So I'll put my glasses on. Mr. Muir, seconded by Mr. Scheer, moves the following sub-amendment. That the amendment be amended by adding, after the proposed subparagraph A2, the following. 2.1, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, who respected the order of the House and deposited unredacted documents. 2.2, Paul McKinnon, the former Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet Governance. The sub-amendment is now in order. The
sub-amendment is receivable.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is a privilege always to rise in this, the People's House, and to represent their concerns and to bring forward the concerns of Canadians. And I do that today with mixed emotions. I do that recognizing the weightiness of the matter that's before the House and what's being considered by the House, but also with hope towards what's coming in the future. And the motion we're considering today and debating is the fact that the privilege of this House was violated, that the Speaker gave a very clear directive and has ruled that indeed our privilege was violated in that the documents be unredacted and released to the RCMP for investigation. It's been very clear, and a majority of this House has spoken to that and voted to that effect, and right now the Prime Minister and his government are ignoring the will of the People's House. They are not acting in accordance to the wishes of the duly elected representatives from across this country and across parties. So this goes beyond partisanship. This is the will of Parliament that was clearly expressed, and right now what's holding up everything else in this House is the fact that the Prime Minister is not listening to what the Speaker has asked of him. So it is time that the Prime Minister listen to the will of this House, the representatives of Canadians from coast to coast. There's no doubt that right now there seems to be a malaise across the country from coast to coast to coast. There's a heaviness on Canadians. And all this current circumstance, situation, and scandal does is further the cloud that hangs over our heads, and in particularly the heads of this government. With nearly 400 million, nearly $500 million taxpayers' dollars having been spent and issued to friends, and has been deemed in over 186 cases to have been issued in direct conflict of interest. This is raising serious concerns across the country amongst Canadians as to how their tax dollars is being utilized and really how it's being abused by this current government. But this only adds to the state of malaise and the shaking of confidence that's going on within the hearts of Canadians. Madam Speaker, no matter where I travel, or no matter who I speak with, and I think that everyone here would recognize that's part of the job of a parliamentarian, is to consult with those who send you to this place, to spend time hearing their concerns. Take time to sit down, maybe over a cup of tea or at a community function, and hear what they're saying. And I can tell you I have the privilege of visiting those and talking with Canadians in my region and those in New Brunswick and hearing what they're saying. And what they're saying is very clear. Wow, it's direct. They're tired of what they're seeing. They're frustrated, but more concerning is they are truly troubled by what they see happening within Canada. I hear it expressed over and over again. This does not feel like the Canada that we grew up in. This does not feel like the Canada that we've come to love and adore. There's a cloud over us, and somehow they are wishing and longing for that cloud to break. And it's in the midst of this uncertainty and in the midst of this malaise, and when you have scandal after scandal and dysfunction after dysfunction, and it seems and appears that the great ship of Canada is rudderless, lost upon a sea in a gale, without a sail, wondering who's at the helm steering the ship, Canadians are getting concerned. And they're saying, we need a change in direction, and if we don't get that change in direction, we're very worried about the direction that we're going as a country. It's time for change. And that voice is being heard more and more in every conversation that I have. It reminds me, Madam Speaker, as I was preparing on this and reflecting on what I would share today, it's funny how things come back to you. And I recalled a book that I'd read many years ago. It was written by someone who worked in a senior position in a White House, a previous administration of over 2 decades ago. This lady was writing of her experiences, and she was telling how after a very traumatic event in her time of service, she was taking the commuter train on her way back to the White House, and she was rocked and she was emotionally distraught. And she took the time, and she remembers very clearly when she looked down at her watch, and it hit her. Right now, I personally, and our country collectively, and our world collectively, are 10 minutes past normal. Hence the name of her book, 10 Minutes Past Normal. What I hear coming from Canadians coast to coast is something very similar. They feel like we're somewhere as a country past normal. Not just 10 minutes, but perhaps 9 years. They're feeling a malaise and a heaviness in their hearts saying, we're not the country we used to be. We don't have the priorities we once had. We don't have the confidence that we used to have. They're not used to seeing the displays that we're seeing in our streets. It troubled and rocked all Canadians, and I'm sure it did all members of this House, to see the Canadian flag being burnt and chants of death to Canada and death to our allies going up from our streets. People are concerned, and they're saying, whoa, this is not the Canada we envisioned. This is not the Canada of our childhood. This is not the Canada where we could dream of having families and building a home and being able to live and thrive and pursue those things that we thought were lofty ideals but yet felt were still attainable. Right now, there's insecurity, there's fear, and they're feeling like we're a long ways past a place called normal, and we almost are longing for normal like a long-lost friend. But, Madam Speaker, I'm hearing it from our seniors. They're dealing with the rising cost of living, and they're wondering, on a fixed income, how can they make ends meet at the end of the month? And then they look across and see billions of dollars going out the door, millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on those who are well connected to government. That troubles them. They get frustrated. I hear it in the voice of young couples who are dreaming of one day building a home, but that seems so distant. Now they're wondering, when can I actually move out of mom and dad's place? They're not even sure if they can afford the rent because it's doubled and tripled in some places. I see it and hear it in the voices of families who are struggling just to pay the bills, and they got more bills at the end of the month than they have paychecks. They're wondering, how can I keep my kids in sports, or let alone plan to pay for their college or university? They're struggling under the weight and the burden of the soaring cost of living. I see it in the faces of our energy and resource workers and those who work in our mills and our factories, where their livelihoods have been attacked and assaulted through oppressive legislation and burdensome and cumbersome regulation. They're saying all we wanted to do was make a good living for our family. They're crying out for change. They're saying we're somewhere past normal, where an honest day at work and you made a decent paycheck, you could still dream, pursue, and even maybe take the odd vacation with your family. That's getting further and further out of reach for more and more Canadians. Citizens are feeling increasingly threatened by rising rates of crime, even in rural communities, like the areas I represent. They're genuinely concerned. The addictions epidemic is touching family after family after family. Despair has been rising. Why is this happening? It's because it's like we're a people who are adrift, and our leadership has no vision for the future of our country. Inscribed on our beloved Peace Tower, right here in Center Block, is that famous verse, timeless and true, that without a vision, the people shall perish. Right now in Canada, we are struggling as a result of a visionless leadership and a prime minister and a government that seems to have no overarching goals or high ideals for us to attain to other than preserving their place in power. Right now, Canadians are saying, we want to be the priority again. We want our dreams and aspirations to be attainable again. We want to be able to make a decent living and provide for our families and be able to pursue those things that we've longed for. We love our country and we want what's best for our country. But what we need is leadership that gets it. Well, Madam Speaker, I have hope. I have hope that on this side of the House, there is vision. There is vision for a future Canada where Canadians can prosper and pursue their dreams. Yes, on this side of the House, under the leadership of the member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, we have a vision where, yes, taxes can be axed, budgets can be fixed, and yes, houses can be built, and yes, crime can be stopped, because it's a common sense conservative vision that's from the ground up, not from the top down. It's coming from the people across this country who are desiring a positive change and a return to the Canada that they love and cherish. That opportunity is before us, and it's rising from our people. Madam Speaker, I couldn't help in reflecting further about an old story. It took me back, because I find when you're talking about these matters and you're talking with Canadians, you hear almost, as it were, a homesickness in their voices. They're longing for a place called home. It's like the Canada they love. They're saying, oh, I feel homesick for that. And if you ever experienced homesickness, and I have as a young person, I remember feeling it, it's not a good feeling. It's a real lonely and a rough feeling to experience. And I think it was captured so well by the great actor who's now passed. You'll recognize his name, the great Robin Williams. And I don't know if any of you have, but perhaps some of you have watched the old film that's been out several years now called Patch Adams. It's a great story, a story of Dr. Patch Adams, amazing, and Robin Williams does a great job in it. But he opens the time and the movie with this monologue, and I think it captures what we're experiencing. It says, all of life is a coming home. Salesmen, secretaries, coal miners, beekeepers, waitresses, and mill workers, all of us. All the restless hearts of the world, all trying to find a way home. It's hard to describe what I felt then. Picture yourself walking for days in the driving snow. You don't even know you're walking in circles. The heaviness of your legs in the drifts. Your shouts disappearing into the wind. How small you can feel, and how far away from home you can be. Home. The dictionary defines it as both a place of origin and a goal or a destination. Or as the poet Dante put it, in the middle of the journey of my life, I found myself in a dark wood, for I lost the right path. Eventually, I would find the right path. Well, Madam Speaker, I conclude with this. Canadians are discovering the right path. They've been wandering, as it were, a long ways from home, wondering if they could ever get back there. But they're discovering the right path before them, and that will lead them to a home, to a Canada where opportunity abounds, freedom thrives, and where we can all belong and where we can all become all that we once dreamed of. That home is not that far away, and we can get there if we make the right choices in the coming election. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for this time. It's a joy to be before this House.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member opposite's speech, and I'd just like to ask him a question. Is it the anti-terrorism scandal, the Phoenix scandal, the G8 spending scandal, the F-35 scandal, the Senate scandal, or the Elections Act scandal that saw one of the Conservative members actually leaving, going to jail and leaving in leg irons? Are those the days that he, and I wrote this down, quote, leadership with high ideals that he wants Canada to return to?
The Honourable Member for Topic-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I'm glad to reference this and talk to this because I'll tell you what, Canada was respected around the world without question at that time. We were respected, and when our Prime Minister spoke, he was heard at that time. And I will say this, Madam Speaker, I've come to understand very much so that many Canadians, when that question is put to them, they reflect back and say, wow, yeah, we were much better off 9 short years ago when we were there. And I will tell you,
Stop the honourable member. There are members and those who've already asked a question. If they have other questions, they should wait until the appropriate time. I would just ask members to please not interrupt members when they have the floor. The honourable member for Tobic Mactaquac has 30 seconds to continue his response.
I'll tell you what's refreshing about when you reflect upon a time when Canada was respected around the world, and we were achieving possibilities, and we were not denigrating our workers, and we were not attacking the very sectors that provide much of the prosperity that this country has come to lean upon, and many of our provinces in regions of the country that do not have as much wealth to generate. We are thankful for the fact that we had a Prime Minister a little over 9 years ago that fostered an atmosphere where people could grow, develop, thrive, and prosper, and who was proud of our energy sector, proud of our resource sector, proud of what Canadians could build and do, and stood up for Canada and stood up for Canada's workers rather than talk down Canada's regions or talk down Canada's livelihoods or talk down Canadian workers. They had a Prime Minister that stood on their side, and I think, Madam Speaker, they want one again who will do the same thing.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you. I found my colleague's speech entertaining. I enjoyed hearing the quotes. I also enjoyed hearing about his vision for Canada. We in the Bloc also have a beautiful vision for the future of Canada. A Canada that can live according to its values and its vision of multiculturalism. A Canada with 9 provinces and 3 territories, with an independent Quebec as its neighbor, which is also living according to its own values, for example, environmentalism and secularism, but also transparency in the affairs of state. And there's always been problems of transparency in Ottawa, not just under the Liberals, also under the Conservatives. So I find it startling to hear the Conservatives attacking the Liberals on the basis of transparency and honesty, when we know that for decades there have been issues like this under different governments, and Quebecers have always felt very out of place with all this. We agree that the documents asked for by the House of Commons should be produced. And the amendment is asking for all this to be sent to committee. We agree, but I'd like to hear from my colleague. For lack of a better word, this epidemic of lack of transparency that we see in the federal government. And I'd like to ask whether he'd see a solution to this type of problem, which seems recurrent no matter which government is in power.
The honourable member for Tobic Mactaquac.
Merci à mon collègue, Madame Présidente, pour son...
I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Now, we need to work together. We need a more transparent government. We need a government that talks to Canadians, that speaks to Canadians, but more importantly, that listens to Canadians. Canadians have spoken up loud and clear. They want and need a truly responsive government.
Mon français n'était pas...
I'm sorry, I know my French isn't the best, but I was trying.
I'm working towards, and what I'd like to further express is the fact, Madam Speaker, that what we need is a government that will turn the lights on. Because as they always say, light is the greatest disinfectant of all. What are they afraid of? What are they hiding? They need to be transparent.
Questions, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member is clearly passionate about what he was talking about and certainly spent a great deal of time on his speech. I do want to honor it was a well-written speech, but you know, Madam Speaker, sitting in this House, listening to Liberals and Conservatives fight about who is more scandalous is a colossal waste of time, including the Conservatives filibustering the House, blocking their own motion, talking about how hard things are when the Conservatives are planning to cut pharmacare, cut dental care. We're so callous to vote against a school food program. So my question to the member is, if he's so worried, through you, Madam Speaker, about people struggling across Canada, why is his party filibustering their own motion to get the documents put on the table and get back to business to make sure that people across Canada are getting what they need?
Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
I thank the honourable member for kind remarks, and thank you to the New Democrats as well as the Bloc for voting along with us to bring transparency to this very matter. The one holding up the proceedings of the House is none other than the Prime Minister himself, and his refusal to listen to the edict of Parliament, the decree of Parliament, the vote of Parliament, and that of the Speaker of this House that says release the documents. So if he would cooperate and do what has been asked of him and not violate the privilege of parliamentarians, this matter would be resolved quickly. But he's not doing that, and as a result, we have an obligation as His Majesty's loyal opposition to hold the government to account and make sure they follow through on what Parliament has passed here in this House. Otherwise, parliamentarians have no authority. We should have authority, and it's being recognized by the Speaker, and so I think it's time the Prime Minister listen to the Speaker and release the documents.
That's the honourable member of Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there was one part of the member's speech that really intrigued me, and that's the return to some sense of normalcy in this country. And it's something that I'm hearing in my riding of Barrie Innisfil, where the apparatus of government has been used to divide people along regional lines, race lines, faith lines, gender lines, the health status of your neighbor as another reason to divide people in this country. People are sick and tired of the apparatus of government being used to divide this nation. It's time we unify it. The member spoke about that, and I want to give him another opportunity to really speak to that issue in response.
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Barrie Innisfil, of whom I have a lot of respect for, and a great question. And look, there's nothing that unites a people like vision. And as I referred to in my remarks, right here on our Peace Tower, our landmark Peace Tower here in Centre Block, there is that inscription that says, without a vision, the people perish. Nothing will unite a country faster than a vision for what Canada can be. And nothing frustrates people anymore than living beneath their potential. And right now, this government is holding back the vast potential of this country. We can move beyond our perils and start to attain our potential with a change in leadership, and that's on its way.
For a brief question, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague across the way, thank you for your comments, and I certainly believe in a unified country. My question is around Bill C-49 that certainly was quite unified within my province, and I believe for Nova Scotia as well, and the need to move with speed towards a green economy, the need for wind and protection between provinces and the federal government in how we move forward for this exciting, important industry for our children's future and for the betterment of all Canadians. So could the member please tell me why his party voted against this bill every step of the way? Thank you.
The honourable member Tobic-Mactaquac, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable colleague across the way. Look, on this side of the House, we believe in all the above when it comes to utilizing Canada's resources, and we want a comprehensive approach. And rather than throwing up roadblocks to our development of resources, we believe in making sure we get out of the way. That's why we've committed to making sure that Bill C-69 gets repealed and that we can see the development of energy resources and the renewed focus on getting Canadian energy to world markets established. What's happened is they didn't do proper consultation, they did not talk with all the key stakeholders, and there were several industries that were put at complete disadvantage and felt isolated from the process. And we wanted to make sure their voices were heard. That's why we stood against that bill.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very honoured and happy to rise today to share some opinions and feedback and thoughts on this very important debate today. I'll start off by quoting Tupac. He said, and I quote, "Every day I read the paper, There's another lie. End quote. That's what it feels like after 9 years of this corrupt, incompetent, Liberal NDP government. It's because every day, whether you're opening the news on your phone or you're opening up a newspaper, there's another scandal. There's always something that this Liberal NDP government does every single day to embarrass Canadians and to embarrass us on the world stage. And what you can only expect from this Prime Minister is more corruption, more scandals, and more crime. I mean, this guy has been caught breaking the law more than once. In fact, he's broken the law more than every single Prime Minister before him. And it didn't stop there. As our leader had said, the rot is from the top down. He was such a great role model in breaking the law and having more scandals than any Prime Minister before him, that his ministers did the exact same thing. They were also caught breaking the law. That's the kind of example this corrupt Prime Minister has set for this Liberal NDP government, who continues to hide from accountability and tries to take advantage of every single possible position that Canadians get put into because of his incompetence. Whether that was through the pandemic, trying to reward his friends at the Wii, or this recent slush fund scandal, where under the guise of a new green economy, it was just an excuse for him in order to create this slush fund for him and his corrupt Liberal insiders. Along with this scandal, there is a massive conflict of interest and massive corrupt misuse of taxpayers' money. At a time when there are 2 million Canadians lining up at a food bank in a single month, 1 million more projected to this year, a third of which are children, and for the first time in my entire life in Canada, 1 in 4 Canadians are now skipping meals. Not something I thought Canada would be associated with, where food bank lineups are getting longer and Canadians are starting to skip meals. That's the sad reality. And as Canadians continue to line up at food banks, this corrupt Liberal NDP government continues to line the pockets of its insiders. As they get richer, Canadians are getting poorer. There's no hope under this government. That once promised Canadian dream for millions of Canadians, whether they lived here their entire life or moved here for a better future, it's gone. It's become a nightmare. You can't afford a home. You can't afford groceries. You can't fill up a tank of gas like you used to without getting hit with high taxes. And it's only so that this Liberal NDP government can continue to shovel millions and billions of dollars to their rich Liberal insiders. So what are they doing right now? They're doing any and everything they can to avoid accountability. They are literally blocking and hiding documents. These documents are so damning that they're doing everything in their power to not have them released, including seizing Parliament and freezing it the way it is right now. One thing is clear, that this Liberal NDP government never acts in the best interest of Canadians. The Liberals only care about their Liberals. And with the government not wanting to turn over these documents, it's a clear sign that there is corruption on many levels that they're trying to hide. There's wrongdoing that they don't want to have come to light. There is something that is so damning to them that they cannot afford to have this come to light so Canadians can clearly see how corrupt this Liberal NDP government really is. They cover up and block this investigation so they can continue to fill the pockets of their Liberal insiders. $400 million of taxpayer money. $400 million. Not a small amount by far for everyday Canadians, not for the Liberal NDP government. That money was sent to board members that sat on these companies, that this Prime Minister created a slush fund for to reward them. This Liberal NDP government talks a big game about going green, you know, the economy of the future. But it's so clear to see all of these are just cover-up words for corruption so that they can try to get away with it. But Canadians are smarter than that. With the record that this Liberal NDP government has, they question any and everything because they know that this government doesn't have their best interest in mind. All they do is take advantage when someone is down. As I said before, when the pandemic was there, this government did any and everything they could in order to reward their friends. And now at a time when Canadians are lining up at food banks, they don't care. They created a slush fund for their Liberal insider buddies. $400 million. Whether this money was stolen or wasted, Canadians can't afford to feed for themselves. They can't house themselves right now. Yet they see a corrupt government that continues to only feed more corruption to their insiders. That is the track record of this government. Only Canadians are paying for this corruption and greed. They're the only ones that are being impacted by this. It doesn't hurt the trust fund Prime Minister or his other cronies. It doesn't affect carbon tax Carney or any of these other corrupt insiders that get rewarded for doing absolutely nothing, just being friends with this Prime Minister. It's everyday Canadians that have to get hit with higher costs on gas, groceries, home heating. And for what? Everything that this government has done, they've always tried to put a blanket over Canadians' eyes with some type of buzzword. They sold a carbon tax scam as that. When they first tried to sell that to Canadians, they tried to put a blanket over Canadians' eyes. They said that we'll introduce this carbon tax scam that will increase every year. And Canadians, you know what? This carbon tax scam will fix the environment. All the forest fires will go away. All the floods will go away. We'll somehow make sure that it's sunny days for everybody. That was one really big lie that they sold with the carbon tax scam under the guise of environment or climate change. That was the buzzword for them. And then the second side of it, because they don't respect the intellect of Canadians, is they said somehow that you pay into a tax and the government will give you more than you pay into the tax. That was another blatant lie by this government under the buzzword of climate change, which all ties back into this green slush fund. Both were proven wrong. Both those lies were proven wrong by their own parliamentary budgeting officer. Because forest fires, floods have not been fixed because somehow this government has started raising Canadians' taxes. In fact, their own environmental department admitted that the carbon tax scam is not measured on how much emissions go up or down. It's because it's all a fairy tale. And the second side to it that the parliamentary budgeting officer confirmed today once again, that a majority of households are worse off in paying this scam than what they get back in these so-called rebates. But Canadians know that. Canadians don't need anyone to tell them that. Because every time they go and they fill up a tank of gas, whether they're going to work or dropping off their kids at sports or tutoring, or whether they go to the grocery store and they see that the prices have gone up, or it's getting cold now when they turn up the heat in their house and they get their bill. They all know it's a scam all along. I'll never forget when I was first running, going to a door of a single mom in one of my communities. And when I introduced myself, she told me to hang on, close the door, took about a minute and came back. Came back with tears in her eyes, and she was holding a bill. It was her natural gas bill. And I'll never forget, she had a sign on her lawn because she had to sell her house. She had just been laid off from her oil and gas job, which already, she was already saying it's because of the policies of this government. We already heard about Bill C-69 and the damaging impacts it had on Canadians and our industry and our economy. But she was one of those people that was affected by it. She has 2 kids. And so first she said, I have to sell my house. I cannot afford to pay my mortgage anymore. I need to feed my kids. Then, with tears in her eyes, she showed me her bill, her natural gas bill. She pointed to that line where the carbon tax was there. And she said, I've been heating my house, my parents have been heating their house the same way my whole life. Why am I getting punished with this carbon tax now? What did I do wrong? I haven't changed anything. I actually lost my job. But why am I getting punished because it's cold outside? What did I do wrong? And that is the pain that this Liberal NDP government refuses to understand, because they refuse to acknowledge the pain that it causes to these families, all under the guise of climate change. They'll use these buzzwords and think they can get away with all the corruption that they have. It's that same single mom now that's going to have higher taxes because this Liberal NDP government, under the guise of climate change, wants to reward their friends, so they'll collect more from Canadians. Those same ones that are lining up at the food banks. And they don't care that they get hit with all these scandals. It is their track record. That's who they are. They don't care about Canadians. You know, Biggie Smalls once said, "Mo money, mo problems." And with this government, it seems like it's mo scandals, mo taxes. Because it's Canadians that get hit with more taxes because of their scandals. They're less concerned about the accountability, about governing this country, and would rather keep protecting themselves from accountability by covering up as much as they can. Committee after committee, when it's the common sense Conservatives that bring these scandals to light, the Liberals are okay. They laugh it off because they know they have a partner in their corruption in the NDP. How many times have common sense Conservatives brought forward motions and studies so that Canadians can get accountability to their money? But every single time, the Liberals just laugh it off. Their accomplice, their partners in covering up these scandals in the NDP, they know they don't have to worry. And at the end of the day, it's Canadians that have to pay for all of that. But they're okay with that. They're totally okay with that, because they can all just hide under this cloud of climate change somehow. We saw over the pandemic the We Charity scandal. $900 million to Liberal insiders that paid off the Prime Minister's family. There wasn't any accountability until common sense Conservatives brought that forward. This Prime Minister would rather prorogue Parliament, as we saw then, than face accountability. That's who he is. That's exactly who this Prime Minister is. someone who probably hasn't filled up gas in his own tank in his life or probably gone grocery shopping himself before. And that is exactly why he does not care. The Arrive scam scandal, $60 million to Liberal crony insiders for an app that didn't work and that nobody wanted. But once again, this corrupt Liberal NDP government, under the guise of the pandemic, tried to reward their insiders. There was people who literally did no work that got paid off. And once again, as Liberal insiders line up their pockets and Canadians line up at food banks, it's the NDP who helped get this corrupt Liberal government through all these scandals one by one. SNC-Lavalin not only unraveled a lot of the corruption and the scandals of this government, but also proved how much of a fake feminist this Prime Minister truly is. Because when his brave Indigenous Justice Minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, stood up to his corruption, what did he do? He didn't admit it. He didn't take any accountability or responsibility. He fired her. He threw her under the bus, as a fake feminist does. So not only just being corrupt and scandal-ridden, he also proved how much of a fake feminist he is through that scandal. And this is a pattern of this Prime Minister, of being a fake feminist, throwing women who stand up to his corruption under the bus. He's full of scandals and corruption. And this $400 million scandal now is on Canadians once again. He gets to be corrupt. He gets to do whatever he wants to reward his Liberal insiders because it's all on Canadian dime. He has the Canadian credit card in his hand, and he's spending like there is no end. There is no limit to that credit card. All we've seen from this Liberal NDP government is more scandals, more corruption, and more cover-ups. The economy is in the toilet right now. The carbon tax scam, we know, puts a big hole in our GDP, but because of the failed policies, GDP per person in this country keeps on declining. It's at a lower level today than it is at 2014. And can you believe, Mr. Speaker, can you believe that Canada's output per person is lower?
Richmond Hill.
I've never raised on this, but I understand there's a point of privilege on misleading statements. And I've been sitting here listening to the member opposite for the last however long it's been, 8 minutes, and heard so many misleading statements that I think are detrimental not only to our Prime Minister, but to myself. I am part of the Environment Committee that put in place these policies. And so I'm just asking the Speaker, when can a point of privilege for misleading statements be used when you sit and hear them over and over and over and over again?
I would probably suggest the honourable member can go to her House Leader and have the discussion. Of course, points of privilege would need an hour's notice to be able to come to the floor of the floor. So if the honourable member finds there's a point of order, a point of privilege, and her privileges have been moved upon, or that she of course can bring that to her House Leader, and notice can be given to the Speaker. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Yes, I was actually doing research on it and found that some can be made directly without an hour's notice. And one of them was on misleading statements. So I'm just wondering what is the circumstances under what can be done, and how many misleading statements have to be made before one can actually raise on that point.
Oh, and like I said, when it comes to information like this, this is a point of debate. We accept individuals to be honourable members when they bring this information forward. So again, if you want to bring it forward and talk to the table for a few moments, and maybe we can come up with something. But for the time being, I believe this is debate. The debate we've been having for the last 7 days, there's all been very similar. We haven't called anything else out. No one else has called anything out. So I would ask the honourable member to maybe bring it to the table, and we can have that discussion. The honourable member, Calgary Forest Lawn.
A Liberal finally admitted and took some accountability. She just said that it's their policies. They helped form those policies. It's those same policies that sent 2 million Canadians into a food bank, that allowed all this corruption, something that we're talking about.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. Point of privilege. This member opposite is now saying to me that I forced 2 million Canadians to go to food banks as part of this government bringing forward these policies. That's completely misleading, and I take it as a point of privilege.
Well, I think we are getting to points of order is really what we're doing. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay, then I'll go over to,
Thank you. Well, it's hardly an impressive speech from my honourable colleague from the Conservatives, but I'm sorry that the member for the Liberals is getting in such a flap. That is not a point of privilege. It's a point of debate. So just let's stay focused on the issue at hand.
The honourable Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this is a point of order, not a point of privilege. And if the member really wants, I would suggest that she read Bosch and Gagnon, and it stipulates these quite clearly. Thank you.
Again, I think we are descending into a lot of debate here. And the floor, of course, is with the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn for the minute and 38 seconds that remain.
I want to thank that Liberal member for putting another example of another unhinged Liberal. But that's how they all become once their corruption and scandals come to light.
I guess we're into point of orders today. So the honourable member Timmins James Bay.
Well, he can't make an accusation that someone's unhinged because she raises a point. That's just cheap. So if you can't do a debate without being cheap, I think, Speaker, you have to call that out.
I believe we're falling into debate even deeper, so we can't be debating the debate. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn to finish up with the minute and 26 seconds that are remaining.
Not only do we have unhinged Liberals in here, but another example of what I've been talking about in my speech, that it's always the NDP that cover up all the corruption and scandals. It's on full display in the House again. This is exactly why Canadians have lost trust in this Liberal NDP government. They've lost faith in them. That's why they want a carbon tax election now. They're fed up of the scandals. They're fed up of the cover-up, like the slush fund of $400 million that rewarded Liberal insiders. It's time to call a carbon tax election. Canadians want the Canada back that is not anymore under this Liberal NDP government. All we hear across this country is Canada is not the same Canada anymore. But that's why we're calling for, and Canadians are calling for, a carbon tax election. So our common sense Conservative leader can axe a tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, including the corruption and scandals, and bring back that Canada we all once knew and still loved. Now it's up to them to call it. Let's do it now.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to give some compliments to my colleague. It was probably the least self-aware speech I've ever heard in the House of Commons. He talked a lot about lies that the Liberals have done, and I agree that the Liberals are not honest and have not shown that they have a lot of moral fortitude. But I want to quote from a Twitter account that many of us follow. It's called "Pierre is Lying to You." And he found that in just 3 days...
I'm just going to take it that maybe we're talking about someone else, but if we're talking about specific people in the chamber, that we not use their name. Even if it's quoted in a Twitter, we can't use that as well. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Just to be clear, it wasn't quoting anyone in particular. It's the name of an account. This particular account says that the leader of the official opposition lied 215 times in the House of Commons over 3 days. I didn't say that, Mr. Speaker.
And I know we're quoting information on here. The honourable member for Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. You can't do indirectly what you can't do directly, and so quoting someone saying that someone is lying is not parliamentary. Thank you.
And that is correct. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
On the same point of order, then you should have stood in this place when the member opposite giving his speech said several times lying. So, Mr. Speaker, if that is the new standard, then I would ask that...
I'm sorry that I just tipped the chair and I wasn't in the chair when the majority of the honourable member's speech was going. The honourable member was here when I did take over the chair. I apologize for missing that. I will try not to miss that next time. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, I know the honourable member still hasn't got her question out, so the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you. Well, I guess one of my questions, he spoke about lying, he spoke about embarrassment, all of these things. And of course, for me, I think, well, pox on both their houses, to be perfectly honest, because this is a debate in this place on which is worse, and that's not very helpful for Canadians that are struggling right now. But one of the things that his leader said just recently in the media is that he thought that it would be a gift to humanity if a nuclear facility was bombed. And this would obviously escalate war and cause unbelievable pain and suffering to innocent people. I wonder if the member agrees with that statement and finds that to be an embarrassment on the world stage.
Honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The only embarrassment is this NDP, who, rather than condemning people who are sympathizers of a terrorist regime that will burn a Canadian flag and say death to Canada, that member brought up a word. She said no moral fortitude. No moral fortitude is what I would describe the NDP leader as. Someone who faked and put on this dramatic scene that they ripped up their supply and confidence agreement, only to flip-flop 2 weeks later and tape it right back up, just so that they could win a seat in Manitoba and use those people in Manitoba. That is no moral fortitude, and continue to prop up the most corrupt government in Canadian history. Maybe what they need is some moral fortitude and some clarity to Canadians that we will not stand up to anti-Semitism anymore in this country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if on the topic of moral fortitude, then let's ask this question. The leader of the opposition was caught red-handed putting in hashtags to court individuals who hate women. The member opposite spoke about fake feminism. So why won't he stand in this place today and actually condone using hashtags that court individuals who hate women and call for violence against them? He can do that right now, will he?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I won't take any lessons from a member who refused to call out racist blackface that was done by her Prime Minister, someone who refused to speak up when members of her caucus, strong women in her caucus, were fired to stand up to the Prime Minister's corruption, and she stayed quiet about it. We will continue to condemn racist blackface, fake feminists like this Prime Minister in this House and outside the House. I hope she'll join in and finally get some moral fortitude and do the same.
Questions, questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I see here in the chamber today is absolutely not fortifying. I feel like on both sides of the House, they're just trying to take advantage of this obstruction situation. And what I hear from my colleague, he talked about lies, and I confirm that, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to remind him that there was an enormous lie that was said when they said the carbon tax didn't apply to Quebec. On the other side, there's a party that doesn't want to collaborate with this House. On the Hill, our farmers are here today because they need legislation to move forward the next few weeks. They need to protect supply management with Bill C-282. Also, OAS for our seniors. We need 10% more for some seniors. We should be doing this work in the House instead of blocking work on both sides of the House. It's really not good for democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary Forest.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest.
The member brought up about taking advantage. The only people taking advantage of anyone is this Liberal NDP government taking advantage of Canadians. When they slammed them with a carbon tax scam, they took advantage of them. And now, under the guise of climate change, are trying to take advantage of Canadians once again and their hard-earned money by rewarding $400 million in a slush fund to Liberal-connected insiders. Canadians are tired of being taken advantage of. And she talks about farmers. Common sense Conservatives are always on the side of farmers. That's why we brought Bill C-234 forward, to lower the cost of food and once again reward hard work of our patriotic farmers. But what did this corrupt Liberal NDP government do under their woke, radical environment policies? They made it impossible for anyone to be able to support that bill when the radical environment minister...
Order. I just heard someone refer to an honourable member as a moron. So I would suggest the honourable member for Timmins James Bay might want to retract that.
I don't remember if I said the word moron when I referred to him. But if I did call him a moron, I would recognize that calling someone a moron is unparliamentary. And so I wouldn't want to take down anything I know about people I know who are actually moronic and who actually have good hearts. So I do retract.
I would suggest maybe the honourable member wanted to unequivocally retract that and without the commentary. I, as Speaker, would really like to appreciate that. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Absolutely, Speaker. I have such enormous respect for you. I absolutely retract.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn was finishing up his thought before I can go to one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll leave it there at that. I think I think it's on clear display how irrelevant some members are in this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this debate is actually a very clear signal of how things have gone in this House. Because of scandal and waste from this Liberal government propped up by the NDP, we are seized with this privileged motion, Mr. Speaker. And the fact that there isn't any solid questions coming from the left rump over there of the NDP, the eco-activists, the fact that they're okay with the Liberals continuing to use taxpayers' money to enrich their friends. They're taking from the have-nots and giving to the have-yachts, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Regina Coppell said it very well. Liberals are going to the Liberal. 186 conflicts of interest. Why can't we get these documents so that we can find out how much money this Liberal government has given to their friends?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank my friend from Regina Louvain, who I'll admit is a great hockey player as well, and so is his son. But that is the heart of the discussion that we're having in this House. It's about corruption, something that obviously with the questions you're hearing from this Liberal NDP Cossey coalition are not taking seriously because they think they can cover that up again. 186 examples of conflicts of interest with $400 million slush fund given to connected Liberal insiders. That is what Canadians want. All everyone is asking for is to release the documents to the RCMP so we can shed some light on another scandal by this government that only costs Canadian taxpayers at the end of the day. It's time to otherwise call a carbon tax election now so common sense Conservatives can kick this costly coalition to the curb for good.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say off the bat that I intend to share my time with the honourable member for Drummond. And I hope he will make a good speech. I'll be listening to it carefully, and generally his speeches are good. Mr. Speaker, on June 10th, the House was clear. It gave the government the order to remit a series of documents to the House law clerk to be handed over to police. And how come they asked for this? That's the big question, because the Liberals are ripping up their shirts saying it doesn't make sense, we can't do our jobs, it doesn't make sense, they're just being corrupt. Well, the answer is probably somewhere in between the two sides, because we still don't have the information. So we can't say if they're corrupt or not. We still can't say they should be giving the documents to the police, because what we are saying is that this file seems to smell bad, and it is legitimate to ask for access to the documents, because we need to know what really happened. So to say a bit more, everything started at the end of 2022. There was a whistleblower that warned the Office of the Auditor General and the Privy Council that they were not comfortable with the way SDTC was being managed. And then in 2023, things unfolded further. There was an audit conducted by Raymond and Chabot and also leaks to the media. And we felt that the government didn't move forward too quickly, and the whistleblowers were disappointed, and there were leaks in the media, and then pressure increased. They called for the dismissal of the president and the director general, and then on June 4th, 2024, there was a bombshell revelation when the AG released her report, because she had also been alerted and had examined 58 projects out of a total of 420 that were funded. So there was a substantial number of projects that were examined. So out of the 58 that she did examine between April 1st, 2017 and December 31st, 2023, she discovered major governance issues. The management of conflicts of interest was really lacking, and administrators were voting on the attribution of funds to companies that they had personal interest in. And this type of things doesn't really happen if you have good judgment, but people around that board table seem to lack judgment. So then there were 90 cases worth about $76 million. So then she revealed that there were inadmissible projects that were funded, 10 of which were worth $59 million. So 58 projects were studied out of 420. Imagine if she had studied them all, what she would have revealed. So that is why the House, as a reaction, asked on June 10th for the production of these documents. And now, it's been quite some time now. It's now April. Many months have gone by. 5 months have gone by, in fact, since the documents were requested, and the government did not respect the House's order. That's quite something. So, on the other side of the House, they're saying that this question of privilege is not justified. No, I don't agree. It is fully justified because it may seem to suit the Liberals, but it's not up to them to decide what the House voted on. They are a minority government. They're not above the Parliament. They are accountable to the Parliament. There's a difference between the two. So the only limit to this House's ability to require information is the good judgment of this House. It's not up to the government to decide. It's not a choice to respect these orders. It's an obligation, Mr. Speaker. If they don't like the way the House breaks down, well, they should just go call an election. Well, that's the principle of a responsible government. And that's, people died for this. The British Crown burned villages, put people in prison, deported, and even hung people. And 10 years later, we were able to have a responsible government. So I hope 2 centuries later, after the Patriots, the government will have the courage, the courage to respect this principle. And talking about SDTC, I have my own story with this company. In 2019, I was a spokesperson for economic development industry, and Navdeep Bains was the minister at the time of industry.
So then I went to look into the money under that department, and I quickly learned about the existence of SDTC. So I decided to see what the mission of the fund was, and I discovered that its mission was to support Canadian businesses with the potential to become world leaders in clean technology. So I looked into it to see who benefited from this money, and I saw names like Shell Canada, TransCanada Pipeline, Suncor Energy, Colonial Pipeline Company, Enbridge, Pipeline Research Council International. These kinds of names, they're all in English too, but on top of that, it seems to me that when you're talking about world leaders in clean technology, these are not the first names that would pop into your head. And in 2016, the fund offered a $5 million grant to a Calgary business in order to test and market a technology that would enable companies to exploit tar sand deposits that are more difficult to reach. So really, are we taking sustainable development technology and we're going to invest that in oil and enable more tar sands to be extracted in order to extract even more fossil fuels? That's what the money was used for. The money was being mismanaged and used to support oil companies. I was scandalized by this. But only the Bloc Québécois has been criticizing this decision. Not the NDP, not the Liberals, especially not the Conservatives. Even though this was a headline in the Journal de Montréal, no one is seeming to pay attention to this. Sure, the Conservatives, the main reason they get out of bed is to see what is happening with the oil companies. But what about the other companies? What about the other parties? Now, then I analyzed what was being done under the Conservatives versus under the Liberals. Well, before 2015, $50 million from the fund under the Conservatives went to oil and gas companies. But from 2015 to 2019, under the Liberals, it was the exact same thing. $50 million were used by the Liberals to profit the oil and gas companies. And 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. These oil companies receive a huge amount of taxpayer money, and yet that wasn't enough. They also stole money from the Green Slush Fund. It's pretty clear that when you look under the surface of the Liberals' greenwashing, you quickly see that it's all about the oil sands. But the Liberals promised that they would change. They've changed the way they talk about it. They used to promise to cut subsidies to oil companies, but now they're talking about cutting inefficient subsidies. I don't know what an efficient subsidy to an oil company would be, but anyway, we in the Bloc Québécois put 2 and 2 together. Things aren't going well for the Liberals. We know that they would be trounced if there were elections now. So we wanted to give them a chance. We told them that we'd give them a chance to meet their promises and that we wouldn't have an election right away and we'll let them enjoy their holidays. But in exchange, we're going to propose something that will help them to respect their own word. Our proposal was simple. That seniors have been hit hard by the pandemic and inflation. That there are 2 classes of seniors and 65 to 74-year-olds are not getting anything. So our proposition is simple: to fund pensions by cutting the subsidies to oil companies. But they said no last week. They don't seem to want to take money away from oil companies for seniors, but they are capable of stealing money from the Green Fund for oil companies. It's remarkable. No money for seniors, but for these oil and gas companies that make huge profits, it's open bar. So when they don't want to help people and they don't want to help the environment, we will not stand with them, and we will continue to fight to make the documents public.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question it will follow immediately after a very simple statement that actually came from the RCMP, Mr. Speaker, in regards to this. And I quote from the letter, which is signed by the Commissioner of the RCMP. There is significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal legislative processes and charter protections. This is the institution of the RCMP that is calling into question what it is that parliamentarians are wanting to provide directly to the RCMP. So if you have the RCMP concerned about the process, even though I know we have unfettered powers. If the members or the Conservatives want to put someone in jail, they can put someone in jail, apparently. At the end of the day, is there not a responsibility on all of us to at least listen to what the RCMP are saying?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Percheurs. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit surprised by this question. You'd think with all the time he spends in this House, he'd have had time to ask this question to a whole bunch of our colleagues. And I also preventively answered his question at the very beginning of my speech. I don't know if he was listening, but Mr. Speaker, it's not about what the police or judges want. The issue for the government should be what this House of Commons is asking for, what Parliament is requesting. We don't know if there has been fraud, corruption, or crime. What we do know is that the AG's report is very concerning. We know that this looks bad. So we're asking to see the documents. We're asking for transparency, Mr. Speaker. It's that simple.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Barrie-Innisfil.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for participating in this debate because it's a very important debate. After 9 years of this government, we've seen scandal after scandal after scandal. And the latest scandal with $400 million for Liberal appointees. It can be hard to fathom. But after all of these scandals, I feel that we need an election. What does my colleague think? Does he agree that Canada needs an immediate election? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, when I'm on the ground in my riding, which I do a great deal of, not that many people are asking for an election right away. Very few people feel like we need an election right away. Most people are tired of the Trudeau government. Many people don't want to see Poilievre. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker. Oh, yes, there were 2 mistakes in there. The Honourable Member, most people don't want to see the Trudeau government. Oh, I'm so sorry, I did it again. The Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. And they also don't want to see the Conservatives in power. There's only one alternative for people in Quebec, the Bloc Québécois. We will continue doing our work. And we know that now the Bloc Québécois may have the balance of power. So I think if we get some collaboration and cooperation here from the other side of the House, we could keep going for a while. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. At the beginning of his speech, he spoke about the fact that we're in a minority government, and I'm glad that he pointed that out. Because sometimes I feel that the government and the official opposition have forgotten that that's the mandate that we received from people during the last election. They don't want to see either the government or the opposition blocking our parliamentary business as if they were the bosses of everything. Canadians want to see parties cooperating and agreeing on things. That's the mandate we got from Canadians. The goal here is not to either trigger elections or block the work of Parliament. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate what my colleague said, and building on that, ever since the Liberals took power in 2015, well, at that time, they were majority government, and they acted like it. Although I think a majority government should still cooperate, but that's not what we saw with this arrogant government. And then in 2019, they became a minority government, but they found that unsatisfactory. So once again, they started an election in 2021, but once again, people elected a minority government, and so they should really get the message. They need to share power with the other parties in this House. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to part of my colleague's speech, and he put a lot of pressure on me because his speech was so eloquent. I will try to live up to my colleague, but I'm very pleased to rise today on this topic. First of all, I want to talk about the issue of transparency and accountability and the moral duty we have when we decide to run to serve our constituents in the House of Commons. Maybe I'm naive, but when I decided to run, I did so based on principles and values, including respecting our institutions. and I'm sure that my 32 colleagues in the Bloc Québécois, our 33-member caucus, all share these values and intentions, that we want to do our work while respecting our institutions. Even though I may believe in Quebec independence, I will still tell you that we are here to respect the rules of the Parliament of Canada. And one of those rules is that it's up to this House to make certain decisions. For example, it's allowed to call for the production of documents. It's allowed to decide whether or not the situation requires such a thing. This is not just a decision that after the House has made it, the government can just decide at its whim whether it wants to accept it or not. No, it's an obligation. Meanwhile, the Liberals are saying that the RCMP claims that this would be a matter of political interference and that it has its own ways of getting the documents. Yes, the RCMP has its own ways of getting documents, but it's not up to the RCMP to make this decision. It's up to the government to listen to what this House has asked. So regardless of that argument, whatever the Liberals are saying about the RCMP's comments, it doesn't matter. This is still a matter of a speaker ruling and about the will of the House of Commons. I don't know why we're continuing to go round and round with this filibustering. I don't understand why this stubbornness. I don't know why this government has decided that it's up to the government itself to pick and choose among elements of the Speaker's ruling. Maybe the Liberals have something major to hide. Maybe they're trying to... I don't want to speculate. I don't want to speculate. The Conservatives can take care of that. They like to delve into those possibilities, although I would say that they have nothing to boast of in regard to how many scandals they've had. But meanwhile, the Liberals are actually risking the very survival of their fragile government, because they could have a friend in the Bloc Québécois until the holidays. This is not going to be a scoop. Everyone knows that there are 2 Bloc Québécois bills that the Bloc Québécois is asking for support for. That is what the Bloc Québécois is asking for. That is our conditions to support the government. If these 2 bills are brought in and applied by the 29th, that could guarantee the Bloc support for the government until the holidays, because these are bills that will be good for seniors in Quebec and outside Quebec, seniors between 65 and 74. My colleague for Shefford's bill. This is a bill that has the support of all seniors groups. And a pan-Canadian survey shows that a crushing majority of the population support this bill, C-319. I have no idea why the Liberals seem so determined not to do anything about this important matter. And there's another equally important bill, and this is another condition that the Bloc Québécois has set in order to support the government until the holidays, and that's Bill C-282. C-282 would exempt supply management from any future trade negotiations. Currently, it's being held up in the Senate by 2 senators, Senators Beam and Harder. Their arrogance is difficult to wrap your head around. One of these 2 senators even insulted my colleague for Berthier-Masquinanger when he appeared at the Senate committee 2 weeks ago. He insulted him by saying, "You seem very unusual." And he said that in a tone that seemed frankly insulting, coming from a non-elected senator who has been working for years, talking to a member who has been working hard for years to support farmers and to work on legislation like this to help them. It's really a crying shame to see these 2 unelected senators trying to block this bill. It's shameful. Meanwhile, when we ask the Liberals about this, they talk to us. They answer us as if we had been born yesterday, as if we were stupid. They tell us, "Oh, well, we can't do anything to control the senators because they're independent." Yeah, right, as they say. Nobody thinks that these Liberal-appointed senators are truly independent. No one believes it. I don't understand it at all, especially given that the last time I looked at the polls, the results were 22% for the Liberals throughout Canada, and that there would be 53 Liberal seats. That means that most of our Liberal colleagues would not be there after the next election. You'd think that they would want to cooperate. But, well, what can I say? It's very hard to understand what they're thinking. Once again, here we're stuck on a motion of privilege, which means that we can't move forward and try to help seniors and farmers. I just don't get it. I'm baffled. Now, today we're talking about something that has to do with transparency and respect. Something that has to do with accountability. This is something that any elected official, especially a government, should care about. But this is something that the Liberals really seem to struggle with. They don't seem to understand that they're in a minority situation. As my colleague said earlier, they don't seem to care at all about parliamentary tradition and custom. For example, look at all the gag orders they've used to restrict parliamentary debate in this House. Ever since 2021, when they started their alliance with their friends in the NDP. There had actually been 48 incidents like this since the beginning of the NDP alliance, and that's not even fully up to date, which enabled them to skip 72 stages of bills. And I know what the Conservatives are going to say. They're going to say, oh, look at all these gag orders. It's terrible. Well, they should calm down, because between 2011 and 2015, there were 104 of these time allocation orders under the Conservatives. And again, they also did not respect democracy by using that so frequently. And just an aside here, one of the most shocking examples of this type of thing is when hybrid parliament was imposed unilaterally. This is the type of thing that normally would be done through nonpartisan, honest discussions between the various parties. That's normally how something like that would happen. When there's a major change like that. And yet, once again, perhaps because some of their colleagues like to stay comfortably at home while doing their laundry, they never did have a debate or an honest conversation about it, and it's really shameful. It's really saddening to see us debating this matter and just debating and debating and debating while this government is on its last legs. Meanwhile, we should recall that this government prorogued Parliament over the We Charity scandal. We never really learned about the scope of that scandal, but we can imagine. Look how hard it was to get answers about the Winnipeg lab. And look at ArriveCan. That's a pretty recent occurrence. $60 million was handed down to two nobodies in their basement. Meanwhile, the tax imbalance means that Quebec and the provinces are struggling year after year. They're struggling. They can't fund the healthcare systems. They can't shelter asylum seekers and new arrivals. We are in an unbearable situation. And meanwhile, these expensive scandals keep coming. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, this situation is baffling and inexcusable. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Yeah, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the sub-amendment, we need to speak to the Privacy Commissioner. We need to go to the Privacy Commissioner because it's the Privacy Commissioner and their office that provided all the documents without redaction to the committee, to the law clerk. does the member believe that the government must share all of the documents without any redaction to the committee and to the RCMP?
Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie Innisfil for his question, Mr. Speaker. My position on this is very simple. Whatever the request made by the House of Commons, it must be respected by the government. And the request that's before the House right now is that the government provide the documents, that it go to committee, there's a list of witnesses, and that should appear. It's a demand of the House of Commons. It comes from the Speaker, and so the government must accept that because it's the will of the elected members.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the previous speaker from the bloc, I posed the question in regards to the RCMP and how the RCMP have expressed a great deal of concern, but the RCMP are not alone. So is Canada's Auditor General expressing the very same concern. So yes, Parliament does have a supreme power. Doesn't necessarily mean we should use it. In a situation like this, Stephen Harper chose not to do it, and other prime ministers and other premiers. There is a need at times for redacted statements. Does the member believe we should be going against the thoughts and the that have been expressed from the Auditor General of Canada and the RCMP in Canada by providing unredacted documents?
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, right now the issue is that this all be sent to committee, and I agree with that, Mr. Speaker. The other point is that, yes, absolutely, we can hear the concerns of the Auditor General. We can hear the concerns of the RCMP, absolutely. But, that having been said, they are not above the House of Commons and Parliament. The rules come from here, the request comes from here, and it's not up to the government of the day to determine whether or not they should obey an order of Parliament.
In comments,
the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague opened a door in his speech that I think is quite interesting. He talked about hybrid parliament and that motion and the way that it was passed in a way that didn't have the consensus of this House. Now, one of the policies of Parliament is that there should be more accountability. We want the trouble with the hybrid is that there's not as much accountability. Ministers and members can hide more easily. But, my colleague also talked about We Charity. And once again, we see, that the government has found new ways to hide. So instead of being accountable, and instead of being, accountable to the House, whether that's providing documents or working in a consensus way, well, we know that the government has files they want to move forward in the next weeks. So instead of hiding behind hybrid parliament and prorogation and things like that, they need to be able to, face the music. The honourable member for Drummond. Well, listen, I can just say that I 100% agree with what my colleague from Shefford has just said, Mr. Speaker. There is a duty of accountability, there's a duty of transparency that comes with the job. And if you're not ready to do it, you know what? Don't do the job. Go do something else. It's unacceptable that the government is shirking its responsibilities and its duty to be accountable in a transparent way and honest way to Quebecers and Canadians. With everything that's happened over the last 5-6 years and more, I think that certainly they need to look into their conscience. And I think maybe all parties who aspire to power here should do that. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Chair, and through you, a great intervention by the colleague across the way there. I just wondered, I wonder what he's telling his constituents when he goes back home. And are people truly surprised to hear that this government is this corrupt and we can't get at it? And this is the reason why we are backed up right now, is because this government, this Prime Minister, will not release these documents that we've all asked for. We are trying to contribute to our democracy and trying to do this, and this Prime Minister has been very obstructionist. This is why we're doing all this. And what is he hearing from his constituents?
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, I don't want to disappoint my Conservative colleague, but listen, our support for this motion is simply a question of integrity and transparency. And honestly, when I go back to my riding in Drummond, the question that I'm asked is, why do the Conservatives continue to block what's happening in Parliament, and why is the government so incompetent? So honestly, they don't bring up technical questions and questions of parliamentary privilege. They're more concerned about seniors, about what's happening with farmers, the cost of living, and immigration. And those are all subjects that we can't talk about right now because Parliament is paralyzed with this endless privilege debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always an honor to rise in this House and speak for the people of Timmins James Bay. And we are here with yet another day where Parliament is being blocked from doing its work. The people of Canada sent us here to get things done. We have serious issues before us, but we're watching this Conservative puppet show in this black and white world that they live in, interfering and stopping the work of Parliament. Now, that's not to give any kind of free pass to what the issue is at hand. The issue is very serious. The issue is the refusal of this Prime Minister to respect the will of Parliament. And what that comes down to is a scandal, a Liberal scandal. Imagine that. If you look on the long history of this country all the way back to the rum bottle days on the Rideau, there hasn't probably been 1 or 2 years that have gone by that it hasn't been a scandal of Liberals looking after their pals. This has been the story of Canada since the beginning. So as opposition, we have an obligation to hold them to account. And the fact that the Prime Minister is refusing to turn over these documents is a serious issue. And it's a serious issue as well because it was my colleagues in the New Democratic Party who began to break open this green fund, slush fund scandal. So these are important issues that have to be addressed. But what we have is a ruling from the Speaker, and the Speaker's ruling is very clear, that this issue has to be sent to PROC so that parliamentarians can investigate and come back to the House with a decision. This is how Parliament works. This is the process. And if that process comes back with a finding of contempt for the Prime Minister, well, that's how we operate. But what the Conservatives are doing are actually blocking the call of the Speaker and blocking the work of parliamentarians to get to the bottom of this scandal. It's a very straightforward thing. But I think the bigger scandal here is the absolute failure of the Liberal government to follow through on key promises. People trusted them. People trusted them on housing. We heard housing again and again and again, and then we say, where's the housing? This is a government that made so many promises and failed. So the issue of opposition is to hold them to account and say, why have you failed? And I think the Green Fund scandal, Mr. Speaker, to me is particularly a powerful metaphor. Because I remember when the Prime Minister went to COP26 with his Haida tattoo and said, Canada's back. And he made legally binding commitments on the global stage to move Canada to becoming a leader in the fight against climate change. And what have we seen since then? This green slush fund is the perfect example of money that wasn't sent out the door to actually do what was promised. That money was sent again and again to oil and gas. In fact, that we see that 3 times as much money goes out under this government to help the oil and gas sector than on clean energy as our planet burns. And the fact that under this Prime Minister, oil production in Canada, particularly out of the tar sands, has jumped 25% over the Harper government. That's not climate leadership. That's serious negligence on the part of this Prime Minister. And not only is it 25% higher, but thanks to the $34 billion gift of the TMX pipeline, it's going up much higher. And, you know, we hear the Environment Minister talk about how emissions are going down. He's not telling the truth. All sectors of the economy have done their part, but oil and gas, their emissions continue to rise. And we're the only G7 country whose emissions are rising. This despite the legal commitments made by the Prime Minister. So that is the scandal, and it's a scandal not of taxpayers' money. It's not a scandal of insider buddies and cronies who hang out with the Prime Minister's pals. It's a scandal about our children's future because we are in the heart of the climate crisis now, and people voted for this Prime Minister to do his job on that, and he has failed. And the Green Slush Fund is the perfect example. Now, when I hear my colleagues in the Conservative Party talk about transparency and accountability and how this is the most corrupt government in history, well, I've got a little bit of history in this place. I can say, boy, I've seen a lot of corruption over the years. These guys aren't very good, but they're rank amateurs compared to the Harper days. But you know, they say, trust us on transparency, trust us on accountability. I'm listening to their demands to defend the vision of Parliament and the right to obtain documents. And it really is, Mr. Speaker, it's like you move into a new neighborhood and a crocodile comes knocking on your door. And the crocodile says, hey, I'm your new neighbor. If ever you need me, I'll babysit your children. And you know, if you don't know any history of the crocodile, you'd think, wow, that's so wonderful. I would be more than happy to trust a crocodile to come in and look after my children. But if you have any history, you know what a dumb idea that is. So let's talk a bit about this history. All the language about documents right now is bringing me back to 2009, when Stephen Harper defied Parliament over the Afghan detainees documents. Now, that wasn't just a minor scandal. That was a scandal that cut to the very heart of the Canadian nation. And it happened in the November 2009 appearance at the Parliamentary Committee when Richard Colvin testified about evidence of torture of Afghan detainees. And the information that was brought forward was horrific. The, quote, pulling out of fingernails and toenails, burning with hot oil, beatings, sexual humiliation, and sodomy. That was raised by our ambassador over what was happening under the watch of the Canadian Army in Afghanistan. And we sent our best young and most idealistic people to Afghanistan because they believed that they were going to build a new Afghanistan after the Taliban. Instead, what we were learning was that they were being drawn into the corruption of the warlords. And Ambassador Colvin said, quote, as I learned more about our detainee practices, I came to a conclusion they were contrary to Canada's values, contrary to Canada's interests, contrary to Canada's official policies, and contrary to international law. They were un-Canadian, counterproductive, and illegal. That is a scandal. So parliamentarians asked to be able to examine this because it was vital that we reassure the Canadian people that when we send our soldiers overseas, that they maintain the highest standard, and also to make sure that our role in Afghanistan was to build a better society and not be a front for corruption and torture and abuse. And Stephen Harper had no interest in that. He didn't mind that our name was being sullied on the international stage, so he refused to turn over the documents to Parliament. And who were being targeted? You know, we see the leader from the Conservative Party, he just slurs victims of the horrific bombings in Lebanon, slurs the people in Gaza, brags about his hope that people are going to be bombed in Iran. This is a man who doesn't have security clearance or can't get it, making these horrifically remarks given the torture and the killings that are happening over there. But this was what was happening in Afghanistan that Stephen Harper was covering up, because Ambassador Colvin, in his testimony, said that the people who were being tortured and sodomized, they weren't the terrorists that the Conservatives denounced. He said they had no connection to the insurgency. Many were just local people, farmers, truck drivers, tailors, peasants, random human beings in the wrong place at the wrong time. From an intelligence point of view, they had little or no value. And you would have thought if Stephen Harper believed in Canada standing strong on the international stage, he would have been worried about the torture of innocent people who were just picked up by the military, picked up by the warlords, and subjected to brutal torture. And Colvin went on, he said, instead of winning hearts and minds, we caused the Kandaharis to fear the foreigners. Canada's detainee practices alienated us from the population and strengthened the insurgency. So when we see the brutal Taliban back, they're back because countries like Canada went along with the torture and suppressed the evidence. And Parliament had an obligation, and Parliament tried to get access to the documents. But Stephen Harper was not going to let that happen. He would rather allow the torture and abuse of innocent people in Afghanistan under our flag than Parliament to do its job. So Harper ignored our commitments under the Geneva Convention. He undermined Canada's efforts to bring trust to Afghanistan.
Point of order from the Honourable for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
I've been extremely patient. I've been waiting to get to the actual study that we were actually debating today. This has been a history lesson. I don't mind the history lesson, but this has nothing to do with relevance on this debate.
All right. Again, just debating the debate. Just to caution everyone to try to stick to the debate that we're having today. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I'm not surprised he's that upset. This is about the Afghan documents.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa once again.
Relevance is very relevant. I'm looking for at least a reference to SDTC, $400 million and a scandal.
Okay, that's
just some kind of relevance.
I appreciate the input. There's been a lot of latitude given during this whole debate. And I will expect the honourable member to come to it at some point in his speech. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Clarification, Speaker. I am speaking about the Afghan documents that were not turned over by Stephen Harper. So that's precedent. So would you not agree that I'm on topic by saying we're talking about precedent of a Prime Minister turning over documents?
I would say the honourable member is on the same page as he should be. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you so much. But I'm not surprised at the Conservatives because, again, it's the crocodile in the room. They're saying, don't look at our past. Don't look at what we did when we allowed torture and suppressed documents. So let's get to the documents that Stephen Harper refused to turn over. His refusal to turn over the documents resulted in Stephen Harper being found in contempt of Parliament. That's the kind of man that represented the Conservative Party. Speaker Milliken said the refusal to turn over the documents struck at the very foundations of the parliamentary system. Not that Stephen Harper, good friend of Orban in Hungary, cared that he was striking at the very heart of the parliamentary system, or that all the Conservatives went along with attacking the very fundamentals of our parliamentary system, that it violated the Constitution. Stephen Harper didn't care about that. And Errol Mendes was speaking at one of the parliamentary hearings looking into the Afghan detainee, and he said, the executive is placing itself above Parliament. For the first time that I know in Canadian history, the executive is saying, we are superior to Parliament. This is open defiance of Parliament, nothing more, nothing less. So let's go back to the crocodile metaphor. Steve, of all the crocodiles that Canada's had, Stephen Harper was the ultimate crocodile. And here was a man who was an open defiance, who said he was superior to Parliament, and all the Conservatives went along. And you know, you've never heard a single Conservative mention that we have a direct case about a Prime Minister not turning over documents. It's because if they were in that situation, they would never turn over documents because Stephen Harper wouldn't turn over the documents. So what did Stephen Harper do? Well, he always hated the democratic process anyway, so he just shut Parliament down. Do you remember that? Our Conservatives don't have much memory, but I'll remind them. He shut down our democracy rather than work out a process for achieving these documents. And so here we are now, 2024, and what are the Conservatives doing? They're shutting down our democracy. They're making it impossible for us to come to work. They are running these endless points of privilege when this has been ruled by the Speaker to go to be studied so that we can get a ruling, and who knows, maybe we will find this present Prime Minister in contempt of Parliament. But the real contempt of Parliament is the Leader of the Opposition, who believes in a policy of chaos and vicious attacks, and who will do anything to obstruct the work of Parliament. So that's the real issue here. We have a Liberal scandal that needs to be addressed. The Conservatives don't care. They work on chaos theory. And so when they talk to us about transparency and accountability and corruption, oh my God, from the Conservative Party, really? Well, how far back do we need to go? Again, I'm always amazed. It was Brian Mulroney caught accepting money in a brown paper bag in a hotel room. I mean, that's normally what bikers do, drug dealers, former prime ministers of this country accepting brown paper bag money in a hotel room. Well, that was a Conservative leader. That wasn't transparency and accountability. He stuffed it in his pocket, was doing favors. Tony Clement, who was on the front bench. Now, I like Tony, nice guy. He took $50 million from the Border Security Fund. Border Security is meant to keep us safe. And he passed it out in this bogus little slush fund that he set up in Muskoka. I mean, how many gazebos were built in Muskoka with money that should have kept the border safe? And when you asked for the documents, straightforward question, Tony, what did you do with our $50 million? Did you really buy a sunken boat? Did you really buy a fake lake? And you know what the Harper Conservatives said? Oh, they kept that under cabinet confidence. They suppressed this total bogus slush fund. That's the kind of lack of transparency and accountability. It's the crocodile principle. I mean, if you trusted them to come into your home because you thought they were going to look after you, well, guess what? Just look at the history of that. Then, the most corrupt government in history, and I mean, there's lots. There was the WE scandal, the SNC-Lavalin. I mean, with Liberals, I mean, it's part of their DNA. But my God, Mike Duffy, are you kidding me? Mike Duffy, Pamela Wallin, Patrick Brazo, the three most unfit people ever chosen to sit in the Canadian Parliament. They were so unfit, even Caligula's horse was a better choice for the Senate, because at least Caligula's horse met the standard of actually being from the place he was supposed to be from, unlike Mike Duffy. And then there was, remember Mac Harb? Another famous scam artist who bought this cottage like 101 kilometers from Ottawa that didn't have lights or running water. And then he hit us up as a taxpayer for his travel, even though he never went there because he had his condo in downtown Ottawa. But I mentioned Mike Duffy because he was a bag man for Stephen Harper. And he got appointed to the Senate to live there till he was 75, even though he was the member for Come From Away in Prince Edward Island. I mean, you know, the two most famous fictional people in Prince Edward Island, Anne of Green Gables and Mike Duffy. And so what happened? What happened? He got upset that he had to pay for, what was it? He had his own like hairdresser being paid for by the taxpayer. He had all this. So then Nigel Wright had to write a secret $90,000 check. Do you remember that? This was Stephen Harper's right-hand man. And Nigel Wright, he was proper, he was upstanding, good Christian man. He wrote a $90,000 check. Now, only in Canada can it be a crime to offer a bribe but not to accept a bribe, or was it the other way around? Anyways, that was Stephen Harper's inner office, writing secret checks. Again, talk about the crocodiles being invited into the House. Transparency and accountability. And now let's get to the man who is the present leader of the Conservative Party. You know, in 2024 June report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee, redacted document said that there was foreign interference in the leadership that allowed him to take out Erin O'Toole. I would like to see them come clean with the Canadian people and release the documents. They're not going to release those documents. I mean, this is about foreign interference that allowed the guy who's living in Stornoway, and don't take my word for it, Aaron O'Toole testified with federal lawyers that he believed that Chinese interference took him out. Now, I know some of the members of the Conservative backbench were definitely involved. Maybe they talked to the foreign Chinese government. I don't know. Those documents should be coming forward. They're not going to release those documents. And why is that important? It's because this man, who I'm not sure has ever actually had a job, I don't want to say that that's not a problem, but I personally find it kind of odd that he sort of claims he worked at Dairy Queen, but he doesn't have security clearance. He's the only leader in national history who either can't or won't get national security clearance.
Shame.
What the heck is with that, Speaker? And I mention that because he was out there the other day when we were watching the horrific violence in the Middle East, the destabilizing of the situation, the people who were being bombed and killed, and he was out there bragging that he thought it would be such a great thing for Netanyahu to bomb another country. The man is fundamentally unfit, and he's unfit because he doesn't even have security clearance, so he doesn't even know what he's talking about. So as we're trying to de-escalate a global nightmare in the Middle East where thousands of people, innocent people, Iranian people, Syrian people, Lebanese people, Israeli people, Palestinian people have been killed, we have the guy who's living in a 19-room mansion in Stornoway with his own personal chef who can't get security clearance, talking about bombing another country. I want to know why they won't release the documents on his leadership. How did that guy get to the position that he's in? How is it that he doesn't have security clearance? That's a simple question. We should get that answered, and we haven't got that answer.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly believe that the member has raised some valid points, especially when he was talking about the most recent comments in regards to the leadership of the Conservative Party. We know that foreign interference has been a very hot topic. Canadians are truly concerned about it, yet we have the only leader of the House of Commons that absolutely refuses to get the security clearance necessary in order to be able to see the documents, Mr. Speaker. It begs the question, is it that the leader of the Conservative Party wants to be naive about the issue? Or maybe if he actually applies, it would get rejected. And it would be rejected on some grounds. Maybe the House of Commons or the Standing Committee should be investigating, because Canadians would have a right to know that the leader of the Conservative Party might not even qualify to get security clearance, and what would be preventing that from happening.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your excellent work. And if I've ever crossed any lines, I'm so glad that you always keep me right there on the straight and narrow. So I hope that doesn't come out of my time, though. I want to respond to that question because I think the fundamental issue is that when you're elected to serve in Parliament, beyond your party, beyond your local issue, your fundamental obligation is to the betterment of Canada. That's all of our obligations. So when you have a leader who doesn't care about national security, who doesn't want to know or can't know, that's a serious black mark question. He needs to be able to explain why he is so disinterested, particularly if he is shooting his mouth off about the violence that's happening in the Middle East that's caused so much suffering, and he doesn't even know what the facts are, and he's either refusing to explain, refusing to get briefed up so he could actually understand, or he can't. And if he can't get security clearance, that's a serious question.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. So first of all, when this member ran to become the leader of the NDP, I don't recall any announcement or any tweet saying that he would not take up residence in Stornoway. And I also never saw him do that with his previous leader, Thomas Mulcair, who actually was at one point looking to be Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let's dispose with it. A Prime Minister, the only security clearance they need is to become the leader of the party that has the most votes. That's something the member of Carleton, I believe, will do. The last thing I'm going to mention, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to pop this member's bubble. When Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, when we had the Mike Duffy affair, he actually said to the RCMP, I'm waiving all client solicitor privileges in regards to access to people or documents or emails in his own office. That's something that he did because he had nothing to hide from them. Why does this member continually give this Prime Minister the out where he attacks Conservatives rather than ask the question, what is so bad in the Green Slush Fund that the PMO is stonewalling and not letting Parliament see? Why does that member continue to support this Prime Minister and cover for him and point at other parties when this Prime Minister needs to be held accountable?
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Oh, mon Dieu, where to start? Well, number one, why is that member up there talking about the guy who lives in Stornoway in a 19-room mansion with his own private chef when he should be talking about why they're refusing to respect the Speaker's order so we can investigate this scandal? I'd love to talk about what the guy gets at Stornoway all day, but that's not the issue here. The fact that he thinks that a Prime Minister of a G7 country doesn't need a security clearance, that's kind of worrisome. No wonder I have such concerns about the Conservatives on the backbench. I mean, in what world do they get elected and think, you be a leader of a G7 country, you don't actually need to know what's going on?
Order.
Learn how the system works, Charlie.
Order. Well, we'll just go on to the questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it's worth pursuing. The member does raise a very valid point. You know, Canada plays a very important role on world affairs. We know that. There is a need to recognize that there are all sorts of security issues, confidential information that comes before the Prime Minister's desk. And we have the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada saying, I don't want it. I don't want to have that security clearance. There has to be a reason for that. And I'm wondering if he would concur that maybe a standing committee of the House should be investigating why it is that we have this whole foreign interference allegations, why it is we have the leader of the Conservative Party rejecting any sense of transparency and accountability to Canadians on this very important issue.
Well, member for Timmins James Bay.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, I hope my honourable colleague won't mind that I go back to my friend from the Conservatives, because it is very concerning that the Conservatives think that if you win an election, you don't actually need to know what's going on in the world. That all I need is to win enough votes, and I don't need to know what's happening in Iran. I can make any kind of bogus statement I want. That is frightening. But I also want to mention about Stephen Harper turning over to the RCMP. Well, yeah, they had no room left to go when it came out. I was there. I was the one who took down Mike Duffy and Nigel Wright. I was there when Stephen Harper day after day after day stonewalled, but the corruption was in his office. It was his chief of staff writing a check. I mean, this is not something that was like, you know, some friends and cronies. This was the Prime Minister of this country, the guy who shut down the Afghan detainees, who did not care about basic facts. But boy, oh boy, when the RCMP was on him, he had to throw poor Mike Duffy under the bus.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague. I always find his interventions both informative and entertaining. But I want to ask a serious question right now. He spoke about the leader of the opposition saying that it would be a gift if innocent people lost their lives and a nuclear facility was bombed. You know, as we see the escalation of war in the Middle East, as we see so many tens of thousands of innocent people losing their lives, does he have concerns about the leader of the official opposition having no understanding of international humanitarian law, no understanding of how important it is to de-escalate, to play a role in peacekeeping, in peace building in this country. Does he have any concerns that this leader of this opposition is unfit to be the Prime Minister of this country?
Well, member for Timmins James Bay.
That we're dealing with such horrific levels of violence against innocent people. The fact that the Conservatives have done nothing to speak up for the innocent people who are dying in Lebanon right now, when so many Lebanese Canadians are crying out for help. And then the fact that the Conservative leader is cheering on the bombing of a facility that he doesn't know exists. You see, if he had security clearance, he might have an understanding of whether or not there is a nuclear facility. But no, he doesn't have that knowledge because he doesn't have the maturity, because this man is fundamentally unfit for office. A man who calls for bombing a foreign country and killing innocent people and saying it's a gift to humanity is fundamentally unfit to lead anything in this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not a question, but more so a comment. After being here for almost 9 years now, one of the things I've seen over those last 9 years is there's nothing more alarming, more unstable, more dangerous, and more unhinged than a member who has already announced that they're not running again, but using the parliamentary privileges and immunity of this place to say what they want to say, who would not likely say it outside of these walls. That's my comment.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
What was that? The fact that Pierre Poilievre, the leader who lives in Stornoway, doesn't have security clearance is something I wouldn't say outside. He doesn't have security clearance. Is that the question? What's the question here? The fact that the Conservatives and their sock puppets on the back bench are shutting down Parliament, I wouldn't say that outside. Of course I'd say that. I don't know what he's so concerned about. The fact that this man is unfit for public office, he is unfit if he's talking about bombing.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, the debate continues on this issue. And it is unfortunate in the sense that if we were to take a look at all the things that we could be debating, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that we're debating this because of political games that the Conservatives want to play, Mr. Speaker. What they're doing is they're putting the Conservative Party, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party's interests, ahead of Canadian interests, Mr. Speaker. And really, that is the bottom line. That is the reason why, day after day, we've been having this particular debate. That is the reason why we were having concurrence report after concurrence report being introduced by the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. Even though there is substantial legislation that is before the House, the Conservative Party has chosen to not act in the best interest of Canadians, but rather what's in the best interest of the Conservative Party. And I find that that is most unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, especially if you take a look at what it is that we're actually debating, the privilege itself. Mr. Speaker, we're not debating the privilege motion because the Conservatives moved an amendment to the privilege motion. And then after dozens and dozens and dozens of Conservative members of Parliament stood up and talked about the amendment until about half of their caucus was used up, and the other half, I guess, didn't want to talk about it, maybe a little embarrassed about it, decided, well, the next step is to move a sub-amendment, an amendment to the amendment, Mr. Speaker. And that is, in fact, now what's before the House. So go to the root of the problem, and I'm not talking about the leader of the Conservative Party. Many of my colleagues might argue that that's the problem. But the root that we're talking about in terms of procedurally here on the floor of the House is a motion that is asking.
The honourable member for Peace River, Cold Lake.
Fort McMurray.
Fort McMurray. I'll get the Fort McMurray and Fort Mac. Okay.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a relatively low number of people that are required for quorum, but I don't believe we're actually at quorum right now.
We will take a quick count of the individuals in the chamber. And there's 4 online, so that's only 15. So let's count a few more. I think about and we do have quorum. There we go. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary Gavin.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just moments before the quorum call was...
The député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verts.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verts. Yes, just for the future, when there are quorum calls in this House, I just want some clarification. Do people have to be in their own seat for the purposes of quorum, or can they be anywhere? That's an excellent question. I will speak with the table. The honourable member for Drummond. As a complement to my colleague's question, when there is one of these quorum requests, should that not be based on the people who are in the House when the question is asked? I find it a little odd to see people rush into the House when the question is asked, when the question about quorum actually refers to the people who were there when the matter was being debated. I find it a little odd, and I would like to hear from you. Okay, in a few moments I will clarify both points. But at the moment, to my understanding, what we want to know is whether there are people in the lobby who will be able to come into the House. But as for the question on the seats, that's another matter. And another thing I'd add is that we're counting people who have their camera on the Zoom system. If their cameras are on, then we count them. But if their cameras are off, we don't.
Parliamentary Secretary Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to get confirmation that none of this time that's been used will actually be taken away from my speaking time.
Listen, your clock is stopped and ready to be started again when you're ready to take it again. So what I will do is, I am counting enough people for quorum in here, so I will allow the honourable member to begin, and then maybe at the changeover, I'll come back to the chamber on whether the individuals have to be the chief. I'll accept that they're not in their seats at this moment, but I'll come back in a minute. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can always anticipate when a quorum call might be called because it's almost like a ship when's on fire and the rats kind of flee the ship. Well, you look over at the Conservative benches, Mr. Speaker.
It's like, well, I appreciate the good try there, but we really can't say whether people are in the chamber or not. So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I still haven't started the countdown because I fully know that might have been coming. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
And I thought maybe you were going to ask me to retract the word rats, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the...
Well, thanks for the reminder. I wanted the Honourable Member would retract the word rats.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I retract the words conservatives and the association to rats. Mr. Speaker, having said that,
it's always good. I just retract the word rats without any explanation around it, as I did with the honourable member for James Bay.
I retract the word rats.
Thank you. The honourable parliamentary secretary, and the law 5 seconds there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was indicating, if you take a look in terms of what it is that we're actually debating, it is a motion that ultimately said that we should have this issue go to Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That would provide a wonderful forum for all members of the House to be able to address the issue at hand in terms of the content as to why it was being referred to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. But because the Conservatives ran out of speakers on the issue, Mr. Speaker, what they thought they would do is after they did the amendment, they would amend the amendment so then they can start all over again in order to be able to speak on the sub-amendment. And that is why I actually get to speak again on the motion, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting. You know, we've had dozens and dozens and dozens of Conservatives stand up to speak on the motion. And I believe I'm only the second Liberal that's actually spoken on it, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell members opposite that there is a great desire to stop playing the game that's coming not only from Liberal members, but I would ultimately argue even other members. There might even be a few closet Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, that would like to see us move on, because not all of them are speaking on it, which no doubt defies the House leadership's decision to continue to stand up speaker after speaker after speaker. The issue is very simple in terms of why it is it needs to go to proc. It's not that complicated. Let me get to the core. This is a letter. What's being asked is, you see, SDTC, which has been an issue in which this government has been on top of ever since it became public. The issue is because of wrongdoings that have been discovered, that there's standing committees that are wanting to get information. Understandably so, Mr. Speaker. And like other governments, whether they're provincial or previous federal governments, you often get redacted information. And it's to protect the interests of a spectrum of things, Mr. Speaker. There's anything different in terms of what it is that the government has actually done. So the Conservatives, in wanting to make a game of this and try to point the finger, what they've done is they said, well, we want not only those unredacted documents, we want those unredacted documents collected here in the House and handed directly over to the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, that raises the concerns of a good number of people. And when we issue and we say, well, look, this is in fact a charter issue. It is in fact a process issue. It is in fact blurring the independence of our judicial system, Mr. Speaker. We get all the legal beagles coming from the other side saying, oh, no, you don't know what you're talking about. It's not just Liberals that are saying that, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives do not know what they are talking about. Let me give you a quote, direct quote from the RCMP. And this is in relation to the tactic that the Conservative Party is using in order for us to be able to talk about concerns that Canadians have. This is the tactic that the Conservatives are using in order for us to pass legislation that is going to have an impact on all Canadians in every region of our country. Because they're so focused on themselves and not about the concerns of Canadians, this is the type of games that they're playing in. And here's what the RCMP have to say. And I'll read the letter directly, Mr. Speaker. And I quote, remember, the Conservatives are actually asking for unredacted documents to be collected and directly sent to the RCMP. The Commissioner has responded to that request. There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. That's not the Liberal Party saying that. It's not the Government of Canada saying that. That is the independent office of our institution, the RCMP, Mr. Speaker. And even though I've had many opportunities to question Conservatives on that issue, are they concerned about what the RCMP are saying? Not one of them, Mr. Speaker, has had the courage to actually address that issue directly. even though I have witnessed dozens and dozens and dozens of them standing up, Mr. Speaker, not one of them, because they're not concerned about issues like the Charter or our Constitution or a proper process. They are concerned about trying to turn this into a political game in which they can score cheap political points, Mr. Speaker. To try to give the false impression that the Government of Canada, the Prime Minister, or the Minister responsible does not care about the issue is just wrong. And it cannot be substantiated, Mr. Speaker. Let's go through the actual process in terms of what actually has taken place. A number of years ago, Navdeep Bains actually appoints a chair to SDTC. That chair that was appointed was actually an advisor. She gave advice to Stephen Harper. He's a Conservative, Mr. Speaker. He gave advice to Brian Mulroney, a Progressive Conservative, Mr. Speaker. You often hear about the Conservatives talking about how wonderful the late Jim Flaherty is. They might be surprised, or likely not, that she actually gave advice to the former finance minister, Conservative finance minister. So Navdeep Bains appoints her to an arm's-length organization in which we appoint 50% of that board, and the rest are appointed outside of that, Mr. Speaker. So after the appointment, a couple of years goes by, and we find out that there's issues that are taking place that should not be taking place. And as a direct result, the government, through the minister responsible, has an internal review done, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we've had 2 internal reviews done. We've had the Auditor General look at the issue. We've had hours and hours and hours of debate, Mr. Speaker, in our standing committee on the issue. And for the Conservatives now, because they want their cheap political points in this game, they are now saying, well, what's the next step? Well, let's get unredacted documents.
I think we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to give the translators some time to ease their ears. It's quite voluminous what we're hearing across the aisle.
I appreciate the thought for our translators, but I don't think that's really a call for order. While I have the seat, I might as well just answer this quickly, and I'll give the opportunity for that to happen. Dans la question qui était posée.
Regarding the question that was asked by the member for Pierre Boucher-Patrette-Verchères, I'm on page 403 of Procedure and Practice of the House of Commons. It states that members do not need to be in their seat to be counted. So they can be anywhere in the House or behind the curtains. If the Speaker can see them, then they can be counted. Thank you.
Government House Leader, I didn't take any time away at all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, and that attempt by the Conservative member to be humorous is somewhat sad, because at the end of the day, as more and more Canadians find out who the leader of the Conservative Party really is, I think that they will become disenchanted and disappointed because of the behavior, unethical behavior, that we have witnessed on numerous occasions. The type of misinformation that is espoused, Mr. Speaker, raises legitimate concerns. And then for the member across the way to try to make a joke of a very serious issue when you have the independence of the RCMP calling into question a tactic that is being used here, I find it sad, even though he sits in his corner and laughs. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we have a government that has been working on the issue to ensure that there is a high sense of accountability. And there is, in fact, going to be accountability on the issue. But what I find interesting is the strategy now of the Conservative Party is to say, ignore what the RCMP concerns are, ignore what the Auditor General, who affirms the RCMP, another independent institution, just ignore what they're saying, full steam ahead. It was interesting, the New Democratic speaker before me talked about the Afghanistan scandal with Stephen Harper. And I remember that particular scandal, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting, the leader of the Conservative Party today was there during that scandal. A number of the Conservatives that are there sitting across from me, Mr. Speaker, were there during that scandal when Stephen Harper refused to provide documents, Mr. Speaker, that were not clear of any redactions. Speech after speech, we hear the Conservative Party not necessarily talking about the process or the procedure that should be followed, the motion, but rather they want to talk about character assassination and list off what they believe to be scandals, Mr. Speaker. You know, I had said this before, and I've read it. I have no problem at all comparing our actions as a government to the types of decisions that were being made under Stephen Harper. And I wish that we would actually see some of the Conservatives that were there during the Harper regime stand up and provide their defense on the issue and why it is that they've had some sort of come to Jesus moment in terms of a complete road to Damascus, reversal of their positioning. Now they feel that as parliamentarians, and here's where I do agree, we have a supreme right. We have a supreme privilege that enables us to do things that other Canadians cannot do. Where I disagree is just because we have that ability does not mean that we should be using that ability. I've heard Conservative members, Mr. Speaker, talk about how Centre Block had a jail in the basement and how we've had individuals walk away from the bar here, the Gold Bar, and just drive away, implying he should have been put in jail. What a slippery slope it is, Mr. Speaker. When you feel that you can just instruct the RCMP, ignore what they're telling you, and then you get another member saying we should have the right to put someone directly into jail. And they like to think that they're there to protect the individuals of our society, Mr. Speaker, of rights and freedoms. And I'll stay away from some of the other issues in which many of my colleagues have raised where the Conservatives even think about issues like the notwithstanding clause and how it's no problem to use the notwithstanding clause. Why? Because Parliament can. What a terrible attitude, Mr. Speaker, to have. You know, SDTC as an organization, as an arm's length organization, arm's length being, Mr. Speaker, that there is no political interference, it's arm's length. They're making the decisions. There's a responsibility for us to ensure that there's a sense of accountability, and we have been doing that, Mr. Speaker. That's the reason why, as I say, you've seen those internal investigations. That's the reason why we have seen it go before the Standing Committee. But to try to make some of the silly comments over the many speeches coming from the other side and how they could try to justify it because they happen to be here on the floor of the House of Commons, assertions of liberal friendly. It's all liberal. It's all this corruption. That's what they say, Mr. Speaker. And if at the end of the day you want to talk about corruption, and purely corruption, as they often do, you know, let me touch a few of them that I had written down. The anti-terrorism scandal, the Phoenix scandal. I should put the word conservative ahead of all these ones. Conservative anti-terrorism scandal, the conservative Phoenix scandal, the conservative G8 spending scandal, the conservative ETS scandal. Interesting enough, the ETS scandal is a $400 million scandal, Mr. Speaker, and it's a more direct scandal that involves a minister. Google search it, look it up, find out. Maybe then look in a mirror and see and react on your own behavior. The conservative F-35 scandal, the conservative Senate scandal, the conservative election scandals, as in plural, more than one. Remember robocalls? Remember one of the conservative MPs walking out in leg cuffs, Mr. Speaker? Don't talk to us about scandals. Look in the mirror. This is an issue, Mr. Speaker, in which the government has been on top of. This is an issue that should actually be going to the PROC committee. It's an issue in which, at the end of the day, the government is doing a disservice to the RCMP, to the Auditor General, to Canadians, by just giving in to what the conservative bullying feels that they're entitled to, Mr. Speaker. This is something in which, at the end of the day, I would suggest to you, needs to come to an end and given over to PROC, so that we can start dealing with issues that our Canadians are having to deal with. We have had introduction of bills like the Citizenship Act, the military court, civil court, the rail and marine safety legislation, the online harms bill. We had legislation introduced earlier this morning. There's a lot that's on the agenda, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want us working for them, not working for the Conservative Party's interest. And I'm asking members opposite to put Canadians ahead of their own political party, Mr. Speaker. There's still a full year to go. Let's maximize that and get things done for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Prince George, Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening intently to our honourable colleague across the way, I think this is almost over an hour in terms of the interventions that this member has spoke on this. Mr. Speaker, I have a simple question for the colleague across the way is, if something is stolen from him, does he call the police or does he call a committee? We're talking about over $480 million, 186 conflicts of interest that the Auditor General has said and has identified with that $400 million of taxpayers' funding that is gone, given to Liberal cronies, Liberal colleagues, people within that organization. All we're saying is allow the RCMP the opportunity to read the documents, unredacted. So to you, Mr. Speaker, through you, to our honourable colleague, if somebody steals something from you, do you call the police or do you call a committee?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, where to start? I think the best way to start it is read what is actually taking place today. The Conservative Party is asking through a motion to collect documents unredacted and give them to the RCMP. What do the RCMP have to say about that tactic? Quote, "There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and," please listen to this, "charter protections." Now, this isn't me saying it, this is the RCMP. This is the body that you want to give the information to. My God, how much simpler can it be to understand that? I don't understand how they don't understand how simple it is, this issue, Mr. Speaker. The reason why they don't understand is because they choose not to, because they rather play political games. They don't care about Canadians. They only care about the advancement of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. Shame on you.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Frankly, what I'm hearing, it's a bit like a 5-year-old telling his mother, listen, Mum, it doesn't matter if I stole a bit of money from the piggy bank because, I got, sand thrown at me by another kid. That's what it sounds like. It makes no sense. I'll remind him of something. In 2010, former Prime Minister Harper led a very similar battle to not give documents to this House, secret documents, on Afghan detainees. And he lost that battle. The Speaker at the time, Mr. Milligan, had asked and had reminded the government of the primacy of the House of Commons and had requested the government provide all the documents, and that's what the Speaker is saying this time as well. So why do the Liberals continue to argue that they don't have to provide the documents when the House has required them to do it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think it would help a great deal if members opposite would stand up and say, before they comment, I disagree with the RCMP and Canada's Auditor General with regards to the Conservative tactic. At least be honest with Canadians. Tell Canadians you disagree with the RCMP and the Auditor General, and you don't care about the Charter of Rights and the Constitution. Because if you insist on the Conservative spin, what you're doing is you're walking on individual rights and processes that have been well established, and the RCMP and the Auditor General, both independent offices, have made that very clear. If the member would like, I can share the letter with her.
I need to remind I just need to remind individuals to actually come through the chair when we're talking and having this debate. Questions and comments? The Honourable for Fleetwood Port Kels.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the question is, if there's wrongdoing, somebody needs to be punished. There's allegations, of course, but nothing has been proven. But to my honourable colleague, when the RCMP tells you it doesn't need the material that the Conservatives want produced, when the RCMP tells you they can't use the material that would be provided if the Conservative motion were to succeed, what should we then take from that about how best to proceed with the kind of investigation that people seem to call for?
Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The simple answer is to allow our independent offices, our independent agencies, to do what it is they're supposed to do. We have an RCMP agency which is recognized around the world. Second to, I would suggest to you, no other agency, Mr. Speaker, or law enforcement group. They know their stuff. They know what they're doing. I think Canadians have more confidence in the RCMP as an institution than they would have on the Conservative Party on this file at the very least. And I'm trying to be kind, Mr. Speaker, here. I would suggest to you that we let individuals do the job that they're supposed to be doing. On this issue, allow more discussion in standing committees. That's why we have standing committees, to be able to go through the documents. That's where our Auditor General has made presentation, the RCMP have made presentation. It provides all forms of opportunities to ensure accountability and transparency. It's up to the Conservative Party in particular, a little concerned about the Bloc, but Conservative Party in particular, to stop with the political games at the cost of the interests of Canadians and start looking at ways in which we can be supporting Canadians, not playing games with Canadians at a great expense.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker,
couple clarifications and then a simple question for the member opposite. First of all, the Liberal government is pretending to care about people's charter rights, which, you know, would be new if it was believable, but this is the government that has violated all of them. Freedom of expression, mobility rights, let's talk about the Illegal Emergency Measures Act, on and on. So that. Then the member also alluded to the fact that there's no other Conservatives that want to speak to the motion, and that's why we have amendments and sub-amendments. Well, I have not had a chance, Mr. Speaker, to speak to this privileged debate, and I would love to do so. So those are my clarifications. My question is this. The Auditor General says there's 186 conflicts of interest with the $400 million given to people's companies. The whistleblower said there was criminality involved. If the Liberal government really believes there's nothing to see here, why won't they produce the papers?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has cooperated and produced the papers. That's been produced, just like Brian Mulroney and other levels of government have done in the past. The issue for the Conservative Party is they're saying, well, there's a redaction in certain aspects of the papers. Well, that happens in government. And now the Conservatives have said, well, we're going to force those unredacted papers, and we're going to go against what the RCMP are saying. We're going to go against what the Auditor General is saying. Why? Because they want to play a political game of political cheap shots. That is the reason why. And I look forward to hearing the member's comments. And I would encourage every member in opposition, when they stand up, to start their remarks by indicating that they do not support the recommendations or the concerns that have been raised by the RCMP, the Auditor General, and then through that recognize that they do not support the Charter of Rights in our Constitution. Because if they did, they would be listening to what those independent offices have to say, Mr. Speaker. And if they're not going to listen to what those independent offices have to say, then don't try to tell me that you're supporting the Charter of Rights. I won't buy that.
Resuming debate, and I will have to interrupt the honourable member in about 8 minutes. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of my constituents have contacted me regarding this issue right now, and it's important that we address this series of troubling events that have not only shaken the foundations of our parliamentary democracy, but have also revealed a disturbing pattern of corruption within the Liberal government, highlighting a consistent disregard for the principles of transparency and accountability that are the bedrock of our democratic system. In 2018, going back that far, the SNC-Lavalin scandal is not just a tale of corporate misconduct, but a glaring example of political interference at the highest levels of our government. Under the leadership of this Prime Minister, the Liberal government attempted to undermine the rule of law for political gain. The heart of this scandal lies in the actions of the Prime Minister and his office, who exerted undue pressure on then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould to intervene in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. This engineering giant faced serious charges of fraud and corruption, yet the Prime Minister sought to offer them a deferred prosecution agreement, effectively allowing them to escape full accountability. This move was not only unethical, but also a blatant attempt to protect Liberal interests at the expense of justice. The fallout from this scandal was significant. It made Canada an ethical pariah in the eyes of its international peers. There are consequences, and it led to the resignation of key cabinet ministers. Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott, who could no longer stand by a government that prioritized political expediency over integrity. The Ethics Commissioner report was damning, concluding that the Prime Minister had indeed violated the Conflict of Interest Act by improperly pressuring the Attorney General. This is not the leadership Canadians deserve. It is our duty, as His Majesty's loyal opposition, to hold the Liberal government accountable and ensure that such abuses of power are never repeated. Next, the We Charity scandal was another example of the Liberal government's pattern of corruption. Liberals awarded a $912 million contract to We Charity to administer a government program. It was later revealed that We Charity had close ties to the Prime Minister and his family, as well as former Finance Minister Bill Morneau. The controversy led to multiple parliamentary committee investigations and significant political fallout, including Morneau's resignation. The scandal damaged the public's trust, again in the Liberal government, and led to the calls for greater transparency and accountability in government contracting. Next, we turn to the incident involving the Winnipeg Labs. Here, we witnessed a civil servant being called to the bar of the House for failing to produce documents. This extraordinary action highlighted the importance of parliamentary oversight and the need for civil servants to comply with requests for information. The subsequent election, unnecessarily called to thwart this initiative, further demonstrated the lengths to which some will go to avoid accountability. More recently, we've seen the case of GC Strategies, where the refusal to answer questions at committee led to the principal of the company being brought to the bar and questioned by Parliament. Despite attempts by some members, notably from the Liberal Party, to give this individual a pass due to the stress he said this had caused him, I'm sure all grifters were awaiting the outcome of that. This incident serves as a reminder that no individual organization is above the scrutiny of this House.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Auditor General revealed that the development of the ArriveCan app initially estimated to cost around $80,000, ultimately ballooned to approximately $60 million. The exact final cost remains unclear due to poor record keeping, highlighting significant issues with financial management and transparency under these Liberals. And now, we are confronted with the $400 million scandal involving a conflict of interest uncovered by the Auditor General. This scandal revolves around a now-defunct foundation responsible for distributing federal funds for green technology projects. The Auditor General's report identified 186 conflicts of interest in contracts tied to the fund, with money allegedly funneled to companies in which board members had vested interests. Mr. Speaker, you ruled that the government had clearly not fully complied with an order from the House to provide documents related to the foundation. As a result, you, Mr. Speaker, demanded the production of these documents before any other business of the House can be undertaken. This decisive action underscores the seriousness of the allegations and the need for immediate transparency. The Auditor General of Canada has found that the Prime Minister turned Sustainable Development Technologies Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. The Auditor General's findings are damning. $334 million, 82% of the funding approved by the board over a 5-year period, was allocated to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. An additional $59 million was given to projects outside the mandate of the foundation and broke contribution agreements and conflict of interest laws. The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. Where is the minister's accountability to this House? These events remind Canadians that Liberals cannot be trusted with the public purse. Ad Scam, SNC Lavalin, Winnipeg Labs, We Charity, ArriveScam, and now the SDTC Green Slush Fund. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars funneled to Liberals and their friends. Obstructing, refusing to cooperate, interference, manipulation, hallmarks of gangsters and Liberals. We are faced with a governing body that is holding on to the last shred of power, refusing to turn over the documents that you, Mr. Speaker, have instructed them to do. These events collectively paint a troubling picture of a system in need of reform. As representatives of the people, it is our duty to uphold these principles and to take decisive action when they are threatened. This is Parliament's role, and the flimsy excuse that it could violate charter rights is nonsense. Were that the actual case, this House would lose relevance. The country is going broke while Liberal insiders are stuffing taxpayers' funds into their pockets, and this government is doing all it can to ensure Canadians don't see that. I ask my colleagues in all parties if they really want Canadians to view their roles here as elected parliamentarians as irrelevant. If some puppet of the Department of Justice, at the request of the Prime Minister, made the parliamentarian job irrelevant, stand up and say so. No more. This is something that we have to address. I'll finish up the speech after question period, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member from Calgary Centre for for recognizing that, and he will have 12 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock when he resumes his speech. It is now time for statements by members. C'est l'heure des déclarations de députés. L'honorable député de Winnipeg.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over the course of the past year, I've had the privilege of representing the people of Winnipeg South Centre. One of the things I appreciate most about this job is the opportunity that's presented to us to receive feedback from constituents. And the feedback I've received from those I represent in Winnipeg South Centre is loud and clear on the topic of climate change. They want action. Well, I've got good news, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Carbon Rebate will land in the bank accounts of Manitobans once again on October the 15th. On Tuesday, a Manitoba family of 4 will receive $300 because of that Canada Carbon Rebate. But there's more. Despite Conservative opposition, we have doubled the top-up for families living in rural areas, retroactive to April. So it's a double rural top-up. The best part is that because big polluters pay the most, Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians receive more back through the Canada Carbon Rebate, and those who pollute less save even more. It's fighting climate change, and for the first time in our history, Canada is on track to meet our climate goals. Thank you.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Mental Health Day, and it's my absolute pleasure to highlight the critical work of the Canadian Alliance for Mental Illness and Mental Health, or CAMI, a coalition of 18 national mental health organizations representing Canadians with lived experience with mental illness and their care providers. Each year, CAMI celebrates the champions of mental health, individuals that have made a powerful, positive impact on the mental health of Canadians. Earlier today, CAMI recognized this year's 7 champions, including my good friend and colleague, the Member of Parliament for my neighbour to the north, Edmonton Riverbend.
Bravo.
These 7 extraordinary individuals have demonstrated unparalleled dedication to improving mental health and substance use care across Canada. Through their relentless efforts and innovative approaches, they've made a profound impact on the lives of countless Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I ask all of my colleagues to join me in congratulating this year's champions and offering them our heartfelt gratitude for their enduring contribution to our great country.
Hear, hear, hear.
The honourable member from Sydney, Victoria.
Guess what's happening next week in Nova Scotia? The Canada Carbon Rebate will be distributed to Nova Scotians and deposited into their bank accounts on October 15. A family in Nova Scotia will receive $206 through the Canada Carbon Rebate. But it doesn't stop there. For a family living in rural Cape Breton, like in my riding of Sydney, Victoria, their October rebate will include a double rural top-up for a total amount of $288. Thanks to our climate plan, we're now on track to meet our climate goals for the first time in Canadian history. We're reducing our emissions, growing our economy, and tackling inflation, all while making life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. From October 23rd to October 31st, young athletes aged 15 to 17 from all over Quebec will be taking part in the International School Sports Federation's School Olympic Games in Bahrain. There's some 60 athletes and parents here today on the Hill. And for many of them, this will be the result of countless hours of training and many sacrifices. All of this to live a unique experience. So unique it makes me jealous. These athletes will be wearing the fleur-de-lis, and they represent Quebec, and they show the colors of our country in the making. Mr. Speaker, my 2 boys, Jules and Léon, are athletes. And it's thanks to the Fondation Équipe Quebec, a new dream is possible for them to represent Quebec on the international stage. So I have a message for the delegation of young athletes here from Quebec. You are the trailblazers, the dream igniters. When you compete, you'll have the whole nation behind you because you make the dream of wearing Quebec's colors possible. You already have your medal. Thank you. The honourable member for Sackville-Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friends from Nova Scotia, you will see the Canada's carbon rebate hit your bank account again on October 15th. You will receive $206 through the Canada Carbon Rebate. So this is We've made the carbon rebate fairer for rural residents by doubling the rural top-up retroactive to April. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader is preoccupied with giving a free pass to his friends in big oil and eliminating rebates for Canadians, his refusal to fight climate change and his slogans against climate change will cost Canadians even more. Our government continues to reduce emissions while improving conditions for the lives of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I rise to honour the life of a remarkable community leader, Monsignor Kevin Maloney, who after 52 years as an ordained priest left us last month. Father Kevin, as he was best known, dedicated his life to serve with compassion and kindness, touching the hearts of countless people in Cornwall and SDNG. His contributions to the Catholic Church and to our entire community were immeasurable, and his recognition as the 2018 Cornwall Citizen of the Year was one of the many accolades he truly deserved. Father Kevin was more than a leader. He was a beacon of hope and joy, known for his infectious laughter and kind spirit. Whether at church or community suppers or charity events, he brought laughter and light to every room that he entered. Father Kevin will be deeply missed, and as we reflect on his life and the impact he made, I will say this. At the pearly gates up above, God had an easy answer in welcoming one of Cornwall's best angels to heaven. Rest in peace, my friend, and thank you for a life of service.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ontario, Canada's carbon rebate will be in your bank account once again on October 15th. Ontario families of 4 will receive $280 next week. Mr. Speaker, that's a total of $1,120 this year for Ontario and Ottawa-Vanier families. The Conservatives want to let their rich friends off the hook while making the middle class pay the price. The Conservatives know that the middle class will pay when they take away carbon tax rebates. They'll pay when they take away affordable child care. And they'll pay the costs of climate change when the Conservatives do nothing to fight it. The facts are the facts. The middle class can't afford Conservative cuts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then I had the member from Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is down, interest rates are down, and our emissions are going down too. And our economy is growing, and the Canada Carbon Rebate is making life more affordable. Mr. Speaker, today the PBO released a report that clears the air for Canadians and calls out the Conservative campaign of misinformation. Big polluters pay and more money goes back to Canadians. On October 15th, Canadians will receive their Canada Carbon Rebate, and in my home province of Ontario, a family of 4 will receive a rebate of $280 every 3 months for a total of $1,120 this year. But the Conservatives would rather rip up the rebate, ignore climate change altogether, just to help out their rich oil and gas friends. But unlike Conservatives who fan the flames of conspiracies as wildfires, hurricanes and floods force Canadians from their homes, we're focused on the facts on this side, just like the facts in this report, like the facts that show that climate change is real, like the fact that most Canadians want governments to fight climate change. Our policies not only protect the environment and nature, but also ensures the people on our planet are protected into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to invite the honourable member from Timmins James Bay, please, not to take the floor unless recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into the latest Liberal $400 million scandal, effectively obstructing justice. The Auditor General's findings that Liberal appointees at Sustainable Development Technology Canada gave nearly $400 million to their own companies with over 186 conflicts of interest, at a time when Canadians can't afford to eat, heat and house themselves. The Radical Environment Minister is directly involved in the scandal, as he was the former lobbyist for a board member's company, where he brought in $110 million for the company, a company the minister still owns shares in. The NDP Liberals' refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed all our work to address the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, crime and chaos. While the NDP Liberals end the cover-up, give proof to the police so we can get accountability for corruption and Parliament can get back to work for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good news, bad news. First, the good news, Mr. Speaker. You know, 4 times every year, there's the carbon rebate that goes out, Mr. Speaker. Well, therein it lies the good news. On Tuesday, October the 15th, hundreds of dollars are going to be going to the households in Winnipeg North and so many other constituencies. Now the bad news, Mr. Speaker. There was a time in which the Conservatives actually supported putting a tax on carbon, but they flip-flopped on that, Mr. Speaker, and the leader of the far right today says that he is going to get rid of the carbon rebate, Mr. Speaker. That is most unfortunate because Canadians should be encouraged to participate in a positive way in regards to our environment, and giving the carbon rebate is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. They should flip-flop again, and let's get behind the carbon rebates.
The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Speaker. Canadians are well aware that the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. At issue is the Auditor General's findings that the Liberal appointees to the Green Slush Fund gave nearly $400 million tax dollars to their own companies, with over 186 conflicts of interest, at a time when Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. Speaker, you have ruled that the NDP Liberals have violated a House order to turn over evidence for a criminal investigation into this latest scandal, effectively obstructing justice. The government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all of our work to address the rising costs of housing, food inflation, and the issues of crime and chaos running rampant in our streets. Time is up, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the NDP Liberals to end the cover-up and corruption and provide the documents so Parliament can get working for Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. The honourable member from Cypress Hill Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Carbon taxes are up, and because of this Prime Minister's radical obsession with taxing Canadians into poverty, their costs are way up. Thankfully, time is up on his carbon taxes. We just received further confirmation that the carbon tax does blow a huge hole in the wallet of Canadians. The government's own budget watchdog said that in Saskatchewan, the average family will be robbed of over $2,000 every single year once the Prime Minister finishes increasing the carbon tax. That's $2,000 that could be used for food, for heating, for other essentials. And all this for what? The radical socialist environment minister publicly said that his own department doesn't even track whether or not the carbon tax reduces emissions. It is clear more than ever it is time to axe the tax. Since the Prime Minister refuses to do what is right, Canadians are demanding a carbon tax election. They can take comfort in knowing that Conservatives will axe the tax once and for all.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, good news. On Tuesday, October 15, the day after Thanksgiving, the residents in my constituency of Davenport will be giving thanks when they look in their bank accounts and see their quarterly Canada carbon rebate amount of $280 for a family of 4 or $140 for individuals. Canadians expect their federal government to take ambitious action on climate change, and thanks to the Canada Carbon Rebate and our climate plan, we are now on track to reach our climate goals for the first time in Canadian history. We have reduced our emissions by 8%, and Canada's 2024 National Inventory Report shows that Canada is on track to meet our emission reduction goals for 2026 and also on track for our 2030 targets. While the Conservatives are focused on empty slogans and want to rip up the carbon rebates, our government is focused on growing our economy, bringing inflation down, and making life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
I rise today on World Mental Health Day to acknowledge a sobering reality. In any given year, 1 in 5 Canadians experience
experiences mental health issues. Federal public safety employees who operate in a high-stress, unpredictable environment often work at great risk to their own mental health. That's why I tabled Bill C-357, an act aimed at creating presumptive mental health injury coverage for all federal public safety employees. This bill is a response to the long-standing call from the Union of Safety and Justice Employees to ensure that all federal public safety personnel have access to workers' compensation for mental health-related injuries. My bill seeks to rectify the current inequitable system that leaves federal government employees' benefits and entitlements dependent on the province in which they reside. Public safety employees work tirelessly to keep Canadians safe. It is our duty as MPs to help keep them safe as well by passing this bill. On this World Mental Health Day, let us commit to ensuring mental health supports for all. We stand with our dedicated public safety employees.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. On Friday, October 11th, we celebrate World Egg Day. Eggs are a nutritious food produced by local farmers who are exceptional both for the quality of their production and the solidarity of their chosen marketing system, namely supply management. We've been waiting since June 2023 for the Senate to pass legislation to protect this supply management, and it's about time. An egg is a tasty food that can be enjoyed in many different ways. Supply management is essential to the economic vitality of our regions and to maintaining family businesses. They go hand in hand. Can anyone explain this to the few senators who don't care? There are over 200 supply managed producers on the Hill today from all over Canada, and they're asking the law to be respected and sanctioned. Let's show some respect for our producers. The Senate must deliver, and why not earliest tomorrow on World Egg Day.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. We've heard it 1,000 times before from Canadians in all walks of life, at the doors and in our communities. But today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed what we've known all along, that the carbon tax has been taking more away from Canadians than what they get back through rebates. Nova Scotians are going to be paying a whopping $1,215 more after the NDP Liberal quadruples the carbon tax. For Canadians, this makes all the difference in the world. Canadians are out there, Nova Scotians are trying to put food on the table, gas in their cars, and a roof over their head, all at a time when they're worried about putting heating fuel in their homes for winter. All 10 provinces are now opposed to the crushing carbon tax. It's time for the Prime Minister to show some courage and call a carbon tax election. Will the Prime Minister call an election today?
The Honourable Member from Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, October 10th is World Mental Health Day, and today the Union of Safety and Justice Employees are here shedding light on the need for more robust mental health support for those who work to keep our communities safe. From the RCMP to correctional services workers, the USJE represents over 19,000 safety and justice employees across Canada. Like first responders, their exposure to traumatic events and graphic materials can have lasting impacts on them and their families. The pins we are wearing today are a symbol of the sacrifice and service these individuals make and the toll that their work has on their mental health. To all of the safety and justice workers across Canada, thank you for your service. We are committed to working together to ensure there are adequate supports put in place so you can continue your good work and take care of your mental health. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
After 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada has experienced a shocking rise in anti-Semitism and an increase in hate crimes of 165%. His divisive politics, where he pits one group of Canadians against another, only makes matters worse. It also doesn't help that he takes years to list terrorist groups to the list of banned organizations, allowing them to fundraise and recruit here in Canada. This one should be easy, though. The Houthis are attacking civilian ships and innocent civilians. Our allies have already banned them. So will the government do the right thing and list this group as a terrorist organization today?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, we unequivocally condemn the acts we saw in Vancouver that were launched by Sami Doon. Acts like burning the flag, chanting death to Canada, acts like denying the events of October 7th and celebrating terrorism are unacceptable in this country. With respect to Sami Doon, we heard the Minister of Public Safety reference this yesterday. We've asked for an expedited review because decisions of this importance are always made on the advice of national security agencies.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
They continue to drag their feet, Mr. Speaker, but there's been another blow to the Prime Minister's carbon tax scheme. A new report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer shows yet again that Canadians are worse off under this tax. Here's what the total bill will be when the NDP Liberals finish quadrupling this tax. It'll cost people in Ontario $1,400, $1,500 in Newfoundland, and a whopping $2,000 in Saskatchewan. Canadians are already struggling with higher costs, higher groceries, and higher mortgage rates. The last thing they need is another bill from a useless carbon tax. If the government's so sure that Canadians support the tax, why not let the people decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, let me read you the first paragraph of the PBO's report. And I quote, considering only the fiscal impact of federal fuel charge, PBO estimates that average household in each of the backstop provinces in 2030-31 will see a net gain, receiving more from the Canada Carbon Rebate than the total amount they pay in federal fuel charge and related GST, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition should apologize to Canadians for misleading them all these months.
Colleagues on all sides, please, I'm going to ask you to not take the floor unless the Speaker recognizes you. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
The minister might want to read the rest of the report. Because in the quote he cited, he focused on a very key word, only the direct costs. When you factor in all the economic costs, it costs the Canadian household $1,400. Canadians are net losers under this carbon tax scheme, and this minister knows it. So, if he's so sure that Canadians want this government to keep quadrupling the tax, why not let the people decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Let me read you another paragraph from the report, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, in 2030-31, for all backstop provinces, we estimate that the average household in each income quintile will see a net gain, except for average household in the highest income quintile, Mr. Speaker. You know what the Leader of the Opposition is doing? He wants to take money away from the middle class and poorer Canadians to protect his rich CEO friends. That's what he's doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
The Minister is trying very hard to get Canadians not to understand the details. But the details are, and the facts are, that the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed what Canadians already know. They're being robbed by a carbon tax, which is driving up the cost of groceries, of gas, and everyday essentials. In fact, a family in Prince Edward Island will pay almost $1,200 a year when the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax. Canadians don't support the carbon tax. We know 10 provinces don't support the carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
The member talks about the agricultural sector. Well, let's talk about the climate impacts on the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker. Droughts in 2021 resulted in 27% decline in Canada's grain production. Over the last decade, over 200 Canadian farmers have experienced cost increases and revenue loss from climate impacts, Mr. Speaker. This member and this party never talks about the impacts of climate change on farmers, on the price of food in Canada. They want to try and make us believe that climate change isn't happening. It is happening, and on this side of the House, we're here for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
The minister is either living in denial or purposely misleading Canadians, because the Parliamentary Budget Office's report is clear. It costs Canadians more to pay the carbon tax than what they get back in rebates. But if the minister doesn't believe me, I would encourage him to read the Parliamentary Budget report. But in the essence of time, let me help out. Page 19 states Canadians are worse off paying the carbon tax, period. That is the fact. But again, if the minister is so confident that Canadians support this carbon tax, why are they so afraid to call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
The member points to indirect costs, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about indirect costs. Loss of revenue of $150 million in 2023 due to flooded in farmlands across this country, Mr. Speaker. The dairy farmers, egg farmers of Canada, grain growers, Canal Council all support our plan to fight climate change. It's time for the Conservative Party of Canada to come on board, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, order. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. In the Bloc Québécois, we've been asking for years for the Senate to be abolished. It's an outdated institution that is completely undemocratic. We said that it was useless, but we were wrong. It's not useless, it's actively harmful. The Senate doesn't seem to care at all about the will of the people. Senators can go against it without any issue or consequences. Bill C-282 has received support from all parties in this House, but 2 unelected Liberal senators are blocking it, which is undemocratic. What are the Liberals waiting for? They should bring these senators back into line. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Monsieur le Président. Once again today, I was so pleased to be at a rally supporting supply management, today with my colleagues on the Hill. It's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that supply management was initiated by a Liberal government just over 50 years ago. Then we supported supply management. Today we support supply management. Being a dairy farmer in Prince Edward Island, I'm fully aware of the values of supply management, and I urge the Senate to pass Bill 282. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Supply management is an agricultural model which will protect the future of our dairy, eggs, and poultry producers. We need to protect it. We all seem to agree on that. Everyone except for Senators Beam and Harder, who seem to think that they're smarter than everyone else here in this House, smarter than farmers, and smarter than the millions of our fellow citizens who elected us. They seem to think they're hot stuff, part of the global intellectual elite. When will this government bring them back into line, these 2 liberal geniuses who are blocking our democracy? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my colleague knows very well that we stand with them to support our dairy, poultry, and egg producers. We support the supply managed sector. We will continue to support it. We have made that commitment. We will not be giving up market share. But can you imagine if there had been a conservative government in power when we were negotiating with President Trump? At the time, where would our supply managed system be today, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Get this, a new study recently released shows that 94% of Canadians are worried about the high cost of groceries. And with Thanksgiving coming around the corner, they're worried that greedy CEOs are going to rip them off when they go grocery shopping. Now, I get why the Conservatives voted against our plan to lower grocery prices. Their chief strategist is a chief lobbyist for none other than Loblaws. But why did the Liberals vote against making sure we lower prices for Canadians? Why did they let greedy CEOs rip off Canadians?
Once again, I'm just going to ask members, please, to keep their voices down so that the chair can hear the Honourable Member, and those who require translation also be able to hear the interpretation. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thought the leader of the NDP would stand up and say thank you. Thank you to the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. We have introduced the most comprehensive reform on competition in Canada's history. And I want to congratulate him for this contribution, Mr. Speaker. Today we'll have less concentration, we'll have more choice, and we will stabilize price in Canada. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, you should rejoice that now in Canada we have a grocery code of conduct, Mr. Speaker, that's going to help our farmers across Canada. That's going to help our small retailers. Mr. Canada, they should thank us to fight for Canadians every day.
L'honorable député de Burnaby.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Galen Weston speaking.
According to the Bank of Canada, people are increasingly having to use their credit card to pay for rent and groceries. Jennifer Smith from Toronto said to Radio-Canada, "It's scary. I end up choosing to skip some credit card payments, even if it affects my credit score, if it means that I can keep my home and feed my children. That's what life is like under the Liberal government. When will the Liberals finally wake up?" The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I think the NDP leader should apologize because the only person who stood up to Galen Weston in this House is the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. When we asked all of the grocery CEOs to come to Ottawa to explain themselves. But I think the leader of the NDP should also be pleased because not only have we improved the competition system in the country, we even included what he suggested because we know that it's hard for Canadians these days. That is why every day we are fighting hard to help Canadians with grocery prices. We will help them, and we have offered food programs for you throughout the country.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
After 9 years, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, time's up. Canadians are fed up. Right. New PBO reports, same results. Canadians pay more into the carbon tax scam than what they get back in phony rebates. An average Albertan family will pay nearly $2,000 in carbon taxes after this radical Liberal NDP government quadruples the carbon tax. That's why 10 provinces oppose the carbon tax scam. They know it's like the Prime Minister and not worth the cost. If they're so sure about this carbon tax scam, why not call a carbon tax election now so Canadians can decide to axe the tax for good?
That's right. Call it now. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone in this House and Canadians watching should take everything this finance critic says about the economy with a big grain of salt, Mr. Speaker. It is this finance critics that told us if we paused our federal taxes, people in this province could save $1,000 without telling them that they'd have to drive from the North Pole to the South Pole, Mr. Speaker, to benefit from those wonderful savings. So I think we should all be very, very careful with what he says about the economy in this House, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
We won't take any lessons from that minister who let Jasper burn because of his incompetence. I'll send him over a copy of that PBO's report with some diagrams and some pictures so maybe he can understand and flip over to page 19, table 3, that clearly shows a majority of Canadians pay more into this scam than what they get back in these phony rebates. That's right. 2 million Canadians are going into a food bank in a single month. 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals because of their carbon tax scam. If they're so sure about this carbon tax scam, let's go to a carbon tax election now so Canadians can kick this costly carbon tax coalition to the curb for good.
That's it. Call it. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, we all suffer when we see that there are folks in our community that are struggling. And there is more work to be done, which is exactly why on this side of the House we continue to fight for Canadians, to fight for high-quality child care, to fight for the Canada Child Benefit, to fight for the environment and the carbon rebate, Mr. Speaker. But let's not kid ourselves. We know that these programs that Canadians rely on would be in danger if the Conservatives had their way.
The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Today, the Parliament
parliamentary budget officer confirmed again that the carbon tax costs Canadians more than they get back in rebates. And when the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax, families in Ontario will be paying more than $1,400 a year in carbon taxes. This makes everything more expensive: gas, groceries, home heating. The NDP Liberal government and their carbon tax are not worth the cost. In fact, all 10 provinces are opposed to this costly coalition's carbon tax. So will the Prime Minister give Canadians what they want and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you read the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report of today, you will see that he further confirmed once again that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more in the carbon rebate than they pay in the price on pollution. And Mr. Speaker, it was also clear from today's report that the economic cost of pollution is not being factored in. And that cost is $34 billion per year, Mr. Speaker. And that does not include the billions of dollars that disaster mitigation costs. Every time there's a disaster in this country, it costs Canadian taxpayers. We are there in order to take climate action.
Hear, hear. I invite the honourable member from Edmonton West, please, to keep his counsel until he has the floor to speak before the House. The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, once again, Liberal logic is on display and their math doesn't add up. It seems the Liberals have a hard time with basic concepts like, reality or how money works. So let me make this really simple. Table 3 on page 19 of the PBO report shows what the cost of the carbon tax is. And I can send the minister a copy. The PBO says Canadians are paying more in carbon tax and GST on top of the carbon tax than they get back in rebates. And the reality is people have less money to pay for food, fuel, and home heating. Enough is enough. Will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enough is enough. 300 economists have said it. The pay rich more, the rich pay more, middle-class Canadians pay less. Everyone gets the same rebate. The rich pay more than they receive. Middle-class Canadians receive more than they pay. It's that simple, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charles-le-Bourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is scoffing at your authority and the authority of this House. More than $400 million in taxpayer money was handed off to Liberal buddies, and the Prime Minister is still refusing to give evidence to the RCMP. He's obstructing justice. Canadians know very well that someone with nothing to hide would be happy to cooperate with the police. So who will have the courage to rise in this House and answer why? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the member has said is false. This government has given thousands of dollars in documents in response to this motion, and the motion was very clear. It was clearly stated that it was an abuse of the power of this place, and because of that we should refer the matter to committee. We respect police authority here, so why don't the Conservatives? The Honourable Member. So, Mr. Speaker, if I understand correctly, the Government House Leader just said that you and we are engaged in abuse of power. But I think your ruling was quite clear, and that's why Parliament's work is blocked. The Prime Minister and his government are refusing to provide documents on this $400 million taxpayer scandal. Meanwhile, there are many difficulties in Canada. People are struggling, but this government isn't doing anything because this government doesn't want to listen to your ruling. Why? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Why? Mr. Speaker, because this is not a banana republic. In Canada, it is not politicians who tell the RCMP what to do. On the contrary, it's the opposite. And in this case, the RCMP has clearly stated that it does not want these documents because it might be risky to use them and it might actually sabotage their inquiry. If these Conservatives, with their banana republic policies, were to insist on giving the documents, it might undermine the inquiry. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, this morning, farmers came from all over to Ottawa, from Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, the Northwest Territories, all over the place. They all came to show their support for Bill C-282. There were also representatives of all of the parties present, the Greens, NDP, Conservatives, Liberals. They were all there to show solidarity for this Bloc Québécois bill, which has become this entire Parliament's bill, everyone except for Mr. Harder and Mr. Beam, two appointed senators who have decided to start a crusade against our farmers. Who is going to finally bring them into line? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we completely agree with our colleague from the Bloc Québécois. We support the supply managed system. And we are asking the senators to show diligence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, there were even some senators there this morning to apologize for the Senate's behavior, as they should, because there are two senators, Harder and Beam, appointed by the Prime Minister, not elected, who are sabotaging our democratic process. These two senators care more about what big lobbyists want than what Canadians at large want. So if we don't do anything about this, we'll be letting democracy be flouted under our noses. What is the government going to do to ensure that this bill, which has been adopted by a majority of members in the House of Commons, what is it going to do to get it out of the Senate? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we support the supply management system. We will enable it to continue to flourish. It's important for our regions and our economy. We have been asking the senators to act diligently. We have been asking that with great vigor because the Senate should recognize that the great majority in this House wants this bill to move forward. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Senator Beam said that he cannot study this bill about supply management because in case we hadn't heard about it, there are some wars going on right now. So he and Mr. Harder, apparently two future Nobel Peace Prize laureates, well, they're going to start by fixing the problem of war, and then perhaps they'll have time to bring their superior intelligence to the matter of supply management. These people really seem to think that they're quite something. Enough is enough. Will this government tell Mr. Harder and Mr. Beam to fall into line, and will they get Bill C-282 out of the Senate now? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government supports the supply management system. We have committed to make no further concessions. We have been clearly stating that the senators should act diligently, but these are independent senators. I think the Bloc Québécois understands that concept. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, today the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed once again that the carbon tax is costing Canadian families more than they're getting back in rebates. Once the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax, as they intend to do, the average family in Ontario will pay an additional tax up to $1,400. Now, to Liberal elites, that might not sound like a lot of money. The Prime Minister could probably find $1,400 in between his couch cushions. But to the average Canadian family, that's quite a lot of money. So when are we going to get the carbon tax election Canadians desperately deserve?
That's a good question. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Let me read again, Mr. Speaker, from the Parliament Budget Officer's report. And I quote, The general consensus amongst economists is that explicit carbon pricing is the most effective approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The Conservative Party of Canada has no plan to fight climate change. The Conservative Party of Canada has no plan to adapt to the massive impacts of climate change that are costing Canadians tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party of Canada has no plan for the economy. The Conservative Party of Canada has nothing to say about this conversation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, you like to talk about civility and decorum. And in the interest of civility and decorum, I'd like to invite the Minister to Table 3. Table 3 on page 19 of the PBO report, which details the overall cost of the carbon tax. Maybe when the Environmental Minister actually reviews the report and Table 3 on page 19, he might agree with me and most other Canadians that we need a carbon tax election now. So will the Minister review the table, come back to us and say when we're going to get an election that Canadians deserve? Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in the interest of clarity, I think Canadians would like to understand what the Conservatives plan to cut. And he talks about families in Ontario. Well, they refuse to talk about the Canada Child Benefit that puts thousands of dollars in the pockets of Canadian families every single year. They refuse to talk about childcare that saves Canadian families thousands of dollars every year. And when they talk about the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, they conveniently omit the fact that Canadian families get more money back than they put in. Mr. Speaker, they want to put their hands in the pockets of Canadians and take that money away. Thank you.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada confirmed today what millions of Canadians already know. While the rich are getting richer, the most vulnerable are falling further and further behind. Today, Stats Canada reported that the gap between the 40% top earners and the 40% bottom earners grew by nearly 50%. They reported that income inequity has never been higher in our country. Wow. This government has a choice. Will they continue their agenda in causing misery across our country, or will they finally call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I recently got to meet with a young mom named Madeline from my community who shared with me how important the Canada Child Benefit has been to her young family in these early days. The Conservatives have made their position very clear, Mr. Speaker. They would cut the Canada Child Benefit and leave the 4.3 million mums across this country, like Madeline, without the support that they need. That is what Conservative cuts look like, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, when the NDP gets to work, the results are clear. Thanks to NDP pressure, Premier Legault backtracked on his decision to not offer dental care to Quebecers. Now, the Liberals, we remember the Prime Minister's promises: more doctors, more nurses, a better working public health care system for everyone. 9 years later, 500,000 Quebecers don't have a family doctor. Broken promises from the Liberals, and people are paying the price. When will the Liberals get to work to make sure that everyone has a family doctor? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague from the NDP from Montreal, as well as all members of the NDP, for their support for the Canada Dental Care Plan. It's made a major difference for Quebecers. There are 800,000 Quebec seniors who now have a Canada Dental Care Plan card, and 250,000 of them for the first time in many years, in many cases, have had access to affordable dental care. It's thanks to great cooperation with great results for Quebecers, even if the Conservatives claim this program doesn't exist.
Westminster Burnaby would please not take the floor unless recognized by the House. The Honourable Member from Churchill, Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, this week Canada's lawyers argued in federal court that First Nations leaders are showing a, quote, lack of maturity in their fight for clean drinking water. A lack of maturity. This language is unbelievable. It is deeply offensive, paternalistic, and discriminatory. Let's be clear, the lack of clean drinking water on reserve didn't just happen. It is the result of decades of neglect from Conservatives and Liberals towards First Nations. So will the Prime Minister apologize on behalf of his lawyers for this deeply offensive language? Will he call off his lawyers, stop fighting Shamattawa and Tatasqueak, and deliver clean water now?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just met with the Chief from Tatasqueak just a few hours ago, and we talked about the importance of Bill C-61, the work that Tatasqueak and the other communities have done on this legislation to ensure that we never go back to a time where well over 145 communities were suffering through long-term boil water advisories. That's the work that this government will continue to do in partnership with First Nations leaders, and I hope that the NDP will see that this is important legislation that needs to get through this House and that will have their full support.
The Honourable Member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is an issue that affects us all, and small businesses are not immune to the devastating effects of a changing climate. Small businesses in my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, like Windfall Ecology, have been contributing to the fight against climate change through the services they provide, the Price on Pollution program, and so much more. Can the Minister of Small Business tell Canadians about the measures our government has put in place to help all small businesses as they deal with the impacts of a changing climate and the fight against it?
The Honourable Minister for Small Businesses.
Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. As a former small business entrepreneur myself, I understand the importance of affordability, which is why our government is delivering $2.5 billion to close to 600,000 small and medium-sized enterprises by the end of the year through the Canada Carbon Rebate. And as I mentioned already, we've negotiated agreements with both Visa and MasterCard to reduce their interchange fees by up to 27%. This is real, tangible difference that's going to help small business across this country. So we're going to continue to fight climate change while supporting small businesses. And happy Small Business Month, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, in the $400 million corruption scandal, which is the Green Slush Fund, you, Mr. Speaker, ruled that the Canadian people have the absolute right to demand the unredacted production of documents be given to the police. But this government refuses Parliament's absolute authority. Parliament is the people, and the absolute authority of Parliament is like your mom checking your room after you said you cleaned it. You know, you might be able to hide one or two things, and the government may be able to think they get off the hook, but Parliament is there to inspect and clean the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a messy House. When will this government clean it?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Great job, Ryan. Speaker, as I've said, the government has handed over thousands of pages of documents. However, the big issue here that I think Canadians are concerned about is that they know politicians shouldn't be directing police.
Exactly.
And what is at issue here is the fact that this House has decided that they are judge and jury and that the police should investigate something. We have no problem with police investigations. In fact, of course, any government would respond to them. And I would expect that any government of any stripe would react the same way we are today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, the police have already opened an investigation. This is just Parliament asking for documents to be turned over. It's the ask and the absolute rule of Parliament, and this government's refusing. Just think of it like a business, right? This government forgets that in a business, they're the employee. The Canadian public are the owners. In the real world, if a business refused to, or employees refuse to hand over documents or hand over anything in investigation, those employees will be fired. Mr. Speaker, is this government just waiting to be fired by the Canadian public, or will they hand over the documents?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, in the real world, police have to request warrants. They have to go through due process to get information. It's not up to parliamentarians and politicians to direct police because they have a political vendetta. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect due process, and they expect that politicians are here to protect their rights, not to get rid of their rights.
Exactement.
The Honourable Member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is so much Liberal corruption that Liberals are covering up their cover-up of the $400 million of corruption at the Liberal Green Slush Fund. The Speaker ruled that the NDP Liberals violated the House order to turn the Green Slush Fund documents over to the RCMP criminal investigation. Obstruction of justice is the Liberals' middle name. They refused to turn over documents in the SNC scandal, in the We Charity scandal, in the Winnipeg Lab scandal, in the foreign interference scandal. Just end the corruption cover-up and turn the documents over to the RCMP. How bad is it?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian watching right now wants parliamentarians to do their job. The job of the opposition is to hold the government to account. The job of the opposition is not to direct the police. You don't need to take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. How about we hear from the Commissioner of the RCMP himself, who said that, quote, there is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. He went on, in a free and democratic society, this ensures that the government cannot direct, or influence the actions of law enforcement. We agree with the RCMP. It's time these guys started listening to the cops.
The honourable member from South Shore of St. Margaret's.
The Liberals blacked out so much in the documents that the Prime Minister's office ran out of toner for their copiers. So apparently it's okay to turn blacked out documents that hide Liberal corruption over to the RCMP. That's not a constitutional issue, but it is a constitutional issue to remove the redactions and expose the Liberal corruption. News for this minister, the Constitution does not exist to protect Liberals from criminal investigation. So will they just stop their cover-up addiction, and hand the unedited documents over to the RCMP?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
I have some grave concerns with what the member opposite said, beginning with the fact that I assume he's actually not seen those documents, so I'm not sure what he's talking about there, because the documents have been handed over. But what's of greater concern, and it was the RCMP who said it themselves, is that the way that the Conservatives are acting would actually compromise any police investigation, because the evidence would not be considered. So what is of concern is that they're interfering in an investigation, they're interfering in police independence, and Canadians should be rightly concerned that Conservative politicians want to direct the police. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Shefford. Sometimes it seems like the Liberals are doing their best to be disliked. 79% of Quebecers and Canadians are calling for an increase in OAS for seniors aged 65 to 74. 79% support. You know, it's hard to be more popular than that. All seniors are asking that they stop being divided into two classes of citizens. And people of all ages are calling for this, even some of the youngest. Even the House stopped bickering for 2 minutes to call for it. The Liberals are all alone on this. Why are they so keen to deny income to 1 million Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting to hear my colleague talk about seniors aged 65 to 74 when we know that member and her party, the Bloc Québécois, acted together with the Conservatives to oppose the lowering of the retirement age from 67 to 65. Today, they're talking about 65 years, but not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois wanted people to retire at 67. The honourable member for Shefford. Honestly, you have to wonder why the Liberals want a fourth mandate when their vision for the future of society seems to be to deny income to 1 million Quebec seniors. They're completely disconnected and people can see it. And we've been very clear, the Liberals have until October 29th to pass C-319 and increase pension for seniors aged 65 to 74. Time's going quickly, especially since the Senate doesn't seem to be in any hurry these days. Why is it so important for the Liberals to go to the polls over this lack of consideration for seniors? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, we could put more credibility into the words of the Sovereignist Party across the way if they hadn't openly acted aggressively to oppose hundreds and hundreds of dollars in dental care for each and every senior who needs it, not just in Quebec, but across Canada. Including, Mr. Speaker, 14,000 seniors in her own riding. Mr. Speaker, there's no coherence here. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, you decided that the NDP Liberal government violated an order of this House by refusing to provide evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into this $400 million Liberal scandal. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' refusal to provide these documents is an insult to the intelligence of Canadians. Will the Liberals stop playing hide-and-seek, provide the evidence to the police so that Parliament can do its work with transparency, and get back to work for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians should be truly concerned by this, because what we're seeing today and what we've seen in recent days, Mr. Speaker, is very concerning. The Conservative Party wants to direct the police, Mr. Speaker. Imagine in what state we would be if the Conservative Party, with the Conservative leader, imagine this, wanted to direct the work of the RCMP, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP has been very clear. There's an important risk that the motion be seen as a way of getting around charter rights and due process. We are going to fight to preserve democracy. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing really tough times, but times have never been better for well-connected Liberal buddies. The Auditor General has shown major discrepancies at SDTC when it comes to funding small and medium-sized businesses. The noble goals of SDTC were tainted when its $1 billion budget was repurposed so that a certain few could line their pockets. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals finally give Canadians the transparency that they deserve? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, people who are watching us at home and those who are in the galleries today understand the Conservatives' games very well. The game the Conservatives are playing, Mr. Speaker, is to try to direct police in Canada. Imagine where that'll lead us, Mr. Speaker. I challenge my colleague. 87% of the businesses in clean tech in Canada got funding from SDTC, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that this is a foundation that helped small businesses across the country. And I think, Mr. Speaker, the day that we let the Conservatives direct the work of the police, it would be a very concerning day for all of us. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the House is paralysed because of another Liberal corruption scandal. It must be in their DNA. $400 million, 186 conflicts of interest at a time when Canadians can barely afford to feed, heat and house themselves. But Liberal donors continue to line their pockets, and the Liberals are continuing to protect themselves and their buddies by hiding the documents. When will the government give the police the documents that they need and get back the $400 million of taxpayers' money that's disappeared? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, what we've seen over the last few days is concerning for all Canadians. The reality of what we're seeing in the House is that the Conservatives are now trying to direct police services in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the history of Canada, what the Conservatives are trying to do is unprecedented. On this side of the House, we act responsibly. We have already provided the documents to the police, Mr. Speaker. There's been an Auditor General investigation. Documents have been provided, but what the Conservatives are trying to do right now is put a stain on democracy and prevent this House from working in the interest of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking real action to tackle the most pressing issues facing Canadians, and this includes climate change. Canadians know that climate change is making life more difficult and more expensive. We are a government that understands that the realities of rural Canadians differ from those of Canadians living in larger urban areas. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services and FedNor please tell Canadians how our government is supporting rural and remote communities right across the country?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services and FedNor.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of FedNor and Indigenous Services Canada, I hear firsthand from rural communities hit hard by climate change. In fact, just yesterday, we heard from chiefs from Northwest Territories talk about the most severe drought they've ever seen in their lifetime. In fact, it's putting their livelihoods, their ability to gather food, their ability to get goods up and down that river at risk, Mr. Speaker. They know, and so many Canadians know, we must do more to protect the climate and each other. Conservative MPs don't care about that, though. They don't even believe in climate change. And they don't really care about affordability either. They did all they could to block the rural top-up, an extra $280 for people in the member.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the public inquiry, the Chief of Staff to the then Public Safety Minister was unwilling to explain why a CSIS warrant sat on the Minister's desk for 54 days, when, according to national security officials, such a warrant is typically signed off between 4 and 10 days. It has been reported that the subject of the warrant is a former Ontario Liberal cabinet minister. Does the minister really expect Canadians to believe that this 54-day delay had nothing to do with the partisan interests of a Liberal Party?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker,
that the member opposite talks about political interest, because it was the Conservative leader, when he was the Minister of Democratic Institutions, said he wasn't going to take foreign interference seriously because it wasn't in his political interest to do so. On the other hand, on our side, this side of the House, we have taken the issues around foreign interference seriously since day one, including ensuring that we have protecting our democratic institutions, including the current study to look into Russian-based influencers operating in Canada that Conservatives want to block.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, there is no other plausible explanation for the delay. It was about Liberals protecting Liberals. The Attorney General is responsible for seeing that Cabinet upholds the independent and non-partisan principles of our justice system. His Cabinet colleague put the partisan interests of the Liberal Party ahead of the administration of justice. What does the Attorney General have to say about that?
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to foreign interference, this is not a new phenomenon, but what is new to Canadians is a government that actually takes it seriously. That is precisely why we have implemented a number of measures to ensure that our democratic institutions are strengthened, to ensure that it's not at the whim of the leader of the opposition when he thinks there's some sort of political advantage to him. Mr. Speaker, we will take the issues around foreign interference, no matter where they are coming from, incredibly seriously, and not cherry pick like the Conservatives do.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Iranian-backed Houthis shoot down civilian merchant ships. They fire missile after missile at innocent Israelis. They disrupt international trade. They traffic in violence and fear across the Middle East. These terrorists can freely operate, fundraise, and recruit in Canada. The Americans banned them in January. NDP Liberals said they'd think about it. It's been 10 months. Ban the terrorists. Protect Canadians. What's there to think about?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see that Conservatives want to play games with incredibly serious issues. We on this side of the House will not. What we will do, Mr. Speaker, is we will ensure that the national security agencies in this country who make regular terrorist listing determinations, that they have the resources they need to do just that. These national security organizations in Canada are constantly reviewing the terrorist listing, and the Minister of Public Safety has ensured that he is put forward for urgent review.
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, it's a World Mental Health Day. This year's theme is time to prioritize mental health in the workplace. It reminds us that we need to prioritize mental health in all of our workplaces and communities right across the country. Everyone deserves to have access to mental health services that they need. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction tell this House what our government is doing to extend access to mental health services across Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for all of her advocacy on mental health. It's such an important issue to Canadians. Today is World Mental Health Day, a day to raise awareness and commit to breaking the stigma around mental health. Mental health is health, Mr. Speaker, and we're committed to expanding access to mental health services for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we're taking action. While our government has solutions, the opposition only has slogans. From our government's work to creating a youth mental health fund to the 988 suicide helpline, we're taking a compassionate approach to make sure no one is left behind.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, here are today's headlines. Israeli troops opened fire on UN peacekeepers in Lebanon. Hundreds of thousands of people are trapped in northern Gaza, ordered to flee with nowhere to go. Israel is planning to shut down UNRWA, and Canada's leader of the opposition says that Israel bombing a nuclear facility would be a gift to humanity. This is crazy. This is enough. Canada needs to do everything to de-escalate, everything to build peace. We need to sanction Netanyahu, we need to have an arms embargo, and we need to recognize Palestine.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, since October 7th, Canadians have been clear that they expect us to defend Israel's security and get the hostages released, ensure international rules are respected, do everything we can for civilians to be protected, and make sure that this conflict doesn't spread into a regional or international crisis. Too many innocent civilians, including children and women, have been killed in this war. The loss of innocent lives is something we have not heard Conservatives talk about in this House, and I appreciate the NDP bringing it forward. This should not be controversial, Mr. Speaker. Bravo.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, back in April, 6 nations of the Grand River had to close their community health centre because of worsening black mold, first detected over a year ago. And while Indigenous Services Canada has a responsibility to ensure 6 nations has a safe and accessible medical facility that meets their needs, the Minister recently communicated to the community that they need to apply for funding and hope for the best. Will the Minister take responsibility, commit to a follow-up meeting with 6 Nations Chief Hill, and expedite a new health centre?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services and Fedner.
Mr. Speaker, I will always commit to working with First Nations leaders on their infrastructure priorities. As the member opposite knows, there is a $380 billion gap in infrastructure left after generation of neglect of First Nations communities. But we have increased spending on First Nations infrastructure priorities by 1,800%, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to continue to do that work. We're going to continue to be there as partners, as communities build up the infrastructure they need for today and tomorrow.
Excellent.
And so brings to an end of a question period. I recognize the Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, who is rising to give the weekly question.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise on behalf of the official opposition for an important part that all look forward to on Thursday afternoon. That is the Thursday question. I think many Canadians are watching this. It's been 2 weeks today since your ruling that the Liberal government has been found in contempt of Parliament for refusing to turn over all documents pertaining to the $400 million Green Slush Fund. They have grinded Parliament to a halt by refusing to adhere to the will of Parliament and to your ruling. So we are watching with interest as they project the calendar for the next several sitting days. Although we have a recess next week, Canadians want to know, perhaps in the last couple of hours, the Liberals have come to the sense and realized that they should provide and agree to provide the RCMP with full, unredacted access of all documents as ordered by Parliament so we can get back to business. Have they finally agreed to get back to work and get the RCMP the information they deserve to have?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we are again. You'll remember at this time last week, I stood in this place and listed the following business for the upcoming week, specifically Bills C-71 on citizenship, C-66 on military justice, C-63 on online harms, and the Ways and Means motion related to capital gains. I'm sorry to say that all we have seen this week is more Conservative procedural games. I can only imagine because they don't want to debate this important legislation because they're opposed to it for Canadians. And again, for a second week in a row, they have offered nothing constructive and instead have focused on bringing dysfunction to this chamber. And as I've said many times, Mr. Speaker, the government is supportive of your ruling and the Conservative motion, actually, to refer the privilege matter to the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs. But why can't they take yes for an answer, Mr. Speaker? They are effectively spinning their own obstruction because they don't want this matter to be referred to committee. And the funniest part about it is not only did they amend their own motion, but today they amended their own amendment. So they are trying really, really hard to avoid that this goes to committee for further study. And perhaps it's because what they will hear is expert after expert talking about the egregious abuse of power being displayed by the official opposition, their interference in police work, their obstruction of police investigation, and the fact that this is a complete disregard for democracy and the rights of Canadian citizens. They clearly don't want to debate government legislation. All they want to do is serve themselves and their own partisan interests. But, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be here to work for Canadians, and let me take this opportunity, as I know Canadian families are going into this weekend, to be together, to give thanks for what they have, to wish all members in this House, as well as all Canadians, a very happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members who are using their earpieces will have to readjust their volume accordingly.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming consideration of a motion respecting a failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
Resuming debate. The honourable member from Calgary Centre. Before I interrupted him, he has 12 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock.
Perhaps I misspoke there. I thought that I had a 10-minute speech, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm splitting my time with one of my colleagues here, but perhaps not. So I'll speak on for 12 minutes here, unless I'm reminded otherwise. But I've gone through a very extensive illustration of exactly how the corruption that has been part of this government since I've been in this government, since I've been in this Parliament for 6 years now. I guess it's 5 years, but at the end of the term here it'll be 6 years. But we've gone through AdScam. We've got, well, that was the previous Paul Martin government that fell for that, and recognize it fell over a $4 million scandal. Now, $4 million is a heck of a lot than a $400 million scandal. But the government fell in 2004, almost 20 years ago, over a $4 million scandal, where it was proven that the government had actually given money to companies where money was being funneled back to the Liberal Party. So giving money to insiders. And the Gomery Commission, at the end of the day, proved that that money, a lot of that money ended back up in the Liberal Party's hands. It was atrocious. Canadians punished the government for that and sent them packing and sent in a new government in 2006 for good reason. Long in the tooth and effectively paying a lot of money to their friends. Now, the Gomery Commission obviously found enough information on $4 million worth of government graft, if you will, corruption, that it acted. It acted accordingly to the way it should have. But I've spoken about this, and I've spoken about the various other scandals that have happened in this government. SNC-Lavalin, we've talked about that. That was in 2018. And what that did was effectively tarnish Canada's reputation on the international stage, because one of our, at the time, I think our largest engineering company was involved in corporate corruption around the world. That means that a lot of Canadian companies weren't able to bid on international contracts. That's a huge cost to the country. If you think about how many Canadian companies could not participate in international bids from international organizations because of one bad apple that was in the pockets of this Liberal government. And how do I know that? I know that because at the end of the day, you had the Prime Minister more or less throwing one of his ministers completely under the bus in order to get what he wanted as a deferred agreement with SNC-Lavalin, and getting the Attorney General to acquiesce to that, which was completely and deemed to be and ruled to be corrupt. Should never have happened. The Winnipeg Labs, well, we know what happened in the Winnipeg Labs. The government ended up calling an election rather than facing the consequences in front of this House of an order to produce the documents that were from the leaks from the Winnipeg lab. Incidentally, that was in 2021 when the civil servant was at this bar in this House, Mr. Speaker, effectively saying, you know, I've got some privilege where I don't have to provide this. And your predecessor, Mr. Speaker, was ordering him. The government, what they did is they took your predecessor to court in order not to produce those documents. That's never been done before in Canadian history, where the government takes the Speaker, the representative of this Parliament, to court, weaponizing, legally weaponizing against this Parliament. Parliament is supreme. The government isn't supreme. This government answers to Parliament. This is our role here as elected officials, to oversee the government, not to just do what the government says. And you've been very good at that, Mr. Speaker, as far as making sure they're held to account. And I applaud your order here, getting them to actually produce these documents. Winnipeg Labs was one thing. Incidentally, I wanted to point out, 2024, the government actually produced 600 pages of documents regarding the leaks at the Winnipeg Microbiology Lab. Now, that's 3 years later than they were asked for by this Parliament. But I want to really expose the lengths the government went to avoid that. They called an election. They called an election in order to dissolve Parliament so they wouldn't have to disclose what had happened and what they were complicit in allowing to happen at one of the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. It was scandalous that they got away with this. We Charity, of course, I've gone into it in detail, but We Charity was once again senior members of the government working hand in hand with their friends, money going back and forth about who's getting paid for what. Wow. Lots of money going back to the Liberal pockets' hands. It was scandalous, and I will say as corrupt as anything I've seen in this government. And luckily we exposed that. And I recall it was one of my first years in Parliament, and I recall bringing some of my skill set to the fore at that point in time, because I was actually looking at their financial statements and looking at 1 year versus the other years, and looking at it and saying, these are not right. And actually looking at at that point in time as Charity that was actually hiding some information. An in-out scam, if there's ever was one. Arrive scam, we've gone through that in detail as well. Arrive scam was a lot of money going to two people working in the basement of their homes, money being shoveled out the door. Canadians know all about it. Again, we had him at the bar here in Parliament. We had somebody actually answering to parliamentarians about what was going on in his company and how he more or less used a lot of influence with his Liberal friends and his government friends in order to get a whole bunch of money shoveled into his bank accounts. This is corruption. This is lack of oversight. And I know that my colleagues on the other side of the House, the government side of the House, they're going, well, that's just incompetence from the government's part. Nothing to do with us here. It's just the government being incompetent. Don't tell us to be accountable. Government is supposed to be accountable. Every one of these ministers is supposed to be accountable for the departments. And the thing that was quite clear in the ruling that the Auditor General had here when they looked at the Green Slush Fund, which we're addressing here today, Mr. Speaker, was that the Minister of Industry did not oversee the contracts with the conflicted Liberal insiders at all. And I want everybody to address that here in the House of Commons. The Minister of Industry didn't oversee those contracts at all. And think about what I call the Minister of writing checks, because that's all he does. He thinks he's there to just bring in business to Canada and write billions of dollars worth of checks to all kinds of industries, many of which are long shot gambles, but this is the Canadian taxpayers' money that he's throwing out there without any accountability whatsoever. Not just accountability for the money, but accountability for the contracts, accountability for the people involved, accountability to make sure that we're getting value for money, even if the contract is a terrible contract. Does it measure up? The Minister of Industry is clearly not being accountable for that, and should be held to account in this House at the soonest possibility, Mr. Speaker. These are hundreds. This one here, let's get to the point. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars funneled to Liberals and Liberal friends through the Green Slush Fund. And all of a sudden, we're asking for those documents. The Auditor General has found some malfeasance there. The documents come back, and they're completely redacted. As my friend, the member for South Shore St. Margaret said, you could have run out of toner in the Prime Minister's office. There was so much black ink on that page. But I've spoken of various scandals here, hundreds of millions of dollars. We've spoken about a number of these issues. But let me ask this question. Is this criminal? Well, we don't know yet. We're trying to get these unredacted documents into the hands of the police so the police can determine if there are criminal charges to be laid here. And we're being held up by this government. 3 years? Like the Winnipeg microbiology lab, you're going to hold it up for 3 years to try and just shovel that under the rug. Nothing happened here. Well, 3 years down the road, well, something happened, but don't worry about it. It was so long ago, we don't need to worry about it anymore. That's not the way this Parliament works. We're asking for these documents. We're Parliament. We're asking these documents to be unredacted and provided to us so we can oversee these and make sure there's accountability built into them. But I'm going to ask this question as well. If this is criminal, is what's happening in this House right now a cover-up of criminality? So I'm asking the people on that side of the House, the people on the government benches, is this a cover-up of criminality? And if so, once it's determined that this is criminal, what do you think the complicity in this is going to be looked at from the Canadian public, but also from the police? We tried to hide this evidence from Parliament, who legitimately and legally asked for this, and we decided, the government says, that we're not going to provide it in a first iteration since Confederation, where this government has repeatedly provided not enough information to this Parliament. COVID changed a lot, I admit, in this country. It wasn't supposed to change democracy or the way we handle democracy in this House of Commons. We are supposed to practice democracy as if this House of Commons holds the government accountable for their actions, especially their actions in spending Canadian taxpayer money. I've heard the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, talk about the Charter. This is nonsense. The Charter was not designed, there's no foresight at all, to have the Charter interrupt Parliament's role in holding the government to account. That is completely made up. It is a fabrication and should not be entertained here at all. And if any official at the Department of Justice is putting that forward as an argument, put that name forward, because that person should be disbarred very quickly here and should not be practicing law in Canada, let alone for Her Majesty's government. This is, again, a ruse put forward by this government in order not to be accountable to this Parliament. This government needs to be accountable to this Parliament. Our job here, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, is to hold this government accountable, and it is doing its best to obfuscate, confuse, and try not to provide the information that's required for us to do our job here as His Majesty's loyal opposition. Mr. Speaker, I beseech you, can you please enforce this as much as you can, as you have done to this point in time. Continue to hold these people to account as we are here today. Continue to enforce your rules as the representative of Parliament, making sure that the rules in this House are upheld and this government is held to account for its abuse of taxpayer funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to my friend's speech, and I'm wondering if he saw the letter from the RCMP. I saw it for the first time today. I'm not sure when it comes, but as someone who covered criminal court for many years as a journalist, I have a lot of sympathy for the RCMP, who are saying even if they get these documents, which they don't want, they wouldn't be able to use them in a court of law because it doesn't follow the proper chain of evidence. And at the very end of the letter, let me quote, he says, "The RCMP is operationally independent, strictly adheres to the principle of police independence. In a free and democratic society, this ensures the government cannot direct or influence the actions of law enforcement." I'm wondering what the honourable member has to say in response to the RCMP.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
There's a couple things the member said in that question. Number one, she saw that document today, and it's been commented on for 2 weeks here, and I wonder why she hasn't looked at it sooner. But we are not the government. We are not the government. We are Parliament. They are the government. The government is the front bench over on that side of the House. That front bench is not supposed to direct the RCMP. Our role as Parliament is to hold the government to account. We are asking the government, and we've asked it, and you've ruled on it, Mr. Speaker, they need to provide those documents to the RCMP for them to determine exactly what has gone wrong here and if it is criminal. I don't know why the member on the other side doesn't see that chain of events for them to see the evidence and them to determine if there's a criminal act that occurred in there and for them to investigate that at that point in time. The first step in that process is what we do here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to ask a question from my colleague. I remember a time in this country when there was something called the sponsorship scandal that really rocked the political world. And actually, that's the event that made me a conservative. It was a seminal event for a lot of young conservatives. At the time, all oppositions parties were united to ensure that we could fend off this massive corruption scandal coming from the Liberal Party of Canada that eventually would bring down the government. I want to ask my colleague whether he thinks that unity amongst the opposition parties will be able to hold well into the future and into the coming weeks so that we can ensure ourselves that we retain the right of Parliament unobstructed to obtain documents on behalf of Canadians so that we can get to the truth, and that we don't see the government use both the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as a shield to defend their own corruption.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Thank my colleague very much for the question. I did have reference to the sponsorship scandal in my speech, and I had to cut a couple pages of out to fit within the time allotted. But he's exactly right. It coalesced Canadians on how their government was actually working, and there weren't checks and balances on money going out the door from the Liberal government of the time and back in the back door of political contributions. It was obscene. It was absolutely obscene. From 1996 to 2004, there was a Gomery Commission that actually looked at how all that money was backdoored into the Liberal Party, money given to Liberal friends, backdoored into the Liberal Party. It was an awful demonstration of how a democratic country should run itself. And that government got thrown out. For $4 million at the end is the amount found by the Gomery Commission, as opposed to $400 million. Now, I appreciate inflation, but inflation over 20 years is not 100 times the scandal that happened in that year. This is something that we have to make sure we're holding the government accountable and make sure the public sees that we are doing our job and that the government is actually doing providing some transparency, some accountability for its actions. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with speeches that have been going on for days, it looks like we're going to be stuck here forever. Liberals and Conservatives are pointing the finger at each other and have been for days now. The STDC scandal represents a lack of control over public funds, waste, meddling, a scathing indictment of the federal system. The government needs to do the responsible thing and also allow the legislature to do its job. If you were in the government as Conservatives, what would you do to avoid something like this happening again?
Centre.
That's a very good question. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. So thank you, Madam Speaker. If we form government, we will work with all stakeholders to ensure that all government spending is transparent and accountable to the Canadian public. We need to shine a light on secret government information. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually disappointed in the response the member gave to my colleague. I think it's illegitimate. I've been in opposition for over 20 years. And to try to say because you're in opposition, you have supreme power and to use that as a beating tool over constitution or charter rights, I think is shameful. The RCMP are very, very clear in terms of the game that the Conservative Party of Canada is playing. And I quote from the letter, "There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections." This is not the government or the Liberal Party saying this. Madam Speaker, this is the RCMP institution, the commissioner. And then to say, well, it's not a charter issue, and try to downplay that issue is disgraceful. Why won't the Conservative Party stop playing the game and realize that this is something that is serious and stop the filibuster and allow the issue to go to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee so we can start dealing with issues that Canadians are concerned about, not the games, the political games that the Conservative Party of Canada wants to play at a great expense to Canadians.
Member for Calgary Centre, order.
I'm responding to my colleague again, and I know that sometimes I irritate him in this respect. The issue is that we're not holding up Parliament, Madam Speaker. You know that. The order was for them to provide the documents to Parliament unredacted, and they refuse to do so. And the Speaker said that we're not going to deal with any other business of the House until this is finally dealt with. So we are awaiting those documents. Please provide those documents, and we will love to get back to doing the work of Parliament and getting some relief for Canadians that this government has stressed so badly in this process. I'm looking forward to those documents and getting back to work for Canadians.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During question period, the government gave answers stating that we can't provide the documents to the police, the RCMP, because the RCMP hasn't issued a warrant. But the only thing we are asking for is to provide some potential evidence. We're not trying to tell the RCMP how to do things. We're simply providing them with some potential evidence, and then the RCMP can do what it wants with them. The government also spoke about the division of powers. Well, look, we're not giving orders to the RCMP, nor do we want to. The division of powers is essential in any democracy. Here's my question. How is it that the government is not... how is it that the government doesn't realize this, unless they're creating some smokescreen as part of their refusal to hand over unredacted documents? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Thank you very much. To my colleague, I absolutely share her opinion. I believe it is indeed a government smokescreen. The government is certainly not telling the truth as they seek to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. I don't understand why they want to get away from a parliamentary order, because Parliament is essential to Canadian democracy. So I would say, please give the information to Parliament so we can hand it over to the RCMP. That is something very important in the role played by the opposition in the House of Commons. It's something vital. I would like to thank my colleague again for the question.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a delight to see you in the chair. I was hoping that you would be the chair occupant during my intervention on this particular issue, because you and I share something in common, Madam Speaker. Maybe in my case, it was my formative years. I went to school, obviously, on the South Shore of Montreal. I grew up in Brossard. I believe you are the member for that region as well. You will know my elementary school, Harold Napper, that many people went there, including one of your predecessors, whose wife was the director of the school. And I went there. But also, with something we share in common is we both survived the 1995 referendum, and you lived through the sponsorship scandal. And so that's where I want to begin, because those events, the 1995 referendum, the sponsorship scandal, made me a conservative. It convinced me that the Liberal Party of Canada was corrupt and would be infinitely corrupt into the future. And I remember the table talk with my parents, my friends, people that I knew, and that became kind of the common accepted wisdom that the Liberal Party of Canada would always be corrupt, and there was no way to save them. And I find myself now in this chamber here, privileged from the people in the riding of Calgary-Shepherd who have sent me here to speak on their behalf, and it's happening all over again. This time, instead of the acronym being the sponsorship scandal, the Scandale des commandites, like they said it in French, it is now the SDTC, or in French, le TDTC scandal. In this case, it's 8 times larger than the sponsorship scandal was. We're talking about up to close to $400 million that was corruptly awarded to friends of the Liberal Party. $400 million. Taxpayers work incredibly hard to earn a living in this country, to then pay their taxes, to then see it awarded corruptly. So there are 2 parts to my intervention today. The first part is to talk about the Speaker's ruling on this matter, and the second part is the contents of those documents that has led us to this moment, and on why the Liberal Party, the governing party, is blocking the work of Parliament. It's not allowing us to proceed, because this could all end if they would just release all the unredacted documents to the parliamentary law clerk. It ends right there. We trust the law clerk. I, in this situation, am fine with the RCMP looking at the documents. They have a statement they've put out. If they find nothing of value in the documents, the matter ends there. It's quite simple. There's no reason to hyperventilate and make up judicial opinions on the floor of the House of Commons, make up arguments on why the Charter or the Constitution shields the Liberal Party of Canada from having documents in its possession, in the government's possession, being released so we can see how bad is the corruption. The Auditor General has already said there was corruption. The Auditor General has already ruled on this, and the Speaker has ruled as well. And this House ordered these documents to be produced June 10th in a vote that was 174 to 148. No individual member of Parliament has the absolute right to obtain any document that he or she wants, but as a House, as a group of parliamentarians, a majority here represents a majority of the Canadian public, a majority of Canadian taxpayers. And the Canadian taxpayer has been defrauded close to $400 million, $390 million exactly is the numbers in question. So on the Speaker's ruling, it said there, in some instances, only partial disclosures were made, owing either to redactions or the withholding of documents. That means entire documents were not provided. It goes on to say, in other instances, the House order was met with a complete refusal. Now, the Government of Canada, all of these cabinet ministers, every single department does not have the right to refuse an order of this House. The Speaker goes on to say whether it is wise to do so, not wise to do so, is beyond the point. The House has an absolute right to government documents because this place, the majority of members of Parliament, approved the spending. The government exists because Parliament approves the spending. So we own these documents. These are ours. So when we request for them, when we call for them, when we demand them to be given to the law clerks, they have to give them to us. We want them. We're not saying give us all the documents across all of the government of Canada. We're saying specific to the SDTC, the Green Slush Fund scandal, to give us the documents. And the Liberals have basically continued blocking the work of Parliament because they refused to give them. There were documents that were redacted, and there were documents that were completely withheld. Now, in the early interventions that led to the Speaker's ruling, the member for Windsor West spoke. He argued that the order for the production of documents should be respected. The New Democrats were right, absolutely right in that. A Bloc member of Parliament from La Prairie contended that the government may well have reasons not to meet its obligations, but that the privileges of the House are well established and that the order was clear. And it was very clear to all of us when we voted on it. The time for debate was then. And at the time, the government House leaders should have made the arguments that are being made now by different Liberal Party members of Parliament and parliamentary secretaries, but they didn't make those arguments because I went through the record, and those are not the arguments that they were making. In the House procedures, the House of Commons Procedures and Practice, the 3rd edition confirms, again, that the procedural and constitutional understanding, and starts at page 985, is well understood by all of us. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers. And the reason for that is simple. We own those papers on behalf of the people of Canada. That's who we're doing this work on behalf of. They have a right to see the documents. They have a right to see the documents sent to the law clerk and then given to the RCMP. And the RCMP can do whatever they want with it. The order of the House doesn't tell them what to do. It doesn't tell them what they should go and where the documents should be used or how they should be distributed within the RCMP. It is entirely up to them. Going back to the Speaker's ruling again, he said, the procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. He goes on further. He stated in the debates at page 2043, referring to Speaker Milliken's ruling from April 2010, procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents. I do not understand why the government keeps insisting that Speaker Milliken was wrong. And I'll say this, Speaker Milliken, I think we can all agree, in the modern history of our parliament, is probably the best speaker we've ever had. Like, I will say that if you go through his rulings, wise speaker indeed. And I'll say also, was a member of my political formation, still a wise speaker, still a man I think many of us would lean on when it comes to procedures of the House. So I cannot believe that the government of Canada, the Liberal Party of Canada, is rejecting his own words that were said in this House on the production of documents. So on going beyond the House of Commons powers, which has been an argument the government House leader made, again the Speaker said, and he said with respect, that these concerns ought to have been raised prior to the motion's passage, to its adoption. The House has clearly ordered the production of certain documents, and that order has clearly not been fully complied with. The Chair cannot come to any other conclusion but to find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established. So he's basically said that the government is in contempt of an order of the House, in contempt of Parliament. It's simple. This all ends when they give all the documents to the law clerk. We're not saying give it to the official opposition leader. Don't give it to me. Give it to the law clerk of the House of Commons, appointed by the government. Like, it's very simple. Just give it to that person who will see the documents unredacted and then will transfer it to the RCMP. There is no great complications here. I think one of my favorite lines that I've heard in debate is when someone breaks into your house, do you call the police or do you call a committee? I call the police. Yes. Those are the people I will go to when I have a problem. There's no committee that can fix a problem someone's breaking in. There's almost $400 million at stake here from Canadian taxpayers. Canadian taxpayers were bilked out of this. And it's not that this is like a recent thing, Madam Speaker. It's not that this is something that just kind of came about and it was discovered later on. This started in 2017. SDTC has existed since 2001 and spent almost 16 years with a clean bill of health from the Auditor General. And then certain Liberal cabinet ministers began appointing their friends, and they appointed more of their friends. And those friends saw friends as companies that needed money. And they went to the taxpayer, and they fleeced them. And then everything came apart, and then we had this bizarre kabuki theater where the minister abolished the fund, rolled it into somewhere else and said, it's all good, we're moving on, nothing to see here, it's such a terrible shame all this money went missing. $390 million of which. And now we should talk about, $1 billion per year was spent and there was no problems whatsoever, but then they just couldn't help themselves when they reached into the pockets of the taxpayer and gave their friends. So let's look at exactly what happened with SDTC. So it's the Auditor General's report that found that there were hundreds of millions of dollars that were not just misspent, but they were corruptly awarded to the companies, sometimes of board members making the decision at the board. You had 82% of the funding transactions approved by the board during a 5-year sample by the Auditor General were found to have conflicts of interest. 82% had a conflict of interest. I cannot imagine an instructor, a professor, a teacher out there who's teaching corporate ethics who would look at that and be like, that's okay, we should just roll things under the rug and just move on. Mistakes were made, not so bad. And this was an Auditor General 5-year sample. She did not even have the opportunity to look at all of the cases, of all of the awarding of money. In the Auditor General's own report, she found that the same board approved $59 million in projects that they were not authorized to do so, because the SDTC is the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund. It was meant to fund green energy projects. And $59 million was approved to go to nothing related to the fund, so illegally given up. And I would hope that we will all agree that $59 million is a big sum of money. It's a huge sum of money. And the taxpayers have a right to know, where did the money go? Why were these decisions made? There were people on the board who were awarding each other's companies cash. That is an obvious conflict of interest. And there were Government of Canada officials who sat through those board meetings. So how could the minister claim that he could not have known about it? How is it possible that there are no documents out there that are worthy of giving over to the law clerks and then give to the RCMP for it to be determined and investigated how exactly these decisions were made? These were completely in contraventions of the Conflict of Interest laws of Canada, the Public Office Holders Rules, and the SDTC's own act. I would think when you appoint people to a board that they would read the act that governs their behavior, but obviously that didn't happen in this case. 405 transactions, 226 were the sample, 186 of those 226, at least 82%, over $300 million corruptly given out. Now, the fund had $832 million that was given out at the time. And, you know, there are individuals specifically involved who are on the board that were involved with a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital. The member for South Shore St. Margaret's brought this up. But, Madam Speaker, do you know who was the lobbyist for a few years for Cycle Capital? Why? It was the Minister for the Environment and Climate Change before he became Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. And then during that time, he was a paid lobbyist, so he had to register. That's how we know this is all public information. He lobbied for them. And when he was lobbying for Cycle Capital, the current Minister of Environment, that company got $111 million. Well, that's so fortunate for them. How lucky are they? There are documents over there which would then show which meetings were held, what documents were exchanged, what's talked about. There would be, I'm sure, diary notes from public servants in those meetings and how decisions were being made and what was being said. There's actually, in the Lobbying Act, I see here 25 times in the year before he was elected. That is quite surprising. I mean, I wonder when he became the nominated candidate for the Liberal Party of Canada. Others who have participated in this were told at different points that actually some projects were rejected because they did not meet the funding requirements. And they were told, actually in emails that we know because they were released by the whistleblower, by others at parliamentary committees, they were told, quote, they would help her find money from other government departments. And pretty soon after that, the former board chair's center, named after her, got $12 million from ACOA and the ISET program. So even in some situations where it was quite obvious that for conflict of interest reasons, a program could not get money, money wasn't given out through another fund. So 9 directors, according to the Auditor General, accounted for the 186 conflicts. 9 directors, 9 individuals appointed by the government, appointed by the cabinet to sit on this board and make decisions. And they made decisions. The sponsorship scandal, Madam Speaker, was around $40 million, as I remember it. And I'm sure with inflation adjustment, that's actually a bigger number now. But $40 million is still a lot of money. It's still an incredible amount of money for the taxpayer. We're talking close to $400 million in this particular case, a much, much bigger sum. So the minister said back in June that there would be new transparency rules or new transparency measures that would be introduced. And now the Liberal government is giving out money again. Not a single bit of that information is being made available anywhere on the new website. SDTC used to put out a quarterly report on every single company. And the new fund, whatever has been rolled into, it doesn't do that anymore. It's silent, it's hidden. There's no more information being given out. We're supposed to believe that it was only those 9 directors that were directly appointed by the government. In 2017, the government went out of its way. It replaced the board chair because he was inconvenient and appointed their own person into that particular role. And that person participated in some of that conflict of interest decisions, sometimes to give even her own company some of the taxpayers' own dollars when they shouldn't have at all. So this goes on and on and on and on. And like previous members have said and others have mentioned in this House, this is not the first time that the Government of Canada, the Liberal cabinet, is refusing to disclose documents. Winnipeg Labs, they actually took the Speaker to court to stop the release of detailed documents from the Winnipeg National Microbiology Lab, and has gone through 2 parliamentary committees now to try to extract those documents. They even called an election to avoid having to release the documents. There was the SNC-Lavalin scandal, which the Prime Minister claimed on live television during a press conference that there was nothing to see here and nothing was going on, and that proved to be untrue as well. There was the We Charity scandal, foreign interference campaigns. And again, in every single situation, at first the government refused to release the documents. Madam Speaker, as I often do, I have a Yiddish proverb because I feel this whole situation is like a bridge, but I want to read it into the record in its original Yiddish. I'm going to practice. Sein Wort soll sein a Brick, Wort in a Meuer gehat, Arit wird strungein. And the translation for the interpreters is, if he, the government's word were a bridge, I'd be afraid to cross it. If we are to believe the government's argument right now, that for charter reasons, for constitutional reasons, they can't release the full documents that the Speaker has ordered released based on a majority vote in this place of all the MPs, and they're making a bridge out of it, I would not cross it. I would tell every single person in my riding of a Calgary Shepherd, you cannot trust their words. If they've built that bridge out of the words, Madam Speaker, you cannot trust it. It is old Yiddish wisdom, and it applies right here. This all ends when they release all of the documents. It is really that simple. And then we can get back to the normal work of this House. There's actually, I believe, another point of privilege that's coming up after this involving another Randy, I'm told, that also has corruptly done things. And so we're also trying to figure out what is there. In anticipation of a question I am very likely to get, I do want to remind the other side of 2 times the Prime Minister has commented about criminal charges being laid, about the RCMP laying criminal charges. One is from February 2018, said that the Prime Minister said the police investigation of Vice Admiral Mark Norman will inevitably lead to, quote, court processes. And then in another article on May 12, 2019, he told reporters at a press conference that Norman's case will likely end up before the courts. That's a quote. And then he goes on in a 2018 town hall, he said that the case would inevitably lead to court processes. That's about criminal court charges in that case. They ran through the mud a senior, decorated vice chief of defense staff to suit their own goals, and now they claim to us that for reasons they can't tell the RCMP what to do when they've done it themselves, and now they can't do it. I don't believe them. Don't walk across that bridge. Give us the documents.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you know, if the Conservative Party would stop playing the game to try to get political points and put Canadians ahead of their Conservative Party and the Canadian interests, maybe we might be able to see some progress in terms of dealing with this silliness of what we constantly hear from member after member. They continue to ignore the fact, and this is why I'm appealing to the member opposite. It'll be a wonderful presentation. Go and make it at Proc. But to be able to say that as a Conservative member, you are not, or the member is not, Madam Speaker, going to listen to the advice of the Commissioner of the RCMP and the advice of the Auditor General of Canada is highly irresponsible, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. These are independent institutions. Why should Canadians believe the politically motivated games that we're seeing on the floor of the House of Commons in Ottawa, as opposed to listen to what the institutions of our RCMP and Auditor General are saying? Why does he believe he has more credibility than them on this issue?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to remind the member that he calls these organizations so independent, but it was that government that invoked the Emergencies Act that ordered police forces across Canada what to do and how to do it, removing the role of justices in issuing search warrants and warrants of any type. That's what the Emergencies Act did. They did that. When it came to the Auditor General, very early in their term, when the Auditor General asked for more money to do more audits, they refused to give the money. In fact, I remember a letter coming from a certain Liberal MP telling that they were wrong and they should keep funding that office. Those were decisions they made. They have no problems interfering in the work of officers of Parliament or the police forces when it suits their corporate interests.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We Charity, ArriveCan, SDTC, Mackenzie, and other consultants. There's something in common. The delegation of responsibilities to implement a support program or learning program or for a framework for applications, for training managers, for collecting and analyzing data, collecting and analyzing and improving practices, and more. So I'm wondering, and perhaps my honorable colleague has an element of an answer for me, is a scandal because they refuse to manage and plan, and a refusal to be accountable from the government. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. I'd like to thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for the question, of course. I think it's the second option, the refusal to listen to the House, where the majority of members voted for these documents to be provided to the House so that they can be provided to the RCMP. It's very simple. Even the Speaker decided that, yes, the government is wrong, hasn't provided all of the documents. We've all seen it. It's nothing new with this government. The sponsorship scandal was version 1, I would say, in my lifetime at least, version 1 by the Liberal government of Canada, where corruption was normal at the time. And today it's with SDTC. Of course, I agree with the member, but in this case, I think it's the second option. It's about accountability. This government refuses to listen to the House and to Canadians.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention in his speech today. It was a really important one because I think it speaks to two things. One, the incredible support of this House to demand important documents related to financial accountability of this place. But I think New Democrats are also deeply concerned with the issue of ensuring that we have consistency across government. When we see the Conservatives in power or the Liberals in power, it seems that they both only care about financial accountability when they're opposing or trying to get more or additional political points. I have documents here, Madam Speaker, that relate to Ms. Verturen, the political appointee that the member is speaking about. She donated to the Conservatives for the last, since 2017, it's earlier, 2013, she donated thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party. Will the member reject donations from Ms. Verturen, the person who is chair, who was found in conflict of interest? Will the Conservative Party stop donations from the person that they're accusing as being a Liberal insider and, as a matter of fact, is donating to their party thousands of dollars?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know this person, this Annette Verturen. She's definitely never donated to me. I know every single one of my donors particularly. I would hope that the New Democrats stay on course with us. I think that is the one part where we opposition parties agree, that we are not here to defend Liberal corruption. That is the one thing that through the decades, all parties have agreed, that we are here to stand against the corruption of the Liberal Party of Canada, that we will unite together to ensure that taxpayers and Canadians get the documents, get the truth that they deserve, and that we protect them from those who wish to pick their pockets every single day.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker. For the last few days, I've been hearing the Liberals constantly asking to send this matter to PROC. And so I just want Canadians to know what would happen if the matter was referred to PROC based on what we've seen in the previous scandals, and that is that the NDP and the Liberals would filibuster to continue to block the production of documents. Can my honourable colleague comment on what he thinks about that?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I hope it never comes to having to do a filibuster anywhere at any committee. It's, as I jokingly say with colleagues, the filibuster is my favorite F word in this place. And particularly at PROC, I have actually been at PROC as a regular member, as a substitute member. I've testified before PROC as well. I hope it doesn't come to that, because in this particular case, all that a filibuster would do and delays would do at a committee would be to give more time to the Liberal Party to find a way out of its current predicament. All we're asking for is for the release of the documents, not to the Conservative Party, not to the official opposition, but to the law clerk. I think it's a very reasonable thing to ask, to release it to somebody who has no political affiliations, no past political preferences that's been expressed publicly. I've seen this done at committee before, where we have demanded documents be produced, and we do it through the law clerk's office. When there are these worries from the government, from the cabinet, that it could be used directly for a partisan purpose. Sometimes there are thousands or tens of thousands of documents, and it's perfectly reasonable. And then they can be passed on to the RCMP in this particular case, and the RCMP can determine what it wants to do. All that a committee would do at this point, if the threat comes about that they would then begin delays called a filibuster, will be just to give themselves more time, potentially with an election that would then end all the procedures of the House, all the processes of the House, and we would not be able to get to those documents to hand them to the RCMP, which I think is much more critical. And then the RCMP can do with it what they wish.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, I'm actually very much looking forward to actually getting to the bottom of this. And we have legislation before this House that has been stalled. And I'd ask the honourable member if we could come to an agreement and have this sent to PROC. I'm actually looking forward to studying it.
Honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad that the member is here. It's another member I share something in common with. I think actually in her case, one of my alma maters is Concordia University that we share. I just moved out west right after graduation, and I think there's some time apart on our graduation year. It took me a long time to finish my bachelor's degree, I'll jokingly say. But in this particular case, there's an easy way for this to end and get to committee. Like I mentioned twice during my intervention, is she can go to any member of the government and just convince them to release all of the documents, not just the redacted pieces, but like I quoted from the Speaker's ruling, some documents were completely withheld. Just table the documents with the law clerk, everybody gets to see them, they get passed on to the RCMP, and this ends, and we can continue on with the business of the people of Canada.
A very, very brief question from the honourable member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I spoke about this issue before. The member is accusing Ms. Verchuren, who is the person in conflict of interest who awarded her own company millions of dollars. She also happens at the same time to be donating money to the Conservative Party. How can they square the circle of the accusation that the member is making that they are a Liberal partisan, when the truth is they're actually a Liberal and Conservative partisan? She's been donating to the party as early as 2013 and just recently the last tax year.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
It's simple, Madam Speaker. I don't care who you donate to. If you steal from Canadian taxpayers, you deserve to be in front of a court, and the judges can decide.
Opening debate, the honourable member for Peterborough-Comarta.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It is always a wonderful opportunity and a true privilege to stand in the House of Commons and represent my amazing riding of Peterborough-Kawartha. Okay, so here we are. Here we are, and what are we doing today in the House of Commons? You know, I often think the folks at home watching must feel like they're just watching an episode of Young and the Restless. You know, in the 3 years since I've been elected, they could turn on Parleview or CPAC, turn it off for a couple months, a year even, turn it back on, and here we are, still talking about incompetence and corruption a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, division in our country that has never reached this level in my lifetime of 45 years. So what's happened here in the House of Commons is Parliament has basically been brought to a halt because the Liberals are refusing to turn over documents that the Conservatives are demanding they do. Well, what are these documents and what are we talking about? It's called the Green Slush Fund. So it's based on a Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC is what you will hear the acronym used for in this. So this is a green slush fund, and what it is it's supposed to be for companies to apply to this fund. It's $1 billion fund to invest in green technologies or green businesses. So what does that mean? Well, a whistleblower came before committee, and I think this is a really important piece of this discussion. Many bureaucrats, many people have to go to work, and maybe they're privy to some very important information. And at the end of the day, and our job is really no different, you have to put your head down on the pillow and be comfortable with your moral compass of what you're actually doing. Well, the bureaucrats underneath this fund, underneath this Prime Minister, couldn't do that any longer. And so they came forward to committee, and they are called what's called a whistleblower. And they said, there is serious corruption happening. And I'm going to read you some of the testimony that was put forward. These are quotes. I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality. Another quote, I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they are not to be trusted on this situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate. Another quote, again, if you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation and they find something, or they don't, I think the public would be happy with that. But I don't think we should have to leave it to the current federal government or the ruling party to make those decisions. Let the public see what's there. Another quote, just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within this organization. So the documents we're demanding that be handed over, and the Speaker has ruled in favor of this, the opposition parties alongside of us, everyone except the Liberals have agreed to what we've asked for. These are documents that outline what has happened and what corruption has happened. This is critical. Why? Because it is your money, not you, Madam Speaker, but the people watching at home. The government doesn't have any money. It has taxpayers' money. And there should be a pretty strong understanding and agreement that whomever is in government is not abusing that money, wasting that money, or giving it to their friends and family for them to get rich and not actually doing any work. So it's a very simple ask. And you know, I want to read a couple things into the record here. But I think what I would really ask people at home to think about, this is a lot of procedural conversation about parliamentary privilege and this and that. But the question you need to ask yourself is, why do these documents exist in the first place? Why would we have a government in power that would have not just misused, but corruption, and what's the word I want to use? It's not, they have given taxpayer money to their friends and family? Why are we even having that discussion? That is the biggest question I would have. And if somebody was innocent and they're truly here to represent people and they were elected to actually ensure transparency and accountability, they would say, oh my gosh, here, let's hand these unredacted documents over to ensure accountability and transparency. Why do these documents exist in the first place? What are they hiding? How did we get here? How did we get to this level of corruption that hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars have gone to nothing to improve our life, in fact, make it significantly worse? That is the question that needs to be asked today. So the Auditor General of Canada found that the Prime Minister has turned the Sustainable Development Technology Canada SDTC fund into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. And in this report specifically, the Auditor General found that 58 million of 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. 58 million. Sounds a lot like the Arrive Scam app number, doesn't it? 334 million over 186 cases to projects in which the board members had a conflict of interest. And the Auditor General didn't even do all 400. So can you imagine how many more there are? Well, let's not imagine. Let's get the documents and let's see.
Hear, hear.
The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the Prime Minister's industry, the Minister of Industry, can't say names in the House of Commons, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to the Liberal insiders. So this is obviously very, very serious, what we're dealing with. And, you know, I think it's important to go back to how did we even get here. I want to read you a quote, Madam Speaker, into the record. And I want you to guess at home, who do you think said it? Here we go. Political leadership is about raising the bar on openness and transparency. As a member of Parliament, as a leadership candidate, and now as leader of my party, I have taken every opportunity to raise the bar when it comes to openness and accountability. As leader of my party, I made raising the bar on transparency and openness my first major policy announcement so that Canadians can better hold their leaders accountable. For me, transparency isn't a slogan or a tactic, it's a way of doing business. I trust Canadians, I value their opinions, and now that I've heard them, I'm going to act. June 2013. Any guesses who said that? Any guesses? Anyone? The Prime Minister himself. Oh, how the tides have turned. And I want to read you another one, because they're just so good. They're just so good. I'm just going to keep going here. Get your popcorn, folks, because we're here for a while. I think we're going to have to embark on a completely different style of government. We could interpret that a lot of ways, couldn't we? He said, a government that both accepts its responsibilities to be open and transparent, but also a population that doesn't mind lifting the veil to see how sausages are made. That there is a dual responsibility in changing towards more open and transparent functioning that really will go to a deep shift in how government operates. Any guesses who said that? Anyone? Oh, same guy. Prime Minister, April 2015. Oh, another quote from April 2015. Once I looked at the trend lines in democracy, the empowering of citizens and activists, I know that the government of the future is going to be very, very different than the governments of the past. Well, it sure is different, Madam Speaker. It sure is different. Because since I've been here, it is another day, another scandal. I have never seen the country in the state that it is in. And for anyone asking, they'll say, why do you have to be so hard on the Prime Minister? Why do you have to do that? Because opposition's role is to ensure that the government is doing the best for the people of Canada. It is to bring balance to this place. That Prime Minister has shown he is incapable of balance. That Prime Minister has shown that it is rules for thee, but not for me. And I want to go through the list of scandals. Again, grab your popcorn, because there's a lot of them. The McKinsey scandal. The Auditor General of Canada report criticizes that the Prime Minister government for awarding $200 million in contracts to McKinsey without proper guidelines. 90% of contracts were awarded without clear justification, with many lacking defined purposes or outcomes. In some cases, the Canada Border Services Agencies altered requirements to allow McKinsey to qualify. 70% of contracts were sole-sourced with no explanation for bypassing competitive processes. McKinsey operated without necessary security clearances in 13 out of 17 contracts. The firm's past failures include involvement in the Canada Infrastructure Bank and contributing to the opioid crisis that has killed 42,000 Canadians since 2015, Madam Speaker, in which they paid $600 million in damages. Then we have the trip to Jamaica. The MP's, the Prime Minister's $84,000 holiday vacation in Jamaica, a gift from family friends. Rules for thee, but not for me. Then we went to Montana. He went to Montana there for $228,000, not including the salaries of the RCMP officers. Okay, we're not done yet. Another trip to Jamaica in April. That one was $162,000. And who can forget a Arrive scam? I know my friend here from Brantford Branch sure doesn't forget that one, where we had to bring forward a government agency, GC Strategies. Anybody know what GC stands for? Government of Canada. $60 million that went to a company that doesn't even exist, that two guys were able to build in a weekend for under, what was it? $250,000. Taxpayer money. And you want to know why the cost of living is out of control? Madam Speaker, we do not have a revenue problem in this country. We have a Prime Minister with a spending and corruption problem in this country. Let's not forget about the $6,000 a night hotel room where he bussed into song at the Queen's funeral. Or who could ever forget the We charity? The Prime Minister announced We Charity would manage $912 million Canada Student Service, the $912 million Canada Student Service grant, and the Ethics Commissioner initiated an investigation on July 3rd, 2020 into that decision. But probably my most favorite scandal that stands today and really speaks to the character of what you're dealing with and the sort of rot that we've seen in this country is SNC-Lavalin. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner Mario Dion investigated allegations that the Prime Minister's office pressured former Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould regarding SNC-Lavalin. Raybould resigned from Cabinet and Principal Secretary Gerald Butts denied the claims before resigning. Jane Philpott also resigned in protest. In August 2019, the Commissioner found that the Trudeau and his officials had breached ethics rules. Had breached ethics rules by attempting to undermine federal prosecutors' decisions. SNC-Lavalin has been charged with fraud and corruption in connection with payments of nearly $48 million to public officials in Libya under Muammar Gaddafi's government, and allegations it defrauded Libyan organization of an estimated $130 million. 2 Liberal ministers, female, might I add, took the fall for that one. That's another one of these classic things. I can't wait to see who's going to take the fall for these documents, because they will be turned over, because we're not going to stop. Let's have that honest conversation. These unredacted documents, it is... Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, to put this into context, if somebody from CRA phoned you and said, we think you violated tax law, we need you to hand over documents, and you said no, what would happen? What would happen? Would they just leave you and say, oh, okay, no problem? Or say you handed them over documents, but you blacked out everything that was important that they wanted to know. Would they be okay with that? Oh, so the general public has to follow every single rule that the government imposes on them while they tax them into poverty. But the government and this Prime Minister, no, not us. We're not responsible for following any rules. And you know, this mentality bleeds down into the entire front rows and benches, but not just that, into society. We have a societal blister in this country of a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency. It bleeds into our public safety when criminals have no consequences and crime is rampant, because it's all over the place. And then the erosion of trust in institutions, Madam Speaker. When you erode trust, you create chaos, because there is no relationship. It is the most detrimental thing you can do. And the people do not trust the government, nor should they. I'm not even done reading half of the scandals. And he's only been in power for 9 years. You know, the other important piece to talk about this is the Green Slush Fund, and in itself, what it truly is. So, give me a minute here. I've got to find a piece of paper that I'm looking for that I can't. Oh, I don't have it on me. Okay. So, we found out today, oh shoot, I'm going to try and find it, that the PBO has now said that the carbon tax, just as Conservatives have been saying from day one, is just this big scam. It's driving up the cost of everything. Canadians are paying more out than they are getting back. And the PBO confirmed this yet again. You know, you have truckers who testify in committee that are saying they're paying $20,000 in carbon tax. What do you think is going to happen to the cost of food? Why do you think we have housing that has doubled under this Prime Minister? That is what I would like to know. Because this green, environmental-friendly initiative that they stand on all the time, and they tout that they're the most environmentally friendly, they're the most environmentally conscious party, is all a facade. It's pandering. It's pandering. That carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. You literally had the Minister of Mental Health stand up in this House and say that we wanted the planet to burn, only to later find out that the Minister of Environment prevented 50 firefighters, 20 fire trucks from fighting the fire in Jasper while it burned.
Shameful.
That is the gist of what we're talking about. Madam Speaker, I see you're giving me time to wrap up. Is that correct? I want to end with this. The undercurrent of all of these issues, the undercurrent of all of this is, you know, I used to worry, how are we going to make this money work? Well, I just found you $400 million. This government wastes money. We will make life more affordable for Canadians. We will restore hope, and we will make housing, food, and groceries affordable again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, in response to this production order, the Commissioner of the RCMP wrote in a letter to MPs, "In a free and democratic society, this ensures that the government cannot direct or influence the actions of law enforcement." It's incredible that the RCMP commissioner has to write that letter and remind MPs of what is at stake here. My family fled a communist dictatorship 40 years ago where politicians directed police to attack and go after their residents of that country. Why do the Conservatives feel so comfortable undermining the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? That's the fundamental question that is at stake in this debate, in this House, in this day.
Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm curious when that member wants to freeze Canadians' bank accounts. I think that would be a great question to him when he wants to talk about violating Charter of Rights and invoking the strongest measure ever used in this House by that party when it was absolutely absurd. There wasn't a truck on that road when that Prime Minister kept that Emergencies Act in place. This is absurd. This is absurd, and everyone knows it. You know, I wanted to read what somebody wrote to me. As a Canadian tax, this is from Erin Enns, who just wrote on my Facebook. She's watching this debate, and this is what she has to say to the Liberals and to that member opposite. As a Canadian taxpayer, what gives you, the Liberal government, the right to spend our hard-earned money on frivolous things and not feel like you should divulge where specifically it went? Where do you get off feeling like you don't work for the Canadian people, yet we pay your salary?
Here.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to repeat the question from my Liberal colleague. Does my colleague believe that there's any issue, any charter issue in this order to produce documents?
Thank you so much for that question, and I love that question because I absolutely do not think that. This is public information. The government is a public organization. These are public documents. These is public taxpayer money. There is zero reason why these documents, unredacted, should not be handed over to the Canadian people and Parliament. It makes no sense to even have that argument. I said it at the beginning of my speech.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's the first time I've been able to debate this member since the summer, and I want to sincerely thank her for her courage and her allyship to the 2S LGBTQI community when she stood in solidarity with a very terrible and violent act of burning a pride flag in her community. And I want to just thank that member sincerely for doing that. I know how much courage that takes, and it really means a lot to me personally. I do want to, in addition to that comment, refer to an issue that I mentioned to her colleague related to Conservative donations. Part of the argument that's been made over the last few days is that the Conservatives are saying that this is a Liberal insider. And as much as I agree, I'd also suggest that she's equally, Ms. Verturen, that is, who was the chair of SDTC, and she gave herself millions of dollars. Throughout her entire time as the chair of SDTC, she donated the max amounts to the Conservative Party in addition to the Liberals. And so it would be more fair to suggest that she's a Liberal and Conservative insider. Wouldn't she agree?
For Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, and thank you for the nice comments. You know what? I actually don't care who you donate to. What I care about is that taxpayer money is being used for corruption. Mm-hmm. And that is the job of this place, is to ensure that's happening. That's why we were elected. If we want to restore transparency and accountability, then we have to shine light on what's happening. And if we don't, then we can't fix it. So absolutely, let's figure this out. Let's get the documents. Let's get Parliament working again. Thank you.
Here. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member says she doesn't care. Well, you know, it's interesting. The chairperson was an advisor to Stephen Harper, the Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, the Minister of Finance Jim Flaherty, all of which were Conservatives, and as we know, a great donor to the Conservative Party. Yet Conservative after Conservative after Conservative, dozens of them, stand up and call her a Liberal insider. It's all about the spreading of misinformation, Madam Speaker. Just like the member opposite won't answer the question directly. The RCMP and the Auditor General of Canada have said that this is in essence, that this is a game for the Conservative Party that is playing that is dangerous because it is borderline dealing with issues that offend the Charter of Rights and due process. But the Conservatives, they just stand back and ignore it. It's irresponsible, the Conservative opposition today. Why will they not do the honourable thing and at least listen to what the RCMP and the Auditor General are saying on this political game that the Conservatives are playing?
Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Do the honourable thing. That's pretty funny coming from that side of the House. Listen, we are not telling the RCMP to do a thing. We are telling the Liberals to hand over these unredacted documents. That is what we are doing.
Your words.
That is exactly what we are doing.
Your words.
And I will remind the member opposite that the Charter of Rights is not in place to protect the government from the people. It is in place to protect the people from the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Great intervention, by the way, from my colleaague. Just kind of clarify the record. The Auditor General found the SDTC awarded $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that at times could not prove an environmental benefit or development of green technology, $334 million of over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest, and $58 million to projects without guaranteeing that terms and conditions were met. I wonder if just as a review, I wonder what their people on Facebook are saying, what are our constituents saying, what are Canadians saying, and how outraged are they about this findings?
The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
You know, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that because he has been a true warrior in the fight of exposing this massive corruption. He is incredible. If you guys want to give that, I can't say his name, Dan. You're riding.
Nipawin.
What is it?
Dauphin, Swan River,
Nipawin. He's an amazing member of Parliament, let me tell you. He exposed so much of this corruption day in and day out, and that's really what this is about. And I think to answer his question, you know, I just think if anybody, and I would strongly encourage my members opposite to go knock on doors, because people are genuinely exhausted. They are genuinely frustrated. They are genuinely hurting, and they have lost hope, and they have lost trust, and they want to restore hope. They want to restore affordability. And I just want to end by saying what I was trying to say earlier. I used to worry how we would fix all of this, how we would find money to invest in this. The biggest thing that hurts when you misappropriate funds, and especially in corruption, is social programming. It's social programming. And we've never seen people struggle more than they do right now. People who used to volunteer at food banks are now accessing them. And today is World Mental Awareness Day, Mental Illness Day, and I just want to take a moment to recognize everybody struggling. Hope is coming, and hope is the glue that allows you to go on when you think you can't. And restoring affordability for Canadians is the best, most powerful thing we can do as a government to ensure that people can afford their homes, their houses, and their groceries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague again for her speech. And I just want to give her an opportunity to speak directly to Canadians, as she has been doing in her speech, when they're considering voting for the Conservative Party versus the Liberal Party versus New Democrats. It's only ever our country's been governed by just the Liberals and the Conservatives, and the Conservatives have found themselves throughout the course of time in history in very similar circumstances that this government has, whether it was Mike Duffy in during the Harper era, where we've seen fake lakes and this huge amount of money, just bags of money handed over to individuals, and then they were found they were found to be in contempt of the public spending laws. What did she say to Canadians, and have the Conservative Party learned more about financial accountability considering their past?
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the only way forward is to actually have sensible economic policies that has checks and balances in place. This green slush fund is a perfect example of money that is taken and thrown to the wind, but not only to the wind, but to people who have no right to it. It is a violation of ethics.
Order. Alors, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Centre, infrastructure, the Honourable Member for Bow River, carbon pricing, the Honourable Member for Durham, mental health and addictions. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just like my colleague just spoke about, and she asked the question for those watching out there today, many have heard about what is this green slush fund and why are we here today? Well, the Liberal government is obstructing justice by refusing to turn over documents to the RCMP showing that Liberal appointed managers used the green slush fund to pay nearly $400 million to companies that they owned. And, you know, I will say, there's so much scandal with this particular NDP Liberal government that it's hard to keep track, and you just get desensitized to it. Even we do in this place. There's so much of it. As my colleague mentioned too, she didn't even get through the full list of the scandals. But I think why you're here today is that you out there, you deserve transparency and a full investigation into this scandal. This is a big one. It's $400 million as it stands, and further investigation needs to happen. And I think what we also need to highlight is while the NDP Liberals have their carbon tax and they're bleeding money from Canadians to pay into these their carbon tax schemes, this is where the money's going. So while people are literally turning down their thermostat or buying the noodles for $1 a package at the grocery store just to survive, these guys are filling their friends' pockets with literally hundreds of millions of dollars. And I will say one additional point here. In relation to Northern BC, I was in this House, Rosa, a few weeks ago and talked about how we've just lost 2 mills in the area. And why have we lost those 2 mills? Because the costs are so exorbitant just to get timber now that some of these companies have said, look, we can't afford to do it anymore. A direct attribution to the carbon tax and its costs. So I'm going to talk about the basics, then I'm going to get into it. It's going to take some time, but I think the folks out there want a deeper dive and want to know a little bit more. So what are the basics of the scandal? At least $390 million has gone to Liberal insiders. And this is what the Liberals are trying to hide, obviously. That is why they are opposing this production order for documents to be turned over to the RCMP. Obviously, it's better to cover it up, but we've seen their examples where they do it all the time. That is why the Prime Minister's personal department, PCO, defied the order of the House to produce these documents and ordered departments to redact all sensitive information. So, you know, and this is a delay tactic, right? Okay, we want the documents, but here I'm going to give you some black sheets of paper, and it's supposed to pacify us in this place, but we had some pretty sharp members that caught it and were standing up to say, sorry, won't cut it. But really, how bad is it? And this is from my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's, who's done yeoman's work on this. This is a quote. He gave me permission to use his information. They say that a governor and council appointment, a person appointed by government entrusted to oversee taxpayer money, right, is not to personally profit from their work on a committee as a GIC appointment, government appointment, and neither is their family. And that's pretty obvious. We call it a conflict of interest in this place. We all know the rules. And man, these folks, they didn't just break the rules, but they did it in abundance. And again, what rules were set up before when we were in government, these NDP Liberals are pushing the boundaries of any limits that were set for any of us in this place. So this is what happened. In a 5-year period where there were 405 transactions approved by the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Board, the Auditor General sampled 226, so only half of them, and found that 186 of those 226 transactions were conflicted. Like, you know, it's not just one. One would be bad enough, but 186, right? That is the 82%, and that is, again, the 330 million, as my colleague had said. So those numbers are they're massive, but they're still a little bit unclear. It gets vague when you get past the $100 million mark. Like, what does that actually mean? But let's talk about Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. And it did some good work. Prior to these guys forming government and some of their ministers getting involved, it was actually doing okay. SDTC is a federally funded nonprofit that is supposed to approve and disperse over $100 million in funds annually to clean technology companies. Executives awarded projects in which they held conflicts of over $330 million of funds. In 2019, former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains began appointing conflicted executive members to the board of SDTC, and I'm going to get into what some of those members have done. I'm going to keep going, though, quickly. I got lots to cover. The Prime Minister appointed boards begins voting companies in which executives hold active conflict of interest SDT funding. So what's happening is members are being put on the board that they actually know are in conflict. They're already getting money from this board, and yet they're still appointed to it. It's unbelievable. And so governance standards in the fund deteriorate rapidly under the leadership of the new chair, Annette Verschuren. The Auditor General and Ethics Commissioner initiate separate investigations after whistleblowers come forward with allegations of financial mismanagement at the fund. So, I think I want to get into some of these individuals and how, what the story is. So this is, we'll talk about Annette Verschuren, and she was the chair of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. So she's the head of it. This is from the Globe and Mail. What's mind-boggling is the SDTC is already funding NRS TOR project in 2019 when Ms. Verschuren was appointed as chair. The Liberal government chose her to oversee an agency that had a funding contract with the company she ran. Red flag, but they still appointed her. Last week, SDTC's former Chief Executive Officer, Leah Lawrence, told a parliamentary committee that she warned an Assistant Deputy Minister at Innovation, Science and Economic Development, Andrew Noseworthy. I expressed concern there is potential for both conflict of interest and the perception of conflict of interest, Ms. Lawrence said. I expressed concern that Ms. Verschuren and the SDTC could potentially be damaged by the appointment. It just, you know, and for her to be still there as a board member is unbelievable. From, again, my colleague, South Shore St. Margaret's. They established something called accelerators, and those accelerators were outside organizations that the board hired to vet proposals to make recommendations to the board. One of those was an organization called Verschuren Center at the University of Cape Breton, in which the name of and was set up by the chair of the Green Slush Fund. There is MARS Discovery District at U of T. Members probably know that. Can members guess who chairs MARS? It is the chair of the Green Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren. Companies would be screened through the board member control organizations, and shockingly, their companies got recommended to the board for funding. It's just pure coincidence. My colleague writes, with 82% of the transactions that they approved, 9 directors were conflicted. These directors do not represent 82% of the green technology industry in Canada, and it's a good thing to highlight. There's so many other entities and companies they could have picked, but they just happen to pick 82% that are part of this particular board. It's unbelievable. It is strangely a pure coincidence that these hand-picked directors are from the Prime Minister. And if that were not bad enough, this particular director, and this is referring to Andre-Lise Methot, and I'll get to her in a bit, in 22 left and went to the Canada Infrastructure Bank Board. And the first thing she did was to vote $170 million of Infrastructure Bank money for a company owned by the chair of the Green Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren. Like, it is absolutely unbelievable. This is one, it's less money, but it's just so obvious, I have to say it. The same Annette Verschuren also sought $6 million for the Verschuren Center at Cape Breton University because it was failing. SDTC said no when it went through the process because there was a conflict. They caught it. Quote, however, in emails, it said it would help her find money from other government departments. pretty soon after that, the Visthuren Centre got $12 million from ACOA and the ISET program. And get this, her other companies got $50 million from Natural Resources Canada, and then, of course, there's the Infrastructure Bank one. So, and I just want to, this is the actual list of some of those approved, it says right in the funding approved list. And these are all the list of conflicts, so that's a government document. And these are some of the numbers that Annette Visthuren was approved in conflict. 332,500, 698,250, 98,000, 102,000, 111,000, 150,000, and it goes on. And that's just one of these members of the board that's in conflict. Next person, Stephen Kukucha. I apologize to the person for mispronouncing the name, but let's move on. Again, quote from my colleague. Another director, a fellow named Stephen Kukucha from British Columbia. Stephen Kukucha was a political staffer to the former Liberal Environment Minister Anderson, and he was the organizer for the Liberal Party for the Prime Minister in British Columbia. As a reward, they put him on the green, yeah, I said Greece, maybe that's a good way to say it too, a green slush fund board. Surprisingly, we have another Liberal on the board whose company he had a financial interest in. In this time on the board, the companies he had a financial interest in received almost $5 million from the very board he was serving on. Another conflict. So let's go, some examples listed here. Stephen Kukucha, 157,000. Another one, 151,000. $1,033,771. All funding approved by this absolutely corrupt board. We have more. Next member was Guy Ouimet. Quote, another board member handpicked by the Prime Minister, Guy Ouimet, has admitted in committee that $17 million of the slush fund money went to companies he has had financial interest in. He said that it is a small amount of money, 17 million. I don't know what world this guy comes from, but 17 million to, I think, most Canadians, probably 99% of Canadians, that's a lot of money. You know, he said that it is a small amount of money. It may be small amount of money to him, but it is not to most Canadians, as my colleague says. And that amount of money, he admitted, had gone up 1,000% in value since that investment was made in 2019. And it definitely pays to be a Liberal insider. And so let's just look up a few. So he has an amount in here. This is an approved conflicted list. One amount that actually says 17 million in there. There's another amount that says 157,000. There's another one for 151,000. Another one, you know, it's just unbelievable. It just keeps going, and it's just endless. So we'll move on. This is the last one. This is the one with direct ties to the current radical environment minister. So this particular board member's name is Andre Lise Methot. And again, quote, one director was particularly aggressive. She was appointed in 2016 by the Prime Minister. Her name is Andre Lise Methot. She runs a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital, and that name will come up again, in green technologies. Andre Lise Methot's companies before and during her time on the board, I'm going to pause for effect here, received $250 million in grants from the SDTC. $250 million, folks. While she was on the board, $114 million went to green companies that she had invested in herself. I'll go through because I know I'm running out of time. So I already made reference that the connection from this person on the board to this current radical environment minister, you know, the same environment minister that's causing mills to close in my riding, that's limiting oil and gas development in my riding, that's limiting mining investment in the Northwest Territories, Yukon, and Nunavut. All that same radical minister is having an effect. He's wanting you to pay. And why is he making you pay? Carbon tax wise, so he can get more money? So he can get the money and give it to his friends. So, again, quote, her in-house paid lobbyist for 10 years before he was elected was the current radical Minister of the Environment. While he was lobbying for Cycle Capital, the current radical Minister of the Environment got $111 million. That's what he went to work for. That's what he made money for this company. He brought that kind of money in before he was minister. The radical Minister of the Environment, Minister Guilbeault, in this time as lobbyist for Cycle Capital, when he lobbied 25 times in the last year before entering the House, the PMO and the industry department gave over $100 million in green slush money to Cycle Capital. And I think what's even more shocking is, you know, the minister's in the House right now, right? But he still owns those shares in that particular company. The question is, we're not sure what the value of those shares is. He hasn't declared that. And that's, again, what some of these documents will disclose, and we'll hopefully find out how much that actually is. I'll read on. Even though, as Cabinet Minister of Government, he participated in discussions that gave the Green Slush Fund another $750 million. So this is as Cabinet Minister. He's given the same group to spend because he knows, hey, I guess we can help out our friends by dumping money into this thing. So he funds the fund with another $750 million, of which over a quarter has gone to that company. So a company he's got direct ties to, has shares in, he's given money, and it's hard to argue that it's not going over there. But anyway, we hope the documents will be forthcoming and we can actually see it. He still owns shares in it. He has not disclosed what they are worth. I know he is familiar with, well, I won't maybe say that, but let's say this. The member has previous experience wearing an orange jumpsuit. That was the reference made by my colleague. But again, I think what bothered me the most when I saw some of these numbers, you know, and we're the ones who go up to northern communities. I face it every time I go back to my riding in Fort St. John, and folks are dealing with, I'll use an example. We just carbon tax bill for somebody in Fort Nelson for a 1,500 square foot mobile home is over $500 just for this is in spring, by the way. Over half of that is pure carbon tax. So here's a person trying to stay warm in the north in a mobile home, probably can't afford much, and this radical minister is saying, no, you guys can afford to pay a little bit more. But it would be one thing if it was actually going for a good cause and good reason, right? But now we're seeing evidence that it's going to just line his Liberal friends' pockets. And I think that's even more of a travesty in what's happening here. And, we've used it as, maybe some would call it a slogan, but people are genuinely struggling to feed themselves, to stay warm, and to house themselves. Some of these homeless encampments are people that just can't afford to live in an apartment anymore. They have nowhere else to go. They ran out of money, or they've lost their job in the natural resource sector for some reason, again, because of the radical minister's policies. But I'm just going to conclude. How many minutes do I have, Madam Speaker? 2. Be quick then. Okay, so what do we know as in conclusion? We know the Auditor General of Canada found that the Prime Minister has turned Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. A recording of a senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of the Trudeau government, which gave $390 million worth of contracts. Oh, sorry.
The member knows we cannot use names, and I'd like the honourable member to actually retract the use of those names. Thank you.
A recording of the senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of the Prime Minister's or the NDP Liberal government, which gave $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately. The Auditor General found the SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasion couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. Another $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the Prime Minister and the Industry Minister, and I would also argue the current Environment Minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. Again, while this radical Environment Minister punishes you he lines his friends, his NDP Liberal friends' pockets. While the minister shuts down forestry with his radical 30 by 30 closures in BC, Quebec, and across the country, his friends are pocketing millions. While the minister shuts down responsible oil and gas development that keeps our northern communities going, keeps us warm in winter, he helps his friends pocket hundreds of millions of dollars. And this, as a finishing quote from my friend from South Shore, St. Margaret's. This is corruption like we have never seen in Canada. This is why we have asked for the documents. Because the Liberals are hiding documents, this is why we are resisting and hiding the documents. Because they know there's more corruption with their hand-picked directors. If we were a private sector institution, we would be turning those documents over to the police to investigate. That is their job. No, it is not just the job of the police to go to the courts to seek that. It is our job to...
And we have to go for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. At times it's fairly pathetic in terms of how it is Conservatives will manipulate their speeches to be able to take the character assassination to the degree in which the member has done in his speech. Even the question I had asked previously was in regards to the chair of the organization we're talking about. She was a political advisor to Stephen Harper, to Brian Mulroney, to Jim Flaherty. She's a great donor to the Conservative Party of Canada, thousands and thousands of dollars. And yet the Conservatives continue, member after member, stand up and say Liberal friendly. Their game is more about character assassination and trying to make politics as ugly as possible so that they can feed that far right, Madam Speaker. It's sad to see. The reality is the government saw actions that were taken that were inappropriate and has taken actions to ensure that the taxpayers and Canadians get justice. My question to the member, when will the Conservative Party start stopping this disgusting game that they're playing and allow for us to get down to business, put Canadians ahead of their political interests?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I always get a kick out of this member accusing others of character assassinations, then goes on to do that exact thing himself and gaslight Canadians. The bottom line is they need to produce the documents. They produce the documents unredacted. This all goes away. Thanks.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto, St. Paul's.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies. I'm new in this place, but I wasn't born yesterday. $400 million. That's like 3,000 Teslas, 26,000 Maple Leafs tickets, just putting this into perspective, or 360 homes in Toronto. Okay? It's plain to see what's going on here. There are bad things done with the money of Canadians, and they're being hidden. The examples you gave me are akin to insider trading, and that's the world I come from.
Any examples to anyone? So through the chair, please.
Of course, of course. The examples that the member gave are akin to insider trading, and that's where I was trained. And where I was trained, that's a criminal offense. And that's what's going on here, to my view. I'm dumbfounded at the lack of transparency, which to clear this whole thing up in about 35 seconds. If we're talking about efficiency, I'm an engineer. That's what I'd love to see, is efficiency. If the other side of the House would produce the documents, we're done. My question from my colleague from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, is: are Canadians to believe that are we to believe the government that they're actually protecting Canadians' rights?
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you for that great question, my new colleague from Toronto. I guess we all remember the campaign of 2015, Sunny Ways, right? I even had sunglasses made with Sunny Ways on the side of it because we all knew it was a clever slogan, but we knew Sunny Ways didn't last very long in this government, and it was supposed to be, shine a light on things and open and accountable government. Well, that went away pretty quick. And, in some of the language they might have been using, maybe they actually were secretly saying, yeah, we're going to be doing this new things in a new way. Well, if this is the new way that they were promising Canadians, my goodness, I don't think Canadians were expecting this. I think of the person that's struggling, that person, Xander from Fort Nelson, with his carbon tax bill that he sent me that's over $200 and some to try to stay warm in Fort Nelson in his mobile home. He's giving money because of this radical environment minister wants him to give more, and this is even going to quadruple. It's going to get higher, right? And it's all only to do this, is to fund his NDP Liberal buddies and fill their pockets, and it's an absolute shame.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and we talk about struggle. 300,000 factories, 300,000 Canadians lost their jobs under the Conservative government. 300,000 manufacturing jobs lost under the previous Conservative government. And I remember that because factories were closed, businesses were closed. In my community, those were terrible, terrible times. Under this Liberal government, we've delivered a battery plant to Windsor, 2,500 good-paying local Canadian jobs. Why hasn't the Conservative opposition supported this battery plant in Windsor, supported the 2,500 jobs in my community, and supported Windsor workers? Why haven't they stood up and supported those workers in my hometown?
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Well, I think there's a bit of a discrepancy with what the member just said. Back when we were in government, I was part of the 2011 to 2015 government, and we had some pretty good economic things going on in this country. We had natural resources in my own riding I'll speak to. Natural gas was getting developed. Forestry was going. We had a softwood lumber agreement within the first 80 days. Instead, contrast that with this particular government where they have to spend your taxpayer money in the billions to buy a battery plant. Instead of letting the market just respond and let it build itself, they have to literally spend billions and billions and billions of dollars of your money to build this thing. And that's not the way this country started, and it's not the way we're going to survive. We're 1.4 trillion in debt, and it's just getting worse under this government. And they're throwing money at everything and hoping something works, but it's not working.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Quebec-Newcastle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to highlight, the member talked about workers in his part of the country facing difficult times. It takes me back to a few years when my home community was going through difficult times as a result of what the agreement that Stephen Harper approved, the Harper government approved, allowing Vale, a multinational, to buy out Inco, and then who went on to slash all of the value-added jobs at the mine site in my hometown of Thompson. And unfortunately, all we had was platitudes from the Stephen Harper government and no real action to back up resource workers and ensure value-added capacity in my hometown. So I'd like to hear the member's thoughts on why the Conservative government didn't stand up for workers at that time, and is that sort of that concern for resource workers in northern provinces, is it just reserved for the Liberals? Let's not forget our history, including the history of my hometown in Thompson.
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, well, I can just speak to what happened in my riding when we were in government, and we saw different projects that when we came and formed a majority, we saw projects that were on hold, money wasn't being spent, that the gears of the economy started turning again. And that was because of the leadership of Stephen Harper. I mentioned before, we haven't talked about forestry a whole lot today, but within the first 80 days, we had a softwood lumber agreement done. Guess what? After 9 years, these guys, NDP Liberals, haven't even gotten an agreement done. And I actually caught the minister at previous negotiations and meetings she had with her U.S. counterparts. I asked, what was softwood even on the agenda? Wasn't even on the agenda for the last 6 years. So we got it done. We were in government, first 80 days. It provided surety. We had a lot of development in forestry across the country at that time. I hope we get back there once again, where we see manufacturing come back to Canada, where we see our natural resources developed in Canada, and bring back the country that was the prosperous one we once knew and loved.
Questions et commentaires? Questions come. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And since we're on the topic now of natural resources and the work that the Conservatives have done to really damage the natural resource sector, I was in Alberta working in the natural resource sector in the northeast part of the province in the Cold Lake oil sands when I got laid off from that because the Conservatives had sold off Canadian Natural Resources Limited. Stephen Harper sold it off to a state-owned enterprise known as Nexen. The Chinese state-owned natural resource company owns CNRL. Where was that member and where is he today when it comes to the state ownership of CNRL by China that him and his party sold off?
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, 15 seconds.
I think maybe the members, misremembering because the government never did ever own CNRL, so it can never be sold by the Canadian government. Maybe that's the vision they have, where governments own corporations. We have a different vision where corporations and the workers that work.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another day, another Liberal scandal. Canadians have watched Parliament grind to a halt because of this government's green slush fund scandal. And now that the Liberals have been caught, the Prime Minister is preventing Parliament from moving forward in order to cover up the truth. Members of this House fully understand that the reason Parliament has grinded to a halt is because this Prime Minister is refusing to hand over documents relating to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Madam Speaker, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, also known as SDTC, was created by the government to fund new technologies that would reduce emissions. However, Canadians have discovered that SDTC has turned into nothing more than a Liberal slush fund rampant with corruption and conflicts of interest. Ever since the Liberals began appointing new executives to the board in 2019, executives have been awarding money to companies that they hold an active conflict of interest in. The Liberals may have gotten away with this corruption if it wasn't for the brave whistleblowers who came forward to sound the alarm on the financial mismanagement of the fund. Since then, both the Auditor General and the Ethics Commissioner launched separate investigations into this Liberal green slush fund. And what did they find? Well, the Auditor General's investigation revealed that $390 million in funding was awarded to projects that either should have been totally ineligible or were awarded to projects in which the board members were conflicted. The Auditor General found SDTC awarded $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that at times could not prove an environmental benefit or a development of green technology, $334 million over 186 cases in which the board members held a conflict of interest, and $58 million to projects without guaranteeing that terms and conditions were met. Liberal insiders were caught padding the pockets of companies that they were invested in, and they were doing this all with Canadian taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, although the Auditor General exposed this corruption, there is many reasons to believe that this is far more than just financial mismanagement. Canadians are asking the question if this is criminal, and rightfully so. The same whistleblower who exposed the Liberals' green slush fund is confident that an RCMP investigation would find criminality. The whistleblower stated at committee, and I quote, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization." End quote. When asked if the Auditor General's investigation was sufficient enough, the whistleblower said, and I quote, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they are not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality." End quote. Madam Speaker, that's why the House of Commons ordered the documents on the Green Slush Fund be handed over to the RCMP. How will we ever get to the bottom of this corruption if the RCMP doesn't have all the information needed to fully investigate the criminality of the slush fund? Although the Liberals voted against the document production order, the House of Commons adopted the motion. But instead of respecting the will of Parliament, the Liberal government refused to release the documents ordered by the House of Commons and therefore breached the privilege of Parliament. This is a very serious offence, Madam Speaker. How can we represent Canadians if the Prime Minister fails to respect the House of Commons? How can we represent Canadians if the Prime Minister disregards the powers of Parliament? And how can we represent Canadians if the Prime Minister turns a blind eye to democracy? The answer is simple. We can't. What we are seeing from this Prime Minister is a full-scale cover-up to hide the massive corruption. The Prime Minister doesn't care about accountability. He doesn't care about transparency. He doesn't care about justice. The only thing this Prime Minister cares about is protecting his government and his Liberal insiders who got rich from taxpayer dollars. It's not just me that is saying this either. While testifying at the committee, the SDTC whistleblower stated, and I quote, "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial management than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC in the public sphere." End quote. I could not agree more. Madam Speaker, it has become very clear over the last 9 years that Canadians who do best under this government are well-connected Liberal insiders. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government has displayed a constant disregard for Parliament and the work of parliamentarians. This is not the first time that the Liberals have failed to adhere to document production orders, especially regarding their failed environmental programs. For months, the Environment Committee ordered the Environment Minister to release proof that the carbon tax reduces emissions. In fact, the committee ordered the production of these documents on 3 separate occasions. We ordered this information on November 30th, 2023, on March 21st, 2024, and again on April 9th, 2024. Each time the committee ordered these documents, the Environment Minister disregarded the will of the parliamentarians and refused to provide them. And I wonder why. Maybe it was because the Environment Minister admitted that his government doesn't track the emissions directly reduced from the carbon tax. Maybe it was because the emissions have gone up under this Prime Minister. Or maybe it was because Canada's Independent Environment Commissioner said the Liberals won't meet their own emissions reductions targets. The point is that the Environment Minister's defiance of Parliament was an insult to Canadians. Unfortunately, the NDP and Bloc refused to refer this matter to the House of Commons at the time. Madam Speaker, with regards to the carbon tax, I think it is important to note that just this morning, the independent parliamentary budget officer once again confirmed the carbon tax will cost the average Canadian family more than they get back. According to the PBO's report that was just released this morning, and I quote, "Taking into consideration both fiscal and economic impacts, the PBO estimates that the average household in each of the backstop provinces will see a net cost." End quote. No wonder the Liberals were hiding the carbon tax documents from the Environment Committee. Madam Speaker, this wasn't the only time this year that the Liberals refused to hand over documents on their failed environmental programs. Although we're discussing a $1 billion green slush fund today, I'm confident we'll soon be discussing another one very soon in the House of Commons. That's because earlier this year, the Environment Commissioner released a damning report to the Liberal government's $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Fund. The vast majority of Canadians have never heard of this Net Zero Accelerator Fund, which I find very surprising given the fact it's costing taxpayers $8 billion. Usually when a government spends this much money, they travel across the country, talk about what the money was used for and how it will help Canadians. But that's not the case with the Net Zero Accelerator. And thanks to Canada's Environment Commissioner, we now know why the Liberals don't want to talk about it. In a damning report tabled in Parliament, Canada's Environment Commissioner revealed that the $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator was nothing more than another Liberal slush fund. The audit found that over 70% of the funding agreements had no commitment to reduce any emissions. Let me say that again. The audit found that over 70% of the funding agreements had no commitment to reduce any emissions. The whole point of this fund was to reduce emissions. But now we know that was a complete lie. Does this sound familiar? Sure does, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is very similar to the corruption we're debating today on the Liberals' billion-dollar Green Slush Fund. Canada's Auditor General found that 10 projects funded through the Green Slush Fund didn't even produce green technology or contributed to emission reductions. In fact, $58 million of the Green Slush Fund was spent on ineligible projects. This is the same type of corruption that was revealed by the Environment Commissioners on the Liberals' Net Zero Accelerator Fund. The Commissioner testified at committee on this scandal. He stated, and I quote, "We also found that the Department did not always know to what extent greenhouse gas emissions had been reduced by those companies that took part in the Net Zero Accelerator initiative, or whether the funding provided would lead to reduced emissions." End quote. When I asked the Commissioner how many emissions have been reduced by this $8 billion emission reduction program, he stated, and I quote, "I can't say how many yet." End quote. Unbelievable. And when I asked the Commissioner if the government was tracking the value for money from the Net Zero Accelerator, he replied, and I quote, "Not in a public way. We made our own calculations of the value for money that we could, based on the data they have. But we have not seen no public reporting on the value for money." End quote. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker. Not only did the Environment Commissioner reveal the Liberals were handing out money without any commitment to reduce emissions, the Commissioner also revealed the emission reduction target of Net Zero Accelerator was being protected under Cabinet confidence. According to a written response from this government's industry department, the government is, and I quote, "not in the position to disclose the emission reduction targets as they are protected under Cabinet confidence." End quote. This is coming from the same department that was responsible for this Green Slush Fund that we're debating today. The Liberals are charging taxpayers $8 billion for a government program that is supposed to reduce emissions without telling them the goal of the program. That means no one will ever know what the money is achieving, if anything. So who got the money? Well, in typical Liberal fashion, the government was keeping this list a secret from Canadians. The lucky recipients of $8 billion in taxpayers' money could not be found anywhere. That's why Conservatives on the Environment Committee ordered the government to release this list of recipients. And guess what we found? Billions of taxpayer dollars were given away to non-Canadian companies. And because the Liberals refused to provide this list to Canadian taxpayers, I will read the recipients of the money into the record. $200 million to Algoma Steel, $400 million to ArcelorMittal, $49 million to Heidelberg Materials, $514 million to Stellantis, $96 million to General Motors, $40 million to CAE, $61 million to Pratt & Whitney, $222 million to Rio Tinto, $15 million to Volvo, $350 million to INSAT, $300 million to Air Products, $27 million to E3 Lithium, $15 million to AVL Fuel Cell Canada, $204 million to E1 Moly, $25 million to Savanti, $48 million to Moltex, $500 million to Nexstar Energy, $700 million to PowerCo, $551 million to Umcor, $27 million to Westinghouse, $50 million to Lion Electric, $37 million to Vail Limited, and $148 million to POSCO. There you go, Madam Speaker. I doubt the Canadian taxpayers will ever get a thank you from these mega corporations. Madam Speaker, taxpayers should be furious. I'm furious. I can't imagine hearing this and knowing that $8 billion went to foreign companies, very well-off companies, in the name of net zero, in the name of we're going to reduce emissions and we all got to put our shoulder into this. And what did we get out of it? Someone got their pockets lined, but it certainly wasn't the Canadian taxpayer. They should be disgusted. Canadian taxpayers should be disgusted with this Liberal government as they continue to spend their money without any transparency or accountability. That's why the Environment Committee ordered that those net zero accelerator contracts be released so Canadians could see the details. But the government is once again refusing to respect a documentation order. It's been over 150 days since we ordered these documents on behalf of Canadians. And yet, the Liberal government refused to show Canadian taxpayers what they're charging them for $8 billion. But it gets worse, Madam Speaker. This is unbelievable. Earlier this week, at the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, the Environment Commissioner revealed the Liberals have created a fast-track lane for this $8 billion taxpayer-funded program, a fast-track program. According to the Environment Commissioner, mega corporations can fast-track their applications for billions of taxpayer dollars by simply writing a letter. Writing a letter. And guess who that letter is supposed to be sent to?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
The Prime Minister. Unbelievable. According to page 8 on the Environment Commissioner's report of the Net Zero Accelerator Fund, and I quote, a project of more than $50 million also requires Treasury Board approval, concurrence letters from ministers of other concerned departments, and cabinet approval. It then states that Net Zero Accelerator projects, and I quote, can be fast-tracked with a letter to the Prime Minister, end quote. The Liberals are giving special access to billions of tax dollars with a simple letter to the Prime Minister. You can't make this stuff up, Madam Speaker. This is absurd. It's absolutely absurd. If Canadians thought the Green Slush Fund was the damning scandal, wait until we uncover the truth about this Liberals' $8 billion Net Zero Accelerator Slush Fund. Madam Speaker, Parliament has the privilege to compel the production of papers. The privilege allows us to properly represent Canadians who elected us to serve them. But as the Speaker ruled, the privilege was breached by this Liberal government and this Liberal Prime Minister. Let us not forget that.
That's right.
This Prime Minister is blocking everything. We can all dance around this and we can all say what we want to say. The Prime Minister is ultimately in control of this, and he doesn't want to have anybody see these documents. On June 10th, 2024, the House of Commons passed a motion that ordered the production of documents relating to the government's Green Slush Fund so they could be turned over to the RCMP. In response to this motion, the government either outright refused the House order or redacted the documents that were turned over, basically making them useless so no one could do a full investigation. So it would ultimately end up just like we are at committee right now. That's why Conservatives raised the point of privilege. The Speaker then ruled on this point of privilege, he stated, and I quote, "The House has undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out these duties." He added, and I quote, "The House has clearly ordered the production of certain documents, and that order has clearly not been fully complied with," end quote. Madam Speaker, no wonder Canadians have lost confidence with this government. Time and time again, we see the Liberal government cover up in their wrongdoings. It's a pattern of behaviour that has resulted in anger amongst Canadians. Every time this Liberal government is caught doing something wrong, they do everything they can do to cover up their wrongdoings. This approach is dangerous to democracy because it suggests that the government can't get away with anything. It sets a precedent that rules don't apply to the government of the day. Madam Speaker, after 9 years, this is more proof that the Liberals are not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. The Speaker has ruled that the Liberal government has violated the Parliament's order to hand over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation of the Liberals' $400 million Green-Fund scandal. Instead of respecting the will of Parliament by handing over the documents, the Prime Minister has instead chosen to paralyze Parliament. As such, the Prime Minister has made it impossible for members of Parliament to address the issue that matters most to Canadians. We can't address the doubling of
questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Kelly.
Madam Speaker, proof that when all is said and done, there's more said than done. I think members on the other side are running out or getting a little bit tired of their own talking points on this one. We have a situation where they're demanding that records supplied to Parliament be given to the RCMP for purposes of investigation. I don't think anybody would disagree with the notion that an investigation needs to happen. But the process that they're talking about would produce something that the RCMP has said it doesn't want and said it can't use. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can speak to the fact that dear leader over there thinks he's smarter than the RCMP and knows more than the RCMP does about doing an investigation properly.
Honourable Member for Dauphin-Swan River Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker has ruled, not you, that the Liberal government has violated the Parliament's order to hand over evidence to the police for criminal investigation into the Liberals' $400 million Green-Fund scandal. Instead of respecting the will of Parliament and handing over those documents, the Prime Minister has instead chosen to paralyze Parliament. As such, the Prime Minister has made it impossible for members of Parliament to address the issues that matter most to Canadians. We can't address the doubling of housing costs. We can't address the crime and chaos. We can't address the inflation caused by this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It goes without saying that everyone knows in our position. We agree with the Conservative position. Now, here's my question. I heard my member's speech about grants to businesses, but that's nothing new. My colleague listed a number of businesses supported by the Net Zero Accelerator as though that were another scandal. Is my colleague saying that a possible Conservative government would completely cut funds to help businesses transition? Does this apply to oil companies?
As I was saying, we can't address the doubling of housing costs. We can't address the crime and chaos. We can't address the inflation caused by this Liberal government. The Prime Minister must end the cover-up by handing over the evidence to the police so Parliament, all of us, all us elected MPs, can get to the back to working for Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've asked this question several times now. It's been raised several times as maybe a slogan, but this Liberal insider business, which I agree with. Ms. Verchuren is a donor and member of the party. She's been a large contributor financially to the Liberal Party, but so has she been a large donor to the Conservative Party. She donates to them almost every single year, including the years that she was chair of SDTC. She is also an insider. Wouldn't the member agree? And maybe he'll...
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipwa.
I'm hung up here. So I believe it's in that version. Her donations were to Lisa Raitt and Jean Charest. She's a Cape Breton from PC. She also donated at the same time to the Liberals in 2023, $800 in 2020, $800 in 2019, $1,600 to 2 riding associations. In 2009, Michael and Nadia Max donor. So I hope that answers some of your questions. Does it answer all your questions? Does he want more?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Grisbaugh, on a point of order.
Oh, and it's not a point of order. Just a matter of debate.
Okay, so the question has been answered. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, listening to the member opposite is very similar to listening to the collective speeches delivered by the Conservative Party. One that says, do not let the facts and the full truth get in the way of a Conservative Reform Party speech, Madam Speaker. That's what it is that we're witnessing. The very simple question in which no Conservative member of Parliament has actually answered. Instead, they skate around it. And it's a simple question. The RCMP and the Auditor General of Canada, 2 well-respected institutions, have actually made it very clear to the House of Commons that this game, in essence, this game that the Conservative Party is playing today, demanding unredacted information be collected and given directly to the RCMP, is in fact a blur for judicial independence and could in fact be a violation of a Charter of Rights. That is something in which not the government or the Liberal Party is saying. That is something that the 2 institutions that Canadians have a great deal of respect for. Why are they ignoring those 2 institutions on this issue?
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipwa.
Madam Speaker, this just reeks of elitism, out-of-touch liberalism. I can't believe this. I can't honestly believe this. I just went on a speech. There's billions and billions of dollars here at risk for Canadian taxpayers, hard-working Canadians. And all this guy can come up with is, here, what about the RCMP? What about all this stuff? We're legislators. We're the Parliament of Canada. We, on this side, have asked to produce some documents. It's very easy. 10 seconds would fix this. Why won't this member go talk to his Prime Minister and say, I think it's time, Prime Minister, jig is up.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague for his incredible work in uncovering a lot of this corruption and scandal that we have seen, covered in this veil of the Liberals pretending to be environmentalists, Liberals pretending to care about the climate. And so my question to the honourable member, as we ask for these unredacted documents to uncover where $400 million of taxpayer money went, is what does he think they are hiding?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipwa.
Thank you very much, my colleague, for asking that question. And it's what everybody else in Canada is thinking they're hiding. Corruption. Insiders. They're getting, obviously, if the Auditor General found, over 186, whatever, it's just a number right now. 186 conflicts of interest. We know this. We're supposed to be professionals here. We should be outraged about this, are we? Oh, no, we got an excuse. We can't show anybody any kind of facts or figures. That's why we become the laughing stock of the country. The Liberals and the Prime Minister can fix all this. The Prime Minister is stopping in the way of all this. I cannot emphasize that enough to all the parties here. It's the Prime Minister's fault. It's the Prime Minister who has to come clean on this.
The Member for Edmonton, Honourable Député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we agree. We agree that we need more transparency and accountability. We agree with all of this. But we've been talking about this for a week already. Can we not turn the page on this? There's the housing crisis going on, the climate crisis going on. There were farmers protesting in front of Parliament today, calling for justice because the unelected Senate is making a mockery of us. There's seniors facing inequality. There's so many issues that we could be talking about right now. Does my colleague not agree that the time has come to move on to something else?
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
And I completely agree with my colleagues' outrage there. Unbelievable. And every one of those people that he mentioned, the Liberals and the Prime Minister are in their back pocket. And that is the travesty of all this stuff. That is the bad thing about this. They're stealing from Canadians, and they should be held to account.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Speaking of cherry picking, the member spoke specifically about all the Conservative donations that Ms. Verteuren, the Liberal Conservative insider of the SDTC fund, that don't directly affect the Conservative Party, as he mentioned all the leadership donations that she made to the Conservative Party. But he failed to admit that she's made direct contributions as early as last year, including a max donation in 2022 to the Conservative Party when she was chair of SDTC. The Liberal Conservative insider of SDTC, the Ms. Verteuren, has robbed Canadians, given herself a bunch of money, and the Conservatives don't even have the courage to admit when they're wrong. I'll give the member another chance. The Liberal Conservative insider known as Ms. Verteuren, who is chair of SDTC, gave herself millions of dollars. Will the member admit that these donations and her insider affiliation to the Conservatives is wrong?
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
I got about 10 more examples, but I think the member is just really jealous that there's no NDP donations on here.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Integrity, character, trust. I know that's what I ran on in my first election in 2014 and what I've run on in every subsequent election. Nothing means more to me than protecting my integrity and my character and ensuring that my constituents in Foothills have their trust in me. I have to question how my Liberal colleagues are going to go home on the Thanksgiving constituency week and look their constituents in the face and say, you can still trust me. I have integrity. I have character. When they know there is a green slush fund of more than $400 million that the Prime Minister is doing everything he possibly can to hide from Canadians. That is a big number. There's no question about that. But in my opinion, Madam Speaker, the size of the corruption and the scandal doesn't matter as much as what it says about the person who is involved in that scandal, and that is the Prime Minister. A Prime Minister who campaigned in 2015 about being the most accountable and transparent government in Canadian history. He has certainly fallen well short of that goal. I would say the epitaph of this government, when it falls in a very short amount of time, will be maybe promises made, promises broken, or perhaps here lies a government that took care of its friends despite the needs of its constituents. I'm not exactly sure if that is the legacy that I would want my constituents to see in me. But, Madam Speaker, the role of Parliament, the role of all parliamentarians, is to hold the government to account and oversee government spending. By refusing to comply with the Speaker's decision to produce those documents, this government is undermining the principle and the integrity of this House, and it is setting a very dangerous precedent of what I think Canadians expect from all of us here in the House of Commons. Because, Madam Speaker, the Parliament is the House of the people in our constituencies across this country who elected us, who trusted us, who elected us to represent them and be their voice and ensure that we are good stewards of every single one of their tax dollars. Canadians now, maybe perhaps more than ever, as they are struggling with the cost of living crisis, trying hard every day just to put food on the table and pay their mortgage, I think more than ever, Canadians deserve to know that their tax dollars are being spent prudently and on programs that are going to be impacting their lives in a positive way.
You know, I often give constituents or stakeholders tours of the House of Commons in Parliament, and we kind of have a running joke. Certainly my constituents have entrusted me as a Conservative member, you know, to kind of watch your wallet and hold your purses tight, as if you pass by a Liberal, they may be asking you for a donation or picking into your pocket. Right. You know, we kind of did that as something fun and in jest and have a little laugh, but I think, unfortunately, a joke has turned into reality. Yeah. As this government is reaching into the pockets of every single Canadian to fill the pockets of Liberal insiders and their friends. And honestly, Madam Speaker, I think the level of this scandal is, in no other terms, disgusting. This is enough to make most Canadians, and certainly the Canadians in my riding, quite sick to their stomach, literally, that this is happening. Because Canadians deserve better. They deserve an honest, accountable, and hard-working government that does not abuse their hard-earned paychecks. One that fights for the people. One that respects voters, follows through with the promises they've given to protect and govern a prosperous country, and to leave that country in better condition and better shape than when you got there. But what is exactly happening here flies in the face, I think, of what most Canadians would expect a government to do and steward them forward. The RCMP Commissioner has said quite clearly that the hand-picked directors of this green slush fund that have been hand-picked by the Prime Minister are abusing Canadians' tax dollars at an unprecedented level. And I would love to say that this is unusual for the Liberal government, but unfortunately this is yet just another in the latest list of scandals that this Prime Minister has reaped on Canadian taxpayers. The level of this corruption has Canadians outraged and disgusted because Liberals have taken advantage of their position of power to enrich their friends at the detriment of Canadians. And again, I would like to say that this level of scandal is unprecedented, but I can't. And that's unfortunate because scandal and corruption has become a habit with this Prime Minister. This is not a one-off. And we have 2 million Canadians going to food bank every single year, and food insecurity up 111%. That means that millions of Canadian families are unable to feed their children, are struggling from meal to meal. A quarter of Canadians are skipping meals just to try to make ends meet. And at a time of very extreme financial difficulty, this Liberal government seems to have no problem pilfering the pockets of Canadians and wasting tens of millions of tax dollars just to ensure that their political friends and their insiders are well taken care of. The Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which was supposed to be managing a green energy fund for the benefit of Canadians, has abused Canadian tax dollars, and that's what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is this didn't happen once, this didn't happen twice, this didn't happen even 3 times.
No, keep going.
This has happened 186 times just in this one program. So if there's 186 conflicts of interest in one Liberal program, imagine what else is out there. And I think that's why the Liberals are so scared to table these documents, because of the level of scandal which will be uncovered is something Canadians have never seen before. And let's go back in time. And I know my constituents, when I've talked to them about this issue and the emails and letters I'm getting, you know, they've kind of compared this to the sponsorship scandal. But I had to say, you know, whoa. The sponsorship scandal absolutely brought down the Chrétien Martin government. Because once again, the one similarity is they were funneling tax dollars to enrich their friends and their political allies. The difference is, yes, that brought down a government. This scandal, and just this one scandal, is 5 times bigger in terms of the value of the money that we're talking about here. 5 times bigger than the sponsorship scandal. So if that scandal brought down a government, I should hope that Canadians will demand the same thing with this scandal, with the SDTC. And I think this has to be something that we emphasize, Mr. Speakers. This isn't Liberal money. This is Canadian taxpayers' money. This is money that taxpayers have worked hard to earn, and when they make those, pay their taxes to the government, they are expecting that those taxes will be going to build bridges, build roads, pay for hospitals, schools, hire doctors, teachers, and important infrastructure and social programs, not going to Liberal insiders. Imagine that $400 million, and that's kind of what we know, but I think there could be even higher. But how many hospitals would that build? How many roads, ports, bridges would that maintain? How many meals would that serve? How many school teachers would that hire? And how many people would that feed? And the chair of the SDTC, Annette Verchuren, who is sort of the face of this disaster, was handpicked by the Prime Minister, despite warnings from the previous chair of her conflict. She tried to get $6.8 million for the Verchuren Centre in Cape Breton through the slush fund that she chaired. She also tried to use her influence with the Green Slush Fund to get a further $10 million for the Centre from Industry Canada and ACOA. This is just one example of the many levels of corruption the Liberals are trying to hide from Canadians. The Prime Minister's appointments are doling out taxpayer monies to companies in which the board of directors of this fund owned themselves. They didn't think twice of abusing this program 186 times. But despite warnings that the chair was in conflict, the Prime Minister, as it always happens, got his way, and ethics and conflict be damned, he put this person in that role. And he's trying to hide the level of that scandal by withholding these documents from the House. Always, as the Liberals like to do, there's nothing to see here. But, Mr. Speaker, there is something to see here. There's a scandal of $400 million of taxpayers' dollars, which has been stolen from Canadians and given to Liberal insiders. Now, I was kind of thinking about this a little bit, Mr. Speaker, and I know some of my colleagues have done that as well. And I kind of find myself now and again, as you're discussing Liberal scandals and corruption, a lot of the, oh my gosh, I forgot about that one. Oh my God, there was that one. And I kind of get the feeling that the Liberals bring up another scandal as often as possible, so we have to kind of forget about the ones that happened in the past. And I do have to give the Liberals a little bit of credit here. I don't know how they manage all of these different scandals and keep them in line and which one is which and whacking this mole and that mole. I have to give them credit because I don't know how they keep track of the bagmen. They're moving tax dollars from one friend in one alley and one company to another. That's got to be a lot of logistics. If they only put that effort into actually governing the country, imagine where we would be. But that's not what they're doing. And I'm not going to, maybe if I have time, I'll list off the incredible collection of greatest hits that this Prime Minister has had, the scandals under his watch. Long list. It is a very long list. But I thought as something else, I mentioned earlier in my speech this Prime Minister campaigned in 2015 of being the most transparent and open government in Canadian history. And I want to share some of the greatest hits of the Prime Minister's quotes. I think we're going to have to, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to have to embark on a completely different style of government. A government that both accepts its responsibilities to be open and transparent. In 2013, our Prime Minister claimed, we will be coming out shortly in a way to open up and be more transparent about all our expenses in a way that will restore Canadians' confidence and trust in holders of public office. We will certainly offer a level of transparency that has never been seen before. Now, I guess maybe it's our fault as Canadians, but when he said we will have a level of transparency and accountability like we've never seen before, I was thinking the other way. But what has happened is he's kind of gone the opposite direction, and he's slammed the door shut on accountability and transparency when it comes to the accountability of Canadian tax dollars. But let's go back a little bit further in time. And I find this one very ironic. When the member of Papineau was just a sitting member of the third party, his first private member's bill as an opposition MP was a Transparency Act. He offered bold promises to revitalize the access to information system. Where is this wide-eyed parliamentarian now? Where is he?
I can't find him.
You know, he came in with all this gusto. I'm going to shed sunlight on the House of Commons. Well, I guess he was practicing very early on that promises are made to be broken. He started trying to fool Canadians in 2013, and Canadians aren't fooled anymore. Even in a recent podcast with his Liberal colleague, he admitted that he courted the Fair Vote folks, who are usually NDP supporters, promising them to change the electoral system, to have electoral reform, and make sure proportional representation was part of that discussion. And then he admitted on that podcast he had no intention of ever entertaining proportional representation. He only said that to win over NDP voters. And then when he got elected, pushed to the side. Long to be forgotten. Promise made, a promise broken. In 2015, he said after he was elected, Canadians voted for change, and we are committed to delivering that change. We are committed to being open, honest, transparent government. All ministers, including the Prime Minister, will be held to greater account. End quote. This is the same Prime Minister who is doing everything he can to skirt the rules on transparency and accountability just to hide his scandalous actions. In 2016, the Prime Minister said, Canadians can be reassured that we have always followed the rules, and we always will, as well as upholding the principles and values under which Canadians have confidence in their government, principles like accountability and transparency and openness. Yeah, right. The reality is that the system requires a high degree of openness, transparency, and accountability in order to maintain Canadians' confidence in our democracy and system of government. I can assure Canadians our party will always follow all the rules, and it also supports all the values and principles associated with those rules. He goes on to say, the fact is the Liberal Party will always follow the rules and the values that Canadians expect in terms of openness, transparency, accountability, and we will continue to uphold the trust of Canadians. I don't know, honestly, how he keeps saying this with a straight face. This is important to all Canadians, and we are following the rules because we know that people need to have confidence in their government, in their ministers, and in how political parties operate. That is why we are always transparent, accountability, and open about our fundraisers. I think my colleagues have talked about the fundraisers and how well that has gone for them.
Yeah.
The Cast for Access with business owners and millionaires from communist China, just yet another scandal that has been a part of the Prime Minister. Again, the Prime Minister said, we in the Liberal Party in this government have always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. That is a classic, Mr. Speaker. He went on to say, that is why we have moved forward on openness and transparency in ways that, yes, perhaps open us up to a few attacks from the members opposite, but ultimately create the confidence that Canadians must have in their Constitution and their institutions. Well, he doesn't seem to be so excited about being held accountable by the opposition today, a lot different than where he was in 2015. He went on to say, we will continue to take very seriously the trust that Canadians place in us by remaining open, transparent, and accountable to the opposition and to Canadians. So if he was so committed to working with the opposition, to ensuring that we had access to the information that our constituents are demanding, why such a quick change of heart? Why is he trying to hide these documents that Canadians deserve to see?
That's right.
He went on to say, I believe in sunny ways. I believe in staying focused on Canadians, and that is exactly what we're doing. I believe that sunshine is the best disinfectant. Openness and transparency is what Canadians expect, and that is always what we will stand for. I respect the members opposite tremendously for their responsibility to ask difficult questions and to press the government on it. I'm going to stay focused on doing the right things the right way and ensuring our team is doing just that. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on. I've got a long list of these comments that he has made over the years. I can't pass this one up. In 2019, he said, under my leadership, we have raised the bar on transparency. I have no idea how low this bar was that he thought it was, if this is as far as we've gotten, that this is what he thinks. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't hard, not as hard as I thought, but I had my staff look up how many times the Prime Minister has said the word transparency in the House. In Parliament, he has said the word transparency, how important it is, 400 times, more than 400 times.
How ironic.
Yet now, secrecy and obfuscation is now the hallmark of this government. Like I said, I think his statements or more should be a promise made is a promise about to be broken. And I think all of this, Mr. Speaker, begs the question, what are they hiding? How bad is this? And I know the questions from my colleagues who say, well, we're infringing on the Charter of Rights if we try and ask for this information. I would love for the Liberal members to go back to their ridings this week and say to their constituents in their face, hey, you don't deserve to know how bad this scandal is because we're just here protecting your charter rights. Give me a break. And I'll leave you with this. It was a great quote from the leader of the member from Carleton. When I get robbed, I don't form a committee to discuss it. When I get robbed, I call the police.
That's right.
And the police deserve to see this information. Canadians deserve to see this information because the level of this scandal and this robbery of Canadian taxpayers' dollars needs to be brought to light, and the Conservatives will continue to fight this until this is found out.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The gentleman for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think once again we have to revisit what this debate is about. This is not about releasing the documents, Mr. Speaker. This is about how it should be done in a way that protects charter rights. We have been advised by the Auditor General and the RCMP that releasing these documents to them is not the right way to proceed, and we've seen a ruling from the Speaker that said this should go to PROC. Could the member opposite please admit to Canadians that this is a filibuster by them so that thing is getting done in the House, that we have agreed to send the documents to PROC. We are not hiding the documents. We are simply ensuring that it is done in the correct way according to the processes that we have in the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would encourage the member from Aurora Oak Ridge to go back to her riding during the Thanksgiving constituency break and just explain that to her constituents, that you don't have the right to see these documents. We're just trying to do this in the right way. If it was such a procedural issue, just table the documents. If there's nothing to be concerned about, if there's nothing within these documents that they are scared or frightened for Canadians to see, then put them on the table. Stop delaying and trying to get this to a committee. We know the truth. They don't want these documents to ever see the light of day.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about a number of Liberal scandals. The sponsorship scandal, which is a well-known scandal. It was a scandal because people got money in their pockets, but it was also part of a massive propaganda attempt to dupe Quebecers. Beyond that, there were other scandals under Stephen Harper, similar to Mackenzie, GC Strategy. So, is not the issue the following? Is it not systemic in how Canada is governed? The issue seems to be Canada's governance more than the colour of the party in charge.
We did Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, the sponsorship scandal absolutely was about propaganda and trying to the Liberal Party was using its resources and taxpayer resources to give itself an advantage in election time. And that's why this helped bring down a government. But I was also very proud to be part of a Conservative government under Prime Minister Stephen Harper that brought forward the Accountability Act, that established the office of the Ethics Commissioner and the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Public offices that this government seems to have no problem abusing and ignoring the rulings that they've been given. In fact, we have a Prime Minister that's been found contravention twice. No other Prime Minister in history has ever been found in conflict. But this Prime Minister has had it twice. Shows the record. I would put the record of the Conservative government up against the Liberal government any day of the week.
Kamal Tarr, questions and comments of the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker still there? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just there was some crosstalk. It was hard to. My question is this: Greens support the terms of this motion, sending it to committee. My understanding is that would happen as soon as there's a vote on the motion, and for that to happen, all that has to happen is to no longer have speakers speaking to it. Now, I've done a bit of math because I think what the member for Foothills and I agree is about the importance of taxpayer money being used effectively. I've done some math with respect to how money is being spent with respect to this debate. We've had about 49 Conservative speakers on this motion so far. If you add up the time that those speakers have spoken for, it's just over 24 hours, 1,470 minutes. If you put the cost of what it costs for this House to operate over that time, the cost to taxpayers is just over $1.7 million, and that's just for the Conservative speakers. That's not to mention all the other speakers that have also risen on this. If he shares the concern for taxpayer money, is he not concerned about the dollars being spent to continue this conversation when we could just have a vote right now if Conservative members stop speaking to it?
Well, member for Foothills.
I have to give my colleague a lot of credit on that to come up with that argument. That they're using the cost of this discussion as a way to hide Liberal corruption and scandals. I guess that the Liberal coalition has now grown to include the Green Party. I am confident. I will go home to my constituents this week and say, I am fighting for your rights every day to ensure accountability in your tax dollars. I am confident they will support what we are doing as Conservatives rather than trying to push this to committee. But let's be clear. The Prime Minister can end this right now. Right now. And it won't cost Canadian taxpayers another dime if he tables those documents in the House of Commons and gives them to the RCMP.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Springwater, we'll try that again, Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to my good colleague from Foothills for that great speech on this very serious issue. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member, I know in Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte now there's a lot of people struggling to pay their bills, to heat, eat, and just to live, quite frankly. We're talking about a huge sum of money here. $400 million has gone missing. Maybe the member from Foothills could explain to me in his writing also, how much better could this money have been spent on good programs to help the people of Foothills?
Hear, hear.
Foothills.
Thank you very much to my colleague and his great work on this as well. And I think he brings up an excellent point. Obviously, the $400 million that has been funneled to Liberal insiders and friends is troubling. But the fact that this would happen at a time when Canadians are struggling through a cost of living crisis, and I have a very rural riding, as my colleague does as well, and I've talked to my farmers and ranchers every week. They're paying $150,000 a year just in carbon taxes, trying just to get harvest off right now. And they are seeing at a time when every single dollar is stretched as far as possible. Yeah. You have a government that should be the steward of their tax dollars is now abusing $400 million tax dollars of their money, which would be much better spent on, building railroads, building ports, building bridges to ensure that their products get to market. And we once again become a trusted trading partner around the world. That's certainly not the case right now.
Questions and comments? Kasia Kamal-Tarr, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Foothills. I have to say I also regularly speak to his constituents because my sister lives in his riding. And I know for my family, one thing that's really important in Canada is the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And really what the Conservatives are asking for here is to violate the Charter. I know the leader of the opposition has talked about using the notwithstanding clause to get rid of any laws that he doesn't like. So I'd like to hear from the member on how he views the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and whether he would uphold that.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, at least some members of our family are in the right place. They're in Foothills.
Yeah.
and I appreciate that. But I will go home to my constituents, and to put this as a charter challenge, when we're just asking to have documents made public. Documents that are already public, that Canadians deserve to see. I just find this to be such weak sauce from the Liberals that are desperately trying to keep these documents under wraps, to keep them redacted, that they are trying to scare Canadians into saying if somehow you take public documents and you give them to the RCMP, is somehow, if we go outside of that very thin path, that we are challenging and going to bring down the Charter of Rights crumbling down among us. I just think it's such a weak argument, and I challenge them to go home to their ridings this week and make that same argument at home.
In comments, the honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So $400 million is a lot of money, and it's hard to comprehend how much that really is. But it's 4,200 GMC Sierra trucks. It's 66,666,666 Girl Guide cookie boxes. That's if you don't break the 0.6 repeating. And for people in Toronto, it's 15% of the TTC budget. So if the government couldn't run this program, which had admirable goals, without basically giving the money away, my question is, how can we trust them with any programs that we have in Canada?
With the 20-odd seconds remaining, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think my colleague, and welcome to the House of Commons. What a great addition. I think he puts this in a way that we really need to do, that Canadians understand. You talk about these big numbers, $400 million. It is difficult to comprehend. But when we break these numbers down into things that Canadians really understand, they are disgusted with the level of scandal that is in here. Although I'm not sure how many Blue Jays tickets they could have bought for that this year. But he's right. This is hurting Canadians in the pocketbook when they are struggling every day with the basic necessities. This really hits home when their tax dollars are being abused at this level.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin my remarks today, I'd like to pay tribute to a special person in my riding, Charissa Sellis, who recently lost her husband, Nick. During my by-election, both Charissa and Nick were dedicated volunteers, bringing a smile and a helping hand in each and every day. Charissa, thank you for everything you do. My heart is with you and your family. We will all remember Nick for his kindness, his big heart, his huge personality, and his extraordinary generosity. May he rest in peace. I'd also like to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to Michelle Mather, who serves on my board. In these difficult times, Michelle, know we love you and your family. Thank you for everything you do. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the ruling of the Speaker with regard to the production of documents ordered by the House on the scandal involving the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, also known as a Liberal Green Slush Fund. For those watching at home, here are the facts. The Auditor General found that the Prime Minister has turned SDTC into a slush fund for Liberal insiders, finding that SDTC gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that couldn't show an environmental benefit or development of green technology. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest, and $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution terms were met. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. The very people trusted with safeguarding taxpayer dollars were funneling money into projects they themselves were connected to. This is corruption, pure and simple. And it's not just a fluke or some isolated incident. This scandal is symptomatic of a Liberal culture, a culture that puts political survival and self-enrichment ahead of the interests of the Canadian people. They shovel the working man's pay into the pockets of elitists who provide no value to the country. They've created a culture of enrichment for their well-connected friends, lining their pockets on the backs of the working class. This is the kind of governance that erodes trust. The Prime Minister claims to be a champion of the environment while handing out public dollars to his friends. We've seen this before. It's the same culture that brought us SNC-Lavalin, the We Charity scandal, and countless others. Now the House has ordered the production of the documents around the scandal to the law clerk, and the documents to be transferred to the RCMP for unredacted investigation. The only problem, the government refuses to hand them over. So what's their excuse? Well, they hide behind the charter, stating that the order forcing them to produce these documents is a potential violation of Canadians' charters rights. So through you, Speaker, to the folks at home, after burning away your money, NDP Liberals now attempt to bypass this House, your House of Commons, to hide the information you need to truly understand how much of your dollars they've actually wasted. A wake-up call to NDP Liberals. The Charter is there to protect the people from government, not corrupt politicians from prison. It seems this government has forgotten their primary duty.
And a point of order from the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just believe there was a small comment that was incorrect in my honourable colleague's speech when he said NDP Liberal insider. I think he meant to say Liberal Conservative insider, since she's a donor to the Conservative Party.
That's a point of debate. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
I always appreciate a commercial break, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully they're a little bit more entertaining. But let me just say, so what's their excuse? They hide behind the Charter, stating that the order forcing them to produce these documents is a potential violation of the Canadians' charters rights. So through you, to the Speaker, to the folks at home, after burning away your money, NDP Liberals now attempt to bypass this House, your House of Commons, to hide the information you need to truly understand how much of your dollars they've actually wasted. So a wake-up call to NDP Liberals. The Charter is there to protect the people from government, not corrupt politicians from prison. It seems this government has forgotten their primary duty, to serve the people over themselves as servant, not master. What we are witnessing today is a gross abuse of power by a tired, incompetent, corrupt government. The Prime Minister and his NDP Liberals have turned SDTC into a playground for their cronies, using your money to do it. They are more concerned with maintaining their grip on power than on the welfare of the citizens they claim to represent. Unfortunately, this is all a pattern Canadians have become way too familiar with. This is a government that chooses to count votes over taking a moral stand. Today, as mobs march across our streets, inciting hate, inciting terror, and chanting for the death of our country, Canadians see a weak Prime Minister, an incompetent Foreign Minister, and a broken government. Our treasured Jewish communities who are about to mark Yom Kippur watched with shock as they saw this NDP Liberal Foreign Minister tell Tom Mulcair she's only concerned about the demographics of her own voters. She fails to act when Canada is threatened for her own personal political gain.
Shame.
This is the same foreign...
Another point of order, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Questioning the relevance of what this member is speaking about to the matter that we're debating.
Always call relevance at this late hour. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, moral corruption and financial corruption come from the same source. They are a corruption of the soul and a rot of this government.
Hear, hear.
She fails to act when Canada is threatened for her own personal political gain. This is the same Foreign Minister who refused to condemn genocidal, anti-Semitic hate chants on our streets. Chants like, from Palestine to Lebanon, Israel will soon be gone. There is only one solution, Intifada revolution. Our common-sense Conservative leader asked her twice to condemn these chants, and she refused. How does this Foreign Minister expect Canadians to trust her with their national security when her only concern lies with the vote count in the next election? But after 9 long years, all Canadians have seen is incompetence and corruption from this NDP Liberal government. Single moms at the grocery checkout are forced to put food they had gotten for their kids aside thanks to an unforgiving carbon tax.
Yes.
Seniors are watching now as their pensions go up in smoke. The newcomer and young couple are seeing their dreams of home ownership being ripped apart.
Order from the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
It seems like this speech is getting further and further from the motion. I don't know if you've been following it. No, it's...
Listen, there has been a lot of leeway given to a lot of different speeches in this House on lots of different occasions. So, I will just kind of call relevance again, and the honourable member for Calgary Heritage can continue.
I'm talking about everyday people who are trying to make ends meet, and how this government has taken over $400 million of their hard-earned money and wasted it with their insider friends. So I would like to make sure that our coalition NDP Liberal government colleagues spend the time to understand the costs that everyday people are paying for their extraordinary corruption. So returning to the debate. Seniors are watching now as their pensions go up in smoke. The newcomer and young couple are seeing their dreams of home ownership being ripped away.
Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
A member from being able to virtually read verbatim conservative reform speeches handed to them.
It's falling into debate. So, folks, we've got quite honestly, about 12 minutes left before we have to go on to the next part of in our list. So I would just say, let this go. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage, on topic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses, farmers, doctors, and home builders lose sleep as they watch this government introduce their latest job-killing tax hike. Canadians who are barely scraping by see this Prime Minister waste $400 million of their...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
The member gave a clear indication whether it's his speech or, in fact, it is a Conservative speech from the back.
Once again, so now we're getting into unsportsmanship, I think we would say in most cases. The honourable member for Cold Lake. Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that they do not want to hear the well-crafted speech that my colleague from Calgary Heritage has written and is delivering. And it's very frustrating to me that these Liberals would rather shut him down at every single opportunity. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you perhaps let my colleague finish his speech.
I would like nothing better than to let the honourable member complete his speech. So unless it's something grave, and I mean grave, it better be good and better be listed from the standing orders. I want a number, I want a section when we stand up on it. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, I really do appreciate you asking us to offer something good. Good news, New Democrats just passed pharmacare in the Senate. It's breaking news right now. Congratulations to all the...
Order. Not a point of order, but I appreciate the update. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage, and I will try my best to get you through to the bottom of the hour.
I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. For the parliamentary secretary across the way, I thought he'd be more grateful, Mr. Speaker. A couple of days ago, I promoted him to deputy House Leader, but evidently I got that promotion wrong. But I do assure him that these are indeed my words, and I stand by them with great confidence. Canadians who are barely scraping by see this Prime Minister waste $400 million of their hard-earned taxpayer money. And he wonders why nobody has confidence in him or his NDP Liberals. Look around. These same Canadians see crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder on our streets. They see a Minister of Justice who offers up bail, not jail, for violent repeat offenders, causing violent crime to skyrocket 50%. Hate crimes are up 251%. Over 100 churches have been burned, synagogues firebombed. We don't even hear a pin drop from this government on any of this. It's a national disgrace. Canadians see drugs flooding our communities and a government that offers up drugs rather than treatment and recovery. They watch a spiraling, flailing, out-of-control health minister go to war over nicotine pouches, but when it comes to fighting the drug overdose crisis, the leading cause of death for BC kids, he refuses. In fact, this government fuels the crisis further with their taxpayer-funded drug dens. 42,000 lives all have tragically been lost from the drug crisis in our country since 2015. We recently saw at the Health Committee a parent of one of the victims that bravely spoke out against this so-called safe supply experiment. When asked what his message to this Prime Minister was, he responded, "How can you put safe and drugs in the same sentence? It doesn't make sense. Those two contradict each other deeply. How can this government continue to consciously fund this program? This disastrous experiment needs to be stopped before more lives are lost needlessly. Canadians also see an environment minister who has delivered nothing to clean up our environment. He's only brought in higher taxes on working people. His policies are as weak as the paper straws he's forcing us all to use. Sadly, as I return to discussing the government's ethics, I look around and see NDP Liberals in this chamber who don't even recognize the damage they have caused. They truly believe they know best. They have all the answers, even when Canadians have to suffer because of it. They think they can wave a magic wand and undo these last 9 years, promising the world and yet letting down Canadians each and every time. Today, we see NDP Liberals paralyze Parliament over documents showing Liberal insiders stuffing their own pockets with taxpayer dollars. This week, we saw the government House Leader call this investigation a witch hunt. A witch hunt? How is it a witch hunt when 400 million taxpayer dollars are at stake? If this government has nothing to hide, why not hand over the documents? Well, the story changes by the week. Last week, Liberals told Canadians they had already handed the documents over to the RCMP. Not to worry at all. This week, they say the Charter of Rights will go down in smoke if they dare show a shred of transparency. Funny how that works. The Ethics Commissioner, appointed by this government, has found the chair of the fund in violation of the law. The Auditor General, also appointed by this government, says there were 186 conflicts of interest involving Liberal appointees giving millions of dollars to their own companies. The Prime Minister would rather put all of his government business on hold to hide whatever is in these documents. This is corruption unlike we've ever seen before in this country. And as I speak on Liberal corruption, I have to reflect on the current state of their leadership. In quiet moments, even Liberal MPs admit they're counting down the days. They're just wishing this Prime Minister would take his proverbial walk in the snow. They know his days are numbered, and they're quietly placing their bets on the next man in line, Mark Carbon Tax Carney. Our friend from Red Deer Mountain View likes to quip, every circus needs its Carney. But Canadians know better than to fall for this bait and switch. They've seen this movie before, one corrupt Liberal swapped out for another with the same disastrous results. This is not a circus, it's the government of this country. When this Prime Minister appointed Carney as a Liberal advisor, he made sure the role was shielded from any pesky conflict of interest rules. No accountability, no oversight, just Liberals protecting their own. But this cozy arrangement is now facing some well-deserved scrutiny, especially after Carney's investment fund, Brookfield, where he serves as chair, has come knocking on government's door for $10 billion in taxpayer dollars.
Point of order from the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there are rules to this place. It's Standing Order 43, and I get there's a lot of latitude, but plastic straws, drugs, and Mark Carney have nothing to do with the motion. And so if we're going to not enforce the rules, and then what's the point of the rules if we're not going to enforce them?
The honourable member just talked about exactly what we were talking about. He did veer off a little bit more, and he's veering back. And I like I said, we in the chair give people lots of latitude on different items that we talk about in this chamber. So I would say, for the sake of the 4 minutes left that's remaining, that we allow the honourable member to complete. I see the honourable member for no, we're good. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
The NDP Liberal Green coalition is strong today, Mr. Speaker, especially after Carney's investment fund Brookfield, where he serves as chair, has come knocking on the government's door for $10 billion in taxpayer dollars. Yes, $10 billion to get his hands on the pension savings of hardworking Canadian families and seniors. Let that sink in. The same guy who's scheming to take over for the Liberal top job is looking to raid the pension funds of Canadians. And this Prime Minister seems all too willing to hand over the cash. Canadians see through this corruption. They won't stand by as their hard-earned money is funneled into corporate coffers while elites play musical chairs with our democracy. It's almost, though, that this government would rather wait till the very last day possible for Canadians to vote them out rather than give them a choice. They'd rather sit in power so they can get their pensions than call a carbon tax election, an election where their corruption, their tax increases, and their failed policies will all be voted on. It was just today, during a parliamentary committee, looking into this stolen $400 million and over 186 conflicts of interest, that a Liberal MP yelled expletives at Conservatives, asking them to have the integrity to worry about taxpayer dollars. Yelling expletives and breaking down after being asked to give Canadians answers. It seems these Liberals will just do about anything to cover up their scandals and mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read some of the SDTC whistleblower testimony on this subject for Canadians to hear. The quotes are quite damning. I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on this situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate. Again, if you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation and they find something, or they don't, I think the public would be happy with that. But I don't think we should leave it to the current federal government or the ruling party to make those decisions. Let the public see what's there. Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization. The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year. I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere. After 9 years of this government, who can believe them anymore? The results are in. Food price inflation is at a 40-year high. 2 million Canadians are relying on food banks. Many families are cutting back on their Thanksgiving dinners because of Liberal policies that have driven up the cost of food. This $400 million scandal is a slap in the face to all Canadians struggling to afford to feed themselves. I think of the people struggling to buy groceries that this money could feed. I think of the heartbreak families in my communities are feeling. I hear the stories of parents who have to choose between paying rent or putting food on the table. They promise phony programs and deliver no results, big announcements with little to show for it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I draw my remarks to a close. Thank you very much.
When we return, the honourable member will have 3 minutes maybe to finish up, and of course 10 minutes of questions and comments. Comme le temps est prévu aujourd'hui pour le débat.
As the time for debate has now concluded, the House will resume this debate on the question of privilege at the next sitting of the House.
Ordre du jour, concurrence in committee reports, resuming consideration on a motion to concur in the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Shaping Our Economic Future, Canadian Priorities, standing in the name of Mr. Morans.
The floor is free, and the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I was recently in a meeting with over 20 small business owners who are frustrated with federal government policies affecting them. One mentioned how the federal government keeps adding to their challenges, and he said they need regulations that are stable and that small businesses have enough challenges. Another small business owner said they have another business in the United States and they're wondering if they should move more of their business there. That is lost opportunities and lost jobs for Canadians and for the Canadian economy. Now, just recently, Statistics Canada reported that GDP per capita continues to fall in Canada. And things look even worse when Canada's economy is compared to the United States. Oh, I want to mention as well, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time. America's GDP per capita grew by 4.5% since 2022. Now, before this Prime Minister, Canada was keeping up with the United States, and in fact, it was 9 years ago that the New York Times found that Canada's middle class was richer than America's. But the Liberals really have destroyed Canada's economy with their job-killing taxes and wasteful spending. And we've really seen a collapse in productivity. And when we talk about productivity, this means how far people's paychecks go. This relates to not just how hard people work at all, but it has to do with the productivity of a country and how much money people have in their pockets at the end of the month. The productivity gap with the United States now stands at about $20,000 per person a year difference. And something that has affected small business owners and Canadians recently are the Liberal changes to the capital gains tax. And I want to talk about that for a little while. The Liberals were scrambling when facing opposition from doctors and small business owners and Canadians saving for their retirement. And as a result of these investment-killing policies, capital really has been driven out of Canada, and Canadians are worse off. And I've had the opportunity at both at the Housing Committee, I've sat in recently at the Finance Committee and also at the Trade Committee, and hearing from witnesses from all different types of businesses, and they're all basically saying the same thing, that this capital gains tax is going to hurt investment. Businesses are already moving to the United States, and it will make home building more difficult. We also know that this job-killing tax is on healthcare, home building, small businesses, and also farmers. Technology companies have been talking about the fact that this will make it much more difficult for them to find investors. And also, according to economist Jack Mintz, the increase of the capital gains tax rate will reduce Canada's GDP by $90 billion, real per capita GDP by 3%, its capital stock by $127 billion, and employment by 404,000 people. Taxing farmers drives up food costs. Taxing doctors means it's harder to find a doctor. Taxing home builders means fewer homes being built. And taxing small businesses means fewer paychecks, and small business owners need to work longer. The Council of Canadian Innovators recently commissioned a survey of entrepreneurs which showed 90% of their respondents believed the Liberals' capital gains tax hike would have a negative effect on the innovation economy. Now, I literally could talk for an hour reading notes and messages from residents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country on how the capital gains tax will affect them. I just have a few here that I'll read from. The first one is from a local resident, and he says, "I've owned a commercial unit in Kelowna for several years." He goes on, he says, "I decided that purchasing a strata unit would be a good long-term retirement plan." And then the Prime Minister introduced the increase in capital gains. It was until he introduced the capital gains. He says, "My accountants analyzed the penalties I would be paying if I sold the property past the date in June. And the additional taxes were so substantial that now I cannot sell my unit until at least 2029. He goes on to say, "So instead of retiring at the age of 71, I can now plan on working for another few years." And then he goes on. Here's another resident who wrote to me saying, "Well, we definitely will be affected. We own a small business and a cottage, both of which we plan to sell as part of our retirement plan. Both will now have higher capital gains tax and will eat into our retirement funds. This means that we will have to work at our business longer to just make up for the tax increase." And then they go on. "I hope this helps build your case for tax reform, and thank you for your efforts." Here's another resident that says, "As a single middle-income mom who has raised 3 kids to adulthood, I am now in the position of needing to assist these adult kids with buying their first homes given the unaffordability." And then Then they go on to say it's simply unfair to change the tax rules without thinking through all the ways that this will hurt those of us who have worked hard for our whole lives, tried to responsibly save for our retirements, and are trying to help our children with the ridiculous unaffordability they are being hit with. I have another resident that actually talks about the CRA. CRA helpline has stopped taking calls due to the volume. When you could get to through the queue, it's a 3-hour wait to speak to a CRA representative. And they go on. So this is why Conservatives has said that within 60 days of becoming in government, Conservatives will name a tax reform task force of entrepreneurs, inventors, farmers, and workers to design a bring-it-home tax cut that will allow workers to bring home more of each dollar they earn, bring home production and paychecks by making Canada the best place to invest, hire, and make things, bring home fairness by reducing the share of taxes paid by the poor and middle class while cutting tax-funded corporate welfare and cracking down on overseas tax havens. We will also be cutting the paperwork and bureaucracy in the tax system by at least 20%. Now, one other thing that I want to mention, since we're talking about Canada's economy here today and the budget, is that the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has reports out how there are far fewer housing starts in 2023. In fact, 30,000, and as a consequence of soaring interest rates. And in 2023, the CMHC recorded that Canada had 240,000 housing starts, which is down 8% from the previous year. Now, we know that in order to bring back housing affordability and to build the homes that Canada needs, there would have to be approximately 550,000 homes being built on an annual basis. We just completed a study at the Housing Committee on housing, and there was testimony one after the other of developers and people who work in the industry, in the construction industry, saying that there's not a chance that they're, based on the current policies and the current situation with costs and taxes and interest rates and bureaucracy, that there will be anywhere near the homes built that we need in Canada. Now, just in my last minute here, I want to mention as well what has just been released, which is the Parliamentary Budget Officer's updated carbon tax report, showing that most Canadian families are worse off as a result of the carbon tax. We know that life has never been more expensive over the last 9 years. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer also estimates that the federal fuel charge will increase the budgetary deficit by $1.5 billion in 2024-25 and ultimately $4 billion in 2030-31 as a result of the decrease of employment and investment income. We also know that it was previously discovered that internal numbers within the government show the carbon tax will cost Canadians $30.5 billion by 2030. And this works out to about over $1,800 per family in extra annual costs. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we want to have a country where hard work pays off for powerful paychecks and pensions that buy affordable food, gas, and homes in safe neighborhoods. And that's what Conservatives.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments this evening. And I just wanted to highlight, you know, the idea that this capital gains increase is a job-killing tax. According to an economic report cited in BNN Bloomberg, analysis suggests that favorable tax treatment of capital gains disproportionately benefits the wealthy and does not help the economy. In fact, sectors that earn the most capital gains, notably venture capital companies and investment banks, as well as the real estate sector, together made 52.6% of all corporate capital gains reported between 2018 and 2022. Meanwhile, that sector shed nearly 5,000 jobs during that period. And so I'm just trying to reconcile her comments with these statistics. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I did mention a number of situations from constituents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country, but I really do encourage the member to go to the testimony from the many, many witnesses that have testified at the Human Resources Committee, which deals with housing, at the Finance Committee, and also at the Trade Committee, which all has testimony from many businesses and organizations talking very specifically about how the capital gains tax is going to hurt their business and their industry, and I really encourage her to go and look at all of that testimony.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Personne. Resuming debate? No. There being no further members rising, pursuant to order made earlier today, the question is deemed put and a recorded division is deemed requested. Pursuant to Standing Order 66, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And before we go to the end, I just wanted to thank the honourable member for Kitchener Centre. I figure we had 100 different points of order today that we were trying to deal with. He was the only individual that actually quoted a standing order. In accordance to Standing Order 38, motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising tonight to continue to call on this government to get accountability and specifically a timeline on two-way, all-day GO train service between Kitchener and Toronto. It's been over a decade now that my community has heard promise after promise. Here's what then Liberal Premier Kathleen Wynne said to Craig Norris from CBC KW back in May 2014, quote, "We're making the two-way all-day GO a priority because I know people want to go back and forth. I can't give you the specific dates, but we want to get going on this right away." Well, her party was elected the very next month, and we never got a date for completion from her. Then back in 2017, the federal government committed 40% of the project cost. They put in over $752 million. That's $750 million. At the time, now retired regional chair Ken Sealing was thrilled, as he should be. He said, quote, "It is a strategic investment that recognizes the importance of the Toronto-Waterloo Region Innovation Corridor to the Canadian economy." Well, then the next provincial election came along, and in 2018, here's what Conservative Doug Ford said, keeping in mind he now knew about that federal money that was already committed. Quote, "We're going to have the pedal to the metal, and we're going to move forward. We're going to cut all the red tape and bureaucracy and gets in the way of these projects." Well, Premier Ford got elected that year. That was 6 years ago. So much for pedal to the metal. Where do we stand today after more than a decade after that first political commitment, despite constant political ads from the provincial Conservatives bragging about progress in my community? We have a total of 10 trains a day that go from Kitchener to Toronto and 9 trains a day from Toronto to Kitchener, only on weekdays. Every now and then, if we're lucky, Metrolinx will announce special one-off weekend service on a holiday weekend like the one coming up. Worst of all, we still don't even have a timeline for completion. It means that in my community, folks continue to get left on the platform waiting for overcrowded buses. It could be a commuter, for example. It could be someone looking to get to a medical specialist in Toronto, a family looking to get to a Jays game. One young person even shared with me this past summer that as a queer person, she'd love to take the GO to be able to date in Toronto. She wants two-way all-day GO for queer love. It's also about the climate. We need to give people more convenient, more affordable, and lower carbon ways of getting around, recognizing that transportation is the largest emission source in Ontario. Now, here's an example of what's possible. The Montreal REM rapid transit system opened last summer. It took just 5 years to go from prep work to doors open on a 67-kilometer line with service every 3 minutes and 30 seconds during peak hours. And while two-way all-day GO is, of course, delivered by the provincial government, Folks in my community are tired of having different levels of government blame one another. If the federal government put in 40% of the money as they did, they should at least be demanding accountability on the funds. And so, I've written to the minister, almost 2 years of letters now. I've raised it with the minister. I raised it with the Prime Minister a few weeks ago. I'm raising it again. When will this government call for accountability, and specifically for a timeline from the province on two-way, all-day GO train service between Kitchener and Toronto?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's nice to be here in adjournment debate with you and some colleagues. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for the question and the opportunity to talk about the Government of Canada's continued commitment to help build sustainable, inclusive, and climate-resistant communities. I understand that public transit is a foundational element to a thriving community, and I join my colleague in advocating for two-way all directions, two-way both directions GO train service, two-way all-day GO train service, I should say, for Milton, because I also sympathize. Milton is in a very similar situation to Kitchener. We have been asking the provincial government to prioritize two-way all-day GO train service for Milton because Canadians depend on the trains and they don't want to sit on the highway in traffic in order to get to work. But the other problem in Milton is that we basically have 8 trains out in the morning, starting early, and the last one leaves around 9. And then those trains just come back in the evening for a commuter-type experience. But if you want to take a train on the weekend, or if you work shift work, or if your shift starts at noon or ends at midnight, you are out of luck. So it's important that we have two-way all-day GO train service, but also reliable all-day GO train service. Right now, Miltonians drive down to Oakville or to the Bronte station to get that service, and that kind of defeats the purpose, Mr. Speaker, because taking the train is a great way to reduce our carbon emissions, but it's also a great way to multitask. When I take the train, I send an email or two, listen to music. I suppose I listen to music while I drive as well, but we all depend on that, and that's why since 2015 we've made substantial investments totaling more than $30 billion, more than any previous government, for more than 2,000 public transit projects across Canada, and that includes Canada's first ever public transit fund, which I'm happy to say Milton will be enjoying because we're a growing community with over 140,000 constituents now, and they are relying more and more as we have one of the youngest demographics. So it's important that we continue to invest. And that's also why we launched the single largest ever public transit investment in Canadian history, as the aforementioned Canada Public Transit Fund. So starting in 2026 and 2027, this fund will take an average of $3 billion a year and make that available to help cities and communities deliver better public transit systems for Canadians. The fund will help communities of all sizes maintain existing transit systems and help plan for new transit infrastructure. But as my colleague correctly pointed out, the GO train service throughout Ontario, or the GTA I should say, is a provincial matter. I'll continue to advocate with my member of provincial parliament, and I know that my colleague has a great relationship with his member of provincial parliament because they happen to be party aligned, which is quite unique for the Green Party. But the reason that we'll continue to do this together is because it will encourage increased use of public transit, increase housing supply and affordability. It'll allow for people who don't necessarily want to own a car or drive a car frequently to live in a neighborhood that they can afford. It'll improve public and active transportation options for everyone, especially Indigenous peoples and equity-deserving groups. So the Canada Public Transit Fund is made up of 3 different funding streams with the provinces, the territories, and the municipalities. They can all select from various funding options that will best suit their public transit needs, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps if there's an opportunity for a rebuttal, then I'll be able to explain what those 3 areas are.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's really fitting that the Parliamentary Secretary also represents an area along the same line that I've been calling for two-way all-day GO train service, and folks in his community would benefit just as much as those in mine would. But I want to reiterate what it is that I'm calling for. In this case, the federal government did the right thing in putting the funding forward back in 2017. And as an investor that's put in 40% of the project costs, to me it's just so reasonable that the investor, in this case the federal government, would demand some accountability from the provincial government that's meant to deliver on the project. And accountability starts with a timeline for completion, which folks in his community and in mine deserve to have that accountability on federal funds. will he be joining and calling on the provincial government to provide a timeline for completion on the project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And more than that, actually, I've been working with my member of provincial parliament on a plan for two-way all-day go. There's more than one way to say it, I suppose, but two-way all-day go is an important priority for both the member from Kitchener and for me. And like him, the federal government has committed funding. And then at various times, the provincial government commits funding, but only when it seems to be politically expedient, Mr. Speaker. And I actually don't mind pointing out to my colleague how that worked. We had a by-election in Milton just recently. Doug Ford wanted a Conservative elected, so he had the Minister of Transport write a letter to the federal government saying, oh, by the way, we're already here to invest some money into both directions all-day GO train service for Milton. It just a matter of the federal government coming to play, which is kind of ironic because in 2021, Mr. Speaker, we committed that funding. We said, Doug Ford, come to the table, let's build both directions all-day GO train service for Milton, and unfortunately didn't fit his political goals at the time. But very much excited to talk to my friend about more train service for our two communities.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward tonight to having a continuing debate that I've had with my colleague across the aisle a couple of times about carbon tax, and I appreciate the opportunity to have that debate with my colleague. And probably one of the things that will occur tonight will be probably both draw from a particular document that was produced by the budget officer today. I heard him refer to it earlier in the day, so we will probably refer to it as we use information to verify our sides of the debate, and I'm sure he will refer to it as well as he has earlier. But just something from it. In 2030-31, taking into consideration both fiscal and economic impacts, PBO estimates that the average household in each of the backstop provinces will see a net cost paying more in federal fuel charge and related goods and service tax, as well as receiving lower incomes due to the fuel charge compared to the Canada Carbon rebate they receive. Lower net taxes they pay due to lower incomes. So that would suggest to me that there are people in this country who will get less net back than they receive in rebates. Another one from the report, when the economic impact of the fuel charge is combined with the fiscal impact, the net cost increase for the average household across all income sections, reflecting the overall negative economic impact of the fuel charge. 2031, taking into consideration both fiscal and economic impacts, we estimate the average household in each backstop province will see a net cost, paying more in federal fuel charge and GST, as well as receiving lower incomes. So, another one from it, however, as the PBO has noted, Canada's own emissions are not large enough to materially impact climate change, and therefore their reduction would not materially affect the Canadian economy. And in the average, as he had a chart in there, the average cost for an Albertan, they would receive or pay $697, $700 more in tax than they receive back. So that's data from that report. There's a couple other ones out there. There was the Agricultural Carbon Alliance. They sampled 50 farms and showed a total of $330,000 in just 1 month that was paid in carbon tax. Now, if you got 190,000 farms in Canada, that gets to be a big number. What makes it different in my riding is irrigation. And as I've said before, when I met with one particular farmer, an irrigator farmer, he paid approximately $100,000 in carbon tax a year. Saw the bills he had, went through it with him. I've got hundreds of irrigated farmers in my riding. So if you multiply that number, the amount that's paid out in carbon tax from irrigation farmers, there's no rebate on what they use for power to do this, no rebate. It's the piece, and no exemptions. So the irrigated farmers in my area who produce high quality crops, it's huge. So what they say to me, why do the EV production get a $50 billion subsidy when we have to pay a huge carbon tax. So the farmers in my area see the carbon tax as a huge cost to them, much higher than the average farmers. The higher average farmers are paying a lot, but they see the subsidy to EV batteries at $50 billion rather than them paying the carbon tax is really tough for them to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my friend and colleague pointed out, the PBO released an update on his analysis for the impact of the federal fuel charge on Canadian households today. An update because, unfortunately, there was a mistake made. The PBO report confirmed just recently now that when looking at the direct costs of pollution pricing, the amounts actually paid by households in terms of the fuel charge versus the amounts actually received back through the Canada Carbon Rebate payments, the large majority of Canadian families are much better off. The PBO report also estimated that the economic costs of implementing the carbon pricing regime, but it does not set these against the large and growing costs of climate inaction or the economic opportunities of moving towards a greener, carbon-free future, nor, Mr. Speaker, does it necessarily take into consideration the enormous social and economic costs of climate change itself. It's a destructive force, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are forced from their homes every summer during wildfire events. In fact, a really alarming statistic that I heard was that over 40% of the world's population displaced from their homes from wildfire were Canadian. Now, that's crazy. Canada's only 0.5% of the global population, but 40% of the world's people who are displaced from their homes because of wildfire live in this country. That's because we're also extremely vulnerable to climate change in Canada. We have a forest that is drying quickly due to warmer summers and shorter winters and less snowfall and less snowpack, less frequent and harder to manage precipitation events in the case of Western Canada, where a lot of rain will fall all at once, but then not again for a couple of months. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that carbon pricing has not and will not cost families in the long run. What will cost us is doing absolutely nothing about climate change. And sadly, the Conservatives refuse to acknowledge that climate change is a threat. Some of them even refuse to accept the notion that it's human-caused and that we have a role to play. But what they can't refuse to do is nothing. Canadians won't accept that at the ballot box. Climate change has been an issue when Canadians go to the ballot box, and I think the Conservatives are really underestimating how much people care about fighting climate change. Canadian families stand to gain financially in the long run from fighting climate change with a carbon price. Other countries have demonstrated that, and actually, since it's Nobel Prize season, it's worth pointing out that William Nordhaus, not a Canadian, but a fan of the Canadian carbon pricing system, won a Nobel Prize in economics for his work on carbon pricing and lowering our emissions with that market-based tool. But contrary to the numbers that the Conservatives continue to peddle, the Commission concluded that carbon pricing would in fact boost Canadian incomes on average by $3,300 or more in 2030 than if they took an alternative approach and did absolutely nothing. So nothing is not an option, Mr. Speaker. The global clean energy transition is here, and I will say that that actually matters in agriculture as well. We have been on this topic, my colleague and I, a couple of times with respect to propane-based irrigation. And look, Canadians want affordable food, and they also want low-carbon food. Our agriculture system has a carbon footprint, and it's actually one of the higher carbon footprints in the world with respect to agriculture. There are some unavoidable aspects of that, but a propane-based irrigation system is not as efficient, and it's certainly not as carbon-friendly as other forms of irrigation which are available. And the price on pollution provides a pricing mechanism to steer the agriculture sector towards greener production methods. And because other technologies do exist, Mr. Speaker, which is different than other things that might not be available, it's important for us to demand better from various sectors, transportation, agriculture, oil and gas, and energy, that they lower their carbon footprint.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Sorry, I appreciate that propane is not something we use in irrigation, so I'm not sure where you're getting that information. And irrigation doesn't use propane. You need to come out and see the electricity and natural gas they use. It's not propane. So thank you for the rest of what you said. Adapting is what we need to do. But here's a real problem with taxing other levels of government. So I and my neighbor MP looked at the school systems, their buses, the municipalities, we looked at the health systems. We've got tens of millions of dollars leaving our 2 ridings for a carbon tax. That would be more doctors, more nurses, more teachers, more people having programs in schools for their kids. So taxing other levels of government is a huge problem when we've got tens of millions of dollars that we have been able to figure out has left our riding for a carbon tax. That's problematic, and we need a carbon election.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, carbon pricing has been on the agenda in the last 2 elections. In fact, my colleague got elected on the promise of a carbon tax with the former leader of the Conservative Party, Aaron O'Toole. And, you know, they did turn their backs on climate action. They decided that they weren't going to be a climate-forward party. And you hardly ever hear climate action or climate change from members from the Conservative Party these days. And look, if they're not employing propane-based irrigation in my colleague's riding, then they're using a form of irrigation, that does use fossil fuels, whether that's relying on the energy grid, which is unfortunately high carbon in Alberta, or if they're using natural gas, as my colleague pointed out during his rebuttal speech, then those both have high carbon footprints, and that needs to be addressed. Electricity in Manitoba and Ontario have lower carbon footprints, so our carbon charge with respect to our electricity bills is much, much lower than Saskatchewan and Alberta's are. We need to move towards a no-coal, low-carbon energy grid, and unfortunately, as my colleague pointed out, Alberta's is high, and if he wants to talk about education and healthcare, he needs to talk to Premier Smith, who has hardly ever mentioned those 2 issues as long as she's been Premier.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, C-64, an act respecting pharmacare. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received on the 10th of October 2024. I have the honour of stating that the Right Honourable Mary Jane Simon has offered royal assent to the bill in the annex of this letter. On this, the 10th of October 2024, most sincerely, the Secretary to the Governor-General.
To inform the House that the communication is received as follows. October 10th, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 10th day of October 2024 at 1826. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Thanks for that indulgence. We can now go to the final speaker this evening, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to raise concerns about radical criminal justice policies being introduced and considered by the Liberal government. Right now, before the Minister of Justice is a report commissioned as part of the so-called Black Justice Strategy. And that report contains several radical policy proposals, including the decriminalization of a 30-day supply of hard drugs like meth, cocaine, and heroin. The Minister of Justice has not rejected this proposal, as one might hope. In fact, the Minister of Justice celebrated this proposal as, and I quote, history-making and an important milestone. It is unbelievable that the minister would celebrate policies that threaten to flood more drugs into our communities when one looks at our country's overdose statistics. Over 42,000 Canadians, including children, have died from drug overdoses under the Liberal Prime Minister's watch. The policy proposals in front of the Minister of Justice also include proposals to defund police departments by limiting their access to federal grant money and to reduce Canada's prison population through mass decarceration of 30% over the next 10 years. I am pleading, personally pleading, to please reject these policy proposals, that the Liberal government and its Justice Minister would reject these ideas as the harmful ideas they are and not to celebrate them as achievements. We have seen a massive increase in addictions and overdoses since the Liberals began to fund hard drugs with taxpayer dollars. We have seen an increase in crime when the Liberals made bail more accessible to repeat violent offenders. Police officers in our communities, including my home community of Durham, are doing their part. They're working hard to enforce the law, but they are being let down by laws and policies of the current federal government. Police want to do their jobs, but when they arrest somebody multiple times for multiple crimes, and that repeat offender is allowed back on the streets in short order, it undermines policing across our country. How could the minister celebrate a proposal to cut police budgets? Well, there is an ideological problem in the federal government right now. It's an ideology that has moved away from seeing the justice system as a system that ought to keep people safe and punish crime. Instead, there is an ideology running rampant all over this place that wants to weaken our justice system because it regards our system to be oppressive or racist. Some people call this ideology woke or far left. Whatever label you choose or don't choose, I hope we can recognize the system needs to work for the good of the Canadian people. Tearing it down to permit more crime and more chaos will not help any of us, no matter what color you are or where your parents come from. We need a strong system that is accountable, fair, and true to its core mission of public safety and justice. And with that core mission in mind, I return to my plea to the Liberal government and its Justice Minister. Please reject these radical criminal justice policies. Please reject these radical policy proposals. Canadians do not want more drugs flooding into our communities. We do not want violent repeat offenders to have easier access to bail. We want our police to be resourced and empowered to enforce the law. And I ask the Minister to reject these radical policies and to side with law-abiding Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Mental Health Day, which is an opportunity to shine a light on crucial yet often overlooked aspects of our lives, one being mental health at work. This year's theme reminds us that our workplaces must be safe with respect to our collective and individual mental and psychological well-beings. Our work environments are ever evolving and more dynamic than ever before. And as leaders, employers, and managers, we must all prioritize mental health just as we do physical health. Mental well-being is not a luxury. It's essential for productivity, for creativity, and overall workplace harmony. And when employees feel supported, valued, and understood, they thrive. Our government has collaborated with various Canadian mental health agencies to create policies and invest in programs that prevent mental health risks, promote well-being, and build supportive workplaces where mental health is prioritized. So on this World Mental Health Day, I'd like to say thank you to mental health workers of all kinds right across Canada. Mr. Speaker, I was asked to come to adjournment debate tonight to talk about mental health and addictions policy. And, oftentimes those sort of guardrails get a little bit stretched occasionally. But if the Member of Parliament for Durham would like to talk to the Minister of Justice or the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice, then he needs to indicate that. I came tonight to talk about mental health policy and measures that we've undertaken to address the overdose crisis. It's also important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that when you're a government, Canadians of all walks of life, whether they are left or, as my colleague might label them, woke, centrist, more far on the right end of the spectrum, even if they're sometimes considered extreme, if they're academics, if they're workplace experts, or if they just have ideas, governments need to be open to good ideas, regardless of who those ideas are coming from. And we should invite good ideas. This place should be a contest of ideas, in fact. And we shouldn't, be afraid to criticize those ideas, but we shouldn't be closed-minded about hearing them either. And it seems as though in this place, it's, similar to a debate that happened a couple of years ago where an organization suggested that the federal government consider taxing the equity of personal primary residences. It's a notion that our government soundly rejected. We didn't want to do that. Canadians don't want their primary residence home equity to be taxed. But, since somebody brought it up at a meeting, the Conservatives ran with it and sent out a whole bunch of mail and said, look, these Liberals are trying to tax your home equity. It's not true. And the suggestions that my colleague have made with respect to policy recommendations made by a third party are also not true. I'm also certain that was a large document with multiple recommendations and suggestions. And as a government, we will remain open-minded to the good suggestions from academics, civil service organizations, groups of people, experts, because that's important to do as a government. But, Mr. Speaker, back to the issue of all the efforts that we've undertaken to address the overdose crisis. It includes efforts right across the continuum of care to prevent drug use, to reduce harms, to support people in accessing the treatment and recovery services that they need and deserve, and we remain committed to maintaining public safety throughout all of those enforcement efforts. Mr. Speaker, there are 4 aspects of drug policy and overdose crisis response that are all very important. It's like a table, and without any one of those 4 legs, that table falls down. It's prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement. And if any group or party or academic suggests that an effective drug policy can operate without all 4 of those aspects, then they are wrong. The Government of Canada has invested almost $200 billion over the last 10 years to support provinces and territories to deliver health services, in addition to the $1 billion that we've directly invested to invest in this and address this drug crisis, and will continue to be there for experts, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's return to some logic here for a moment. We have, in the last 9 years, lost 42,000 Canadians, including children, to drug overdoses. Some policy report comes across the Minister of Justice's desk saying to decriminalize hard drugs, a 30-day supply of hard drugs. Now, the logical response to that would be no, rejection. We are not going to be doing that. And that is what I'm asking the Liberal government to say. But what did they say when that policy proposal came to their desk? It was celebrated. The Minister of Justice, and I quote him directly, said openly in a press release, "This is an important milestone, history-making." That's not a logical response to a very serious problem. And what we need is specific vision and direction for how we're going to help struggling Canadians move forward, not to entertain more radical criminal justice policies. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we all have a role to play in stopping the spread of misinformation. And the Conservatives, over the last couple of years, have been tabloidizing a lot of things that they read out there in the ecosystem. You know, perhaps news isn't as reliable as it used to be, or perhaps some of the Conservatives are getting their news from less trustworthy sources, Mr. Speaker. But the truth is, on May 17th, 2024, we refused a request from Toronto Public Health to decriminalize the personal possession of controlled substances for people in Toronto, including youth. Health Canada reviewed all exemption requests carefully and thoroughly on a case-by-case basis, taking into consideration and account all relevant options, including evidence of potential benefits and risks and harms to the health and safety of Canadians, and it was determined that the model proposed would not adequately protect public health and maintain public safety. Mr. Speaker, that was not 5 months ago, and the Member of Parliament for Durham is suggesting that something way more extreme than that is being considered, and it's not. That's misinformation.
I thank the honourable members for their debate today, and also to wish them a happy Thanksgiving. Because I kind of missed a step in our call for the issue that prior, I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, C-64, an act respecting pharmacare. J'ai l'honneur d'informer.
I have the honour of informing the House that a communication has been received stating 10th of October, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of informing you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent to the bill in the schedule of this letter. Most sincerely, the Secretary of the Governor-General.
Loi modifiant le code.
An act amending the Criminal Code and other statutes. Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and other acts. Bill C-291, an act regarding medical insurance, respecting pharmacare, C-64.
As follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform the Right Honourable that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration of the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 10th day of October 2024 at 1826. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. An act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other act in term release and domestic violence recognition orders, Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse and exploitation material, and Bill C-291, and an act respecting pharmacare, Bill C-64. There we go. Did it correctly that time. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.